Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. Why is it whenever we have a mass shooting or some allegedly politically motivated shooting, nothing ever adds up, and we never get the straight scoop from the mainstream media or, in many cases, law enforcement? So I'm talking about this very, very bizarre case. After one of the largest manhunts in history in Minnesota, police looking for this Vance Luther Bolter, who has been arrested, thankfully, after he allegedly killed the Minnesota Speaker of the House, Melissa Hartman, and her husband, and then shot Minnesota State Senator Jonathan Hoffman and his wife. Apparently, there was a hit list of 45 people. Beyond that, we don't know anything else about this case. And I'm going to tell you, as I go through the facts here, nothing adds up, except one thing became very, very clear. There was rapid media coordination to try to pin this on President Trump, MAGA, as somehow it was politically motivated and from the right. Now, it may have been, but we don't know that at this point, and police really aren't giving any clues what was behind it. Cut 17.
I think the first thing we need to do is have our leaders take the temperature down. We're not expecting to see that from President Trump. Unfortunately, he has more than anyone given the permission structure for this reality. There's a cycle here of the most important leadership in the country, both in the words he uses and the actions he's authorizing, creating an environment that's becoming more violent, more conflictual. I don't expect...
Enough of him. I'm not going to let him go on and on and on. The bottom line is it's proof that he's trying to blame this on President Trump. All the mainstream media outlets were doing this. President Trump didn't have anything to do with this. And I don't think it's MAGA related either. Now, whoever did this absolutely is a lunatic, whether it's from the right or the left. He ought to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. This Vance Luther Bolter, if he's guilty, then prosecute him. But the timing on all of this is very convenient, leaving me asking, is this Bolter somehow of a patsy, or is he the predator that the mainstream media is making him out to be? I want answers in all of this. Again, timing convenient. President Trump surging in the polls. America getting behind President Trump and his immigration policies. Whether the media wants you to believe that or not, America is largely behind President Trump. So the Democrats are left with just absolute nothing. So they've got to try to concoct something. Is this one of those cases? I don't know. But it may be. I can tell you some of the very bizarre things here. It appears his social media presence was scrubbed. There's not much about this guy online. And in today's day and age, even for a 57-year-old, you usually have a Facebook page or something. Not a lot of social media presence. As I said, he had a 45-page hit list. At first, we're told it's a manifesto. Now, I don't care what you call it, but there are writings there. What do those writings tell us? And then all of a sudden, police don't want to use the term manifesto.
I've seen nothing like a Unabomber-style manifesto in his writings. He had many, many notebooks full of plans, lists of names, surveillance, efforts that he took to surveil and locate the home addresses and family members' relationships with these elected officials. But I have not seen anything involving some sort of political screed or manifesto that would clearly identify what motivated him.
What I don't like about law enforcement in many cases like this is they play word games. We don't care if you call it a manifesto. We don't care if you call it a notebook full of writings. What's in it? You can't tell me, you can't come up with some idea where this guy was by reading those writings. Of course you can. So again, word games. Now, we're told he's married. His wife was pulled over, found with lots of cash, ammunition, say police in their passports. Was she involved in this? Maybe, maybe not. I don't believe she was arrested. Yet we're told he lives with his wife on a sprawling estate where he was arrested in a field near his house. You're telling me the cops weren't sitting on the house? How that happened 2 days later, I don't know. And yet in the same breath, we're told he has a roommate in what looks like a tiny little crack house someplace. And his roommate turns out to be a Papa John's delivery driver who gets a text from this guy at 6 o'clock in the morning. This has liberal vibes all over it. Listen to the guy.
Dead shortly. So I just want to let you know I love you guys both, and I wish it hadn't gone this way. I don't want to say anything more and implicate you in any way, because you guys don't know anything about this. But I love you guys, and I'm sorry for all the trouble this has caused.
I mean, I get that it's stressful, but breaking down crying, reading a text message from a guy who's just been accused of killing 2 people, shooting 2 others, and having a hit list of 45 people, I don't know. Again, I'm telling you, it doesn't add up. And the friend, when asked about politics, hey, does this Bolter character sit in front of Fox News all night? This was his answer.
He was here, and sometimes he'd go down and we'd hang out, but we would never, wasn't, you know, sometimes politics would be on the TV, but he would never really, was never really anything that was in-depth conversation about, just comments, you know. And
all right, so comments. Now, here's what else doesn't add up. Apparently he was appointed by Governor Tim Walz, no balls Walz of Minnesota, to some nonpartisan workforce commission. Previous to that, he was appointed by another Democrat governor. Told it's nonpartisan. I don't know how many Republicans are getting appointed by Democrats. Yet the governor, even when we're told there's no motive out there, is quick to call this political violence. Listen.
A moment in this country where we watch violence erupt. This cannot be the norm. It cannot be the way that we deal with our political differences. Now's the time for us to recommit to the core values of this country.
Again, hammering it home. It's got to be those crazy lunatics on the right. I'm not buying it. It could be. I'm not ruling it out. But I'm not buying all of this. And lastly, if this guy was such a Republican, why do I find this picture of him online? He's wearing a Resist T-shirt, and his wife is dressed up in some Democrat garb. I assume they're at a Democrat rally someplace. That doesn't look like a MAGA-loving conservative. So police have some questions to answer here. I would hope that they're trying to get to the bottom of all of this. I wish there'd be a little more transparency with all of us. I want to bring in now former FBI agent and FBI whistleblower Steve Friend is with us. Steve, welcome back to the show.
Thanks for having me tonight.
All right, Steve, if investigators are doing this the way they should, what is happening right now to find a motive? And do you think that if they've got all these writings, they've got to have some indication what was in this guy's mind?
Well, I'll answer the latter portion first. Yeah, I think that if they do have some of his writings, even access to some of his devices at this point, they would have gleaned a modicum of a hint of a suggestion of what his political ideology was and what might have actually motivated him. But that being said, they aren't necessarily compelled to bring that forward right now. We are in the immediate aftermath of these murders, these assassinations, and they are going to bring forward a judicious prosecution against this individual. And they don't want to violate any sort of civil rights and wind up finding themselves afoul of the law and due process, and that's going to let this guy walk. So I'm going to give them a little bit of grace on opening up the book fully here. Now, as far as the investigative standpoint goes, they are going to be trying to contact people within his network, anybody who would have been a friend or an associate, people that would be a contact in his phones, look through his emails, subpoena his bank records, see what his access was. So they can get all this information to maybe figure out exactly what was behind him and if there was maybe a greater overall conspiracy that was not just limited to this individual. But as is the case with so many of these cases, we live in a land that is allegedly free, and the police, be it local, state, or federal, do not engage in pre-crime, and these things do happen, and it's just up to the police at this point to put the pieces together and figure out the best way to bring forward a successful prosecution.
All right. Some of the things I think odd is they released some of the names on his hit list, but not all the names on the hit list. So most of the names on the hit list were Democrats. But when you don't release the others, then I start, because I live in this hyper-partisan world, I start to think, all right, well, were there Republicans on the list and they don't want us to know about that?
I agree with you. I mean, from a political angle here, it seems like the ratchet only goes in one direction. This seems to be, if they're going to pin this on somebody who has of the political right, a conservative who is engaging in an abhorrent action here, well, that gives credence to then the Tim Walz of the world and the others to go out there and say, you know, we're going to hang this around the president's head, or we should just dial down all of the rhetoric. There's violence on both sides, where we tend to forget how Luigi Mangione was the darling of the left a couple of months ago, and there were multiple assassination attempts against Donald Trump. We had Brett Kavanaugh's family almost executed. I mean, it seems like the ratchet only goes one way, and the communist left in this country seizes that on opportunity to set that narrative.
Yes. Overwhelmingly, when we look at violence and some of these widespread crimes, including mass shootings, it's been coming from the radical left and not the right. I'm not going to rule out that some lunatic on the right can't be violent. Of course they can. But I don't even like just labeling it one side or the other. Let the facts play out, and we'll see where it goes. Now, one of the officers who was talking about investigating the case said they had come across this guy during the course of him making his rounds, going from one house to the other, trying to kill people, and they didn't take him into custody here. I want you to listen to this soundbite, and then let me get your opinion on what you think happened here.
When the New Hope officer arrived at the scene, she saw Belter's black SUV parked down the block with the lights on. The New Hope police officer believed that Belter was a police officer who had been dispatched to the scene to check on the status of the state senator. The New Hope police officer pulled up next to Belter in his car, rolled down her window, and attempted to speak with him. Belter did not respond. According to the officer, he just sat there and stared straight ahead. So the New Hope police officer, who had been dispatched to the scene, proceeded to the state senator's home, and she waited for other law enforcement to arrive. When they did, by the time they did, Belter had left the scene.
All right, he later went on to kill the Speaker of the House after that. Could have been stopped. Normally, I'd give some grace. He's dressed as a cop. Maybe she thinks. But when he doesn't respond and he's staring straight ahead, I mean, you think you got to do something here. As Dr. Henry Lee, the great criminologist, says, everyone is suspect. You are suspect until you're ruled out. I would think that goes in this case, too, especially with an alleged police officer that just isn't talking, Steve.
This is truly bizarre, particularly if this is a uniformed police officer who's responding. I mean, I imagine that she's on some sort of a shift. She would be acquainted with other individuals that were on the shift with her. She would know what they were responding to. So if she came across this person, even if they were in some sort of camouflage vehicle that 100% was identical to what she was driving, but would lead her to believe that it was, in fact, a legitimate law enforcement officer there, not taking any action when you're engaging with a person who you don't know, who's acting in a funny fashion when you're dealing with this high level of a stress situation, necessitates her getting on the radio and getting other officers there. You don't know if maybe somebody's having a medical condition or has just gotten code black, but for her just to stand by and wait for the cavalry to arrive, I think is a big problem for that officer.
All right, last question for you real quick. Are you like me on this? Just a lot of this isn't adding up.
I am with you on this one. Look, there's a reason that the Covenant school shooting manifesto was held back. There's a reason this has been selectively leaked. Hopefully, now that we have a new administration and an FBI and a DOJ that's under the Donald Trump administration's control, they're going to be a little bit more forthcoming in a more judicious and expeditious fashion with us.
Yeah. Well, former FBI agent Steve Friend, we so appreciate you talking to us, buddy. It's always good to see you. Thanks for your insight on this one.
Thanks, Fred.
Absolutely. So I guess all of this ties in together. They're trying to push this on President Trump. And then they're trying to blame this No Kings protests, what turned into riots in many cities across the country over the weekend. They're trying to blame that on President Trump. I mean, look at how bad it got out there. This is in Los Angeles. So that, folks, they're fighting with cops. They ended up having all kinds of fireworks, all kinds of things going on, confrontational. It is not good. And here's the thing. The left does something it is very well known to do, and that is blame everybody else for the bad actions of bad people. It is not President Trump's fault. It is not ICE's fault. that the riots unfold because they're trying to enforce the law. The only one responsible for the riots are the rioters themselves and the people paying for it. Yet Karen Bass, the mayor of L.A., says this.
About immigrants, you are not going to be violent. And if you are violent, then we know that you're just being violent. It is not on behalf of any cause. And we will deal with you. You will be held accountable. But if you look at the tens of thousands of people that were downtown in L.A. Today in that protest, it was overwhelmingly peaceful. And I just hope the stragglers that have not gone home will remain peaceful, will leave the area, or will understand that they will be arrested and they will be held accountable.
Again, overwhelmingly peaceful. What is she watching? There is graffiti around. There is arguing and fighting with officers. There is looting going on all across America, including in L.A. So I literally don't know what she's talking about here. You can see them. This is not overwhelmingly peaceful. Now, all of it is highly organized, and we have proof of that thanks to Nate Friedman. Check this out.
Who are you with?
I'm with America.
No, but you asked me who am I with, so I'm asking you who are you with?
Well, you're acting like a reporter with a...
I am a reporter.
Yeah, okay.
You want to see my press credentials? Wait, here's my press credentials.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so who are you with?
Right now I'm representing myself, and I'm representing the folks at Rise and Resist who have been trained
so Rise
to
and
be
Resist.
marshals
How much do they pay you to wear this vest?
Absolutely nothing.
Really?
Oh, she's going to walk away on that one, then start playing a kazoo or something as he starts trying to ask her. These people are lunatics. They're insane. They're mentally ill. There's no doubt about it in my mind. They have no argument, but they do have cash-filled pockets because they are being paid, I believe. Now, Nate Friedman went and found out who this woman was. He says this is his claim. I'll let you watch it and decide for yourself.
So I did some digging, and the woman trying to stop my interview is named Karen Shaw. She is a professional protester. I found her at almost 100 different protests. Let's look at her portfolio, shall we? Here's her outside Trump Tower saying TikTok time's up. Here's her saying ban guns, not drag. Amazing. This is her telling us that lies have consequences. She is also very passionate about abortion. Even in the video right now, she's just wearing a hat that says abortion on it. This is deranged behavior, by the way. I studied psychology in college, and I'm confident that I can diagnose this person as insane. Sometimes she gets less creative, though, and just holds a sign that says enough. Now, here I found her working with a different professional protester that I've exposed. This is Stuart Waldman. He was there when they raised the Palestinian flag over City Hall in Rhode Island.
Everyone knows you.
Everyone knows me?
They know who you are. They know what you do.
I know what you do as well, Stuart Waldman. You are on the board of RiseandResist.org, the company that is paying people like Karen for a second job as a professional protester. And the donation link to give you money is just Act Blue, which is the fundraising platform for the Democrat Party. That's who you are, Stuart Waldman.
Nate Friedman, bravo, my friend. Thank you for that. And by the way, Act Blue, straight through the Democrat Party. It's all you need to know about what's happening on these protests around the country. All right, turning now to a story that we've been covering now for quite a while. There is an attorney who filed a Freedom of Information request 4 years ago trying to get information from the Department of Justice on what foreign nations paid Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, and James Biden. He was stonewalled when that lawsuit was first filed for the Freedom of Information request that he filed for the information. We expected that under a Biden administration. We don't expect it under a Trump administration, but that is exactly what is happening. Again, the DOJ says they will not give up anything. All they do is release documents that are completely redacted. And so he filed another court filing demanding information. Let me read it to you, part of it anyway. It goes, after 4.5 years, the DOJ has not produced even a summary of requested information reflecting receipt by Hunter and or James Biden of money, gifts, or other forms of remuneration from any of the referenced foreign governments, entities, individuals, not any. Why? I want to bring in now white-collar criminal defense attorney Kevin Evans, the man who filed that Freedom of Information request, and the man who ultimately had to sue the Department of Justice to get the information that he still doesn't have. Kevin, welcome back to the program.
Grant, I appreciate you having me on again to cover this important story, particularly given everything that's going on around us today. But I do consider this an important story as well.
Look, I want everybody at home to not email me and say, oh, let the investigation play out. Let Cash and Pam Bondi do their thing. This is not that investigation that we're talking about. This is strictly a Freedom of Information request from a private citizen, you, Kevin Evans, to a case that's already closed by my account. So why are you not getting this information?
Well, like you said at the outset, the DOJ has produced not a shred of information other than a publicly available Senate report and some almost completely redacted 8 or 9 pages of documents. But they did file a 230-page plus brief and declarations saying they're not going to produce anything and they don't feel they're obligated to produce anything. And I will tell you that filing is, in my opinion, as dishonest as the actions that the DOJ has taken to date in this case. I'm not seeking confidential sources. I'm not seeking grand jury subpoenas. I'm not seeking tax returns. I'm seeking information on Hunter and James Biden and how much they were paid by these foreign entities. That's it.
All right. Seems to me to be a very simple request. Have you gone higher than, I'll say, the courts, the lawyers from the DOJ? Have you been able to get to the Attorney General herself or someone close to her to say, hey, we're looking for this information. What's the deal?
Well, I did send a very detailed letter 2 months ago to AG Bondi. Crickets. I've reached out to Emil Bove. Crickets. So, yeah, I've tried, and I'm getting no response. One other thing I think is important to understand from what the DOJ just filed, the DOJ has said that what I'm seeking could jeopardize ongoing investigations. Well, think about that. First of all, does anybody believe that? I mean, the statute of limitations has run on virtually all of these payments. But if that's true, and play this out, the logical extension of this is the DOJ is saying they're investigating others and may charge others for conduct that the Bidens have been cut free of, off scot-free, off the hook. Now, does anybody believe that's going to happen? I don't. I think, again, just more dishonesty by the Department of Justice.
Look, this case has gotten some coverage, certainly on this network, this program. Would you be satisfied if Pam Bondi or one of her deputy attorney generals called you up and said, hey, listen, we do have an ongoing investigation. Can you stand down on this suit for just a little bit while we let this play out? Would you be okay with that?
Well, I might be okay with it, but the court won't. The court has said that she pinned this on DOJ because of all the extensions they've requested. But I think this court, since this case has been going on for so long, is not going to entertain that. I would entertain it. But I'll tell you what I am willing to entertain at this point. And I have done this in another FOIA case, and I got some result from the court. I would be comfortable with a robust summary. Leave out names, leave out dates, leave out how you got the information, but give me a summary. Here's how much Hunter got from China. Here's how much James Biden got from Russia or Hunter got from Ukraine. Give me that information. The public's entitled to it, and I think it's important information. So if you give me a summary, maybe that might suffice.
Kevin, I think what tells the whole story is since this has started 4 years ago, you get 9 pages of total redaction. It's all black. I've seen the pages. You sent them to me. You get a Senate report that was public information anyway, and a 230-page response to your lawsuit. Now, that tells me everything I need to know. These lawyers are willing to spend all those hours writing 230 pages to your response. They have to be hiding something. They have to be protecting someone. I'll give you the last word.
Well, bingo. And if they're not willing to accede to my compromise, which I'm putting in my response papers, of providing a summary, that tells you all you need to know. Somebody is covering for someone, and there's a reason for it, and we're not getting it. And I'll tell you, if the court is going to say the Trump administration is now coming in and telling me these documents shouldn't be produced with respect to the Bidens, so this Biden judge is likely to side with the government, despite the fact that these exemptions, I think, are baseless. And if that happens, we will never get this information from DOJ. DOJ will accomplish exactly what it's trying to accomplish, which is to immunize itself from FOIA requests that it disagrees with or doesn't want to produce documents in response to.
I'm going to do a better job on my end of trying to get this case in front of some important people that are very close to Pam Bondi and try to get a response from them on all of this. Kevin Evans, you keep us posted on your end, and I'll do the same here. Thank you, my friend.
Appreciate it, Grant. Thanks.
Absolutely. All right, folks, listen, that's an important story. We'll stay on it because they're hiding something. And remember, just because it's Trump DOJ, it doesn't mean the deep state is still inside there doing their thing, and that's what this smells like. All right, every dollar you spend either supports your values or works against them. Where you spend matters. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. It lets you take a stand without sacrificing quality. Get exceptional nationwide coverage with access to all 3 major networks and 2 numbers on 1 phone, something the big carriers can't match. Enjoy flexible, unlimited data plans with high speed data, hotspots, and more. Switching is totally easy. Keep your number, phone, or upgrade. Their 100% U.S.-based customer service team will activate you in minutes. And right now, get a free month of service by joining at patriotmobile.com/RAV. Use promo code RAV for that free month service or call 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-PATRIOT. And tell them Grant Stinchfield sent you. All right, Israel's death toll from Iranian missile strikes rose over the weekend. I talked to the people saving lives on the ground in Israel next. Welcome back, everyone. We now enter, another 5th night of war between Israel and Iran. And Israel taking a heavy toll on Iran, a toll that Iran deserves. If it was up to me, I would have them wipe out every single nuclear facility, every single commander of their military, and take them back to the Dark Ages. This is a very bad country, the leadership of this country anyway. This is President Trump talking about all of this.
They'd like to talk, but they should have done that before. I had 60 days, and they had 60 days, and on the 61st day, I said, we don't have a deal. They have to make a deal, and it's painful for both parties, but I'd say Iran is not winning this war, and they should talk, and they should talk immediately before it's too late.
Listen, there is no way Iran can win this war. America basically taking a defensive posture right now. That could change in a heartbeat. Believe me, I know President Trump and what he's capable of here. The people of Israel are also, though, taking a toll. You've got ballistic missiles being lobbed into Israel, most likely as we speak right now. I want to bring in now from MAGA David Adam, that is their emergency services personnel. Chief of Staff Yrefi Ad is with us. Yuri, great to have you on the program.
Thank you for having me. Good night or good evening to all our viewers.
Well, it's good to see you again, Yuri. It's been a while. Unfortunately, I'm happy when it's been a while because it means things are somewhat quiet in Israel. Not so much right now. Can you tell me what's going on the streets there? I know your crews have been busy. We've had a lot of people injured in Israel and even killed. What's happening?
Indeed. Tonight is the fourth night, consecutive night, where Iran still targeting Israelis, civilians, with ballistic missiles. Now, we are talking about missiles carrying something between 600 pound to 800 pound of explosive. And when this missile hit a street, it doesn't hit a specific location. It actually creates a chaos throughout the street. You can have like 5 or 6 buildings hit. Only this morning, we had 2 buildings hit, killing 6 innocent civilians, making our teams go building by building and trying to extract people out of the rebels. Now, Magen David Adom teams are used to working in dangerous and challenging environments. Nevertheless, this is something new, because Israel wasn't attacked with ballistic missiles since 1991. That's 34 years. 34 years, if our viewers recall the Desert Storm campaign. And this is what we are dealing now. So there aren't quiet nights in Israel. And this is really challenging because it puts 10 million Israelis under existential threat.
You know, I can't help but make the distinction. When Israel goes in and targets structures, targets in Iran, they are very targeted. Their nuclear sites, their energy and infrastructure sites. They are not innocent civilians. Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah, they have no care in the world for innocent civilians. Is that correct, Yuri?
I will tell you more than this. I'm currently sitting at a new protected underground blood center. That means that Magen David Adom collects blood from people in order to provide it to people at the hospitals, in order to provide it for the IDF, that's the Israeli army that protects life in the state of Israel, where in other countries, people build underground facilities in order to create weapons. Israelis build underground in order to protect life, where others build underground facilities in order to take lives. And this is the distinction I'm making today. Wow. We are here to protect others. The enemies of the state of Israel are hiding and trying to take lives.
Well, I just saw a report, albeit in the New York Times, so take it for what it's worth, but that Iran's most dangerous nuclear facility is well deep below the ground and quite possibly immune from some of these attacks. We shall see. But it gets to your point of them making killing rooms below ground, and here you are trying to save life. Last question for you, Yuri, because I know you're very busy. But the people of Israel, You have to live under this constant threat. I understand that. But now ballistic missiles. Now Iran is involved. How are the people handling this and that constant threat every day and night?
We live by supporting each other. When Israelis know that if, God forbid, they are in need, they have this amazing organization, Magen David Adom, that will come and help them in any time or any way they need. And let me tell you this. Magen David Adom is supported by Christian communities throughout America. And this is something that provides us, Magen David Adom teams, with motivation and with the understanding that we are not alone in this world, that we have Americans backing us or taking care of our, covering our back. And this is something that encourages us, even in those dark nights when we run at the street and trying to protect people from ballistic missiles. So to all our viewers, I'm saying, thank you so much for supporting life-saving in the Holy Land.
Look, it tells you all you need to know about the people of Israel, Yuri, just from your comments there, thanking us while literally your nation is under attack. We appreciate that, but in the end, our prayers are with Israel. Again, David Adam, our prayers are with you. And lastly, is there any place we can go to help your organization, to help Israel, where you'd want to direct our viewers?
Yes, please do two things for me. First of all, be ambassador. Tell others that if they want to know about Israel, they should support Magen David Adom. Go to savinglivesinisrael.org, that's savinglivesinisrael.org, and you can read about our activities of what we do. Look for Magen David Adom. Magen David Adom is Israel, is the Holy Land.
Well, we most certainly will do that. Yuri Shukam, thank you so much for coming on tonight. Stay safe, my friend, and Godspeed to all of you and your folks helping people.
Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Absolutely, right back at you. All right, folks, Politico admits the climate change cult has failed. We get into that next. folks, I've got some amazing news when it comes to the climate cult. An article in Politico, one of Barack Obama's top advisors, said that, quote, Trump's latest climate rollback makes it all but official. We've lost the culture war on climate. The left's strategy on climate needs to be rethought. How about that? Well, one reason they've lost the strategy on climate and the culture war on climate is because of an organization called Climate Depot and its publisher, Mark Morano. He's been waging war on these folks for as long as I can remember. Mark Morano, welcome to the program, my friend.
Thank you, Grant. Happy to be here today. It's amazing admission.
When you saw this admission, I know you wrote about it in Climate Depot, but your eyes must have popped out of your head. Did I read it right?
Yeah, I mean, they're admitting what they would never admit for decades. Now, I've been at this since the late 1990s, really environmentalism since 1992, reporting on it, even trips down to the Amazon. I covered the environmental movement before climate hijacked the entire movement, back when they were worried about the Amazon rainforest and tropical rainforest and species. Now it's all climate all the time. But having gone to all these UN conferences, they just kept doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on the stupidity that they thought they could sell the public. Now, in the early years, it actually worked somewhat. You had people like Arnold Schwarzenegger, governor of California. He was a climate hero in 2005 when they had the California climate bill, because all of the costs for that bill were deferred long after he left office. So there was no political or economic cost. But decades, they see solar and wind utterly failing, less than 3% of our total energy, less than 14% of our electrical energy, 80% of the world still fossil fuels, no matter how many subsidies and mandates they pump at it. And all of the costs of net zero, the farmers' rebellion. And I think Donald Trump's election has finally broken their back. They're now admitting that this was it really was a complete failure to try to scare people using silly predictions of the future, do psyops and propagandize kids, and then say that, the only way we're going to save this is we got to ban cars, we got to start restricting meat, we have to come after and issue carbon passports, we have to go after your appliances, we have to go after wood-fired pizza ovens. I mean, it just got to the point of absurdity, and they're now realizing it in the year 2025 after they've been utterly rejected. They're being rejected in Europe, they're being rejected. Even Canada has zeroed out their carbon tax.
Mark, people have woken up. Once you start taking away your pizza ovens and your ability to use natural gas water heaters and all of these things, people are fed up. Now, the other way that President Trump is helping, and you made mention of this, is legislatively. The big, beautiful bill. It's not perfect. I'm not the biggest fan of this thing, but it's probably as good as we're going to get. And it does one thing. It defunds a lot of this Green New Deal. Here's Lee Zeldin, the EPA administrator.
Right now, Congress is debating the one big, beautiful bill. In it, billions of dollars that would get canceled of the Green New Deal, Green New scam funding, as President Trump refers to it as, electric vehicle mandates being eliminated. You see a natural gas tax from the Inflation Reduction Act being eliminated for 10 years.
All right, Mark, I'll ask you this only because I'm so skeptical of the climate, no pun intended, in Washington, D.C. I don't trust anybody. So is he correct? Is this really in here? Will we really get billions defunded from the Green New scam?
Yes. I mean, okay, it's complicated, and I think your analysis was spot on. It's about as good as you can expect from Washington, at least on these. Now, they could have done a lot better in other areas. I'm not going to get into that. But in terms of repealing the Inflation Reduction Act, there are hundreds of billions that have slipped away because it's legally, they're not going to succeed in stopping them. They've already started the projects. They've already funded the projects. A lot of the people have been hired. You're just not going to be able to rescind a lot of those projects at this point. But they've done a lot of cutbacks. And yes, it is going to save a lot. It was in the trillions, the Inflation Reduction Act that they're repealing in the one big, beautiful bill. And the other thing he mentioned, which was critical, is this EV mandate. For the first time now, Trump 2.0, and Lee Zeldin is the most consequential EPA administrator in our history. He should be winning awards. He's done an amazing job. they are now making permanent changes. They flipped the EV ruling around, and it's not just an executive order. They're doing it through acts of Congress. The Republicans actually stepped up in Congress. Grant, they're stepping up and going beyond, to repeal the California EV mandate, which was allowing Gavin Newsom to literally set the environmental standards for the United States. We had to all follow California's wacko environmental standards. They reversed that. So this is amazing. Plus, they're going after the CO2 endangerment finding, and they want to take the U.S. out of this whole UN climate treaty process, which all make it very hard for the next president to get us back into this mess if, say, Gavin Newsom were to win in 2028 or beyond.
Yeah. Look, they did California a big favor by this, not just for the fact that maybe some people don't want to drive electric vehicles, but there was no way they were going to be able to power all of the electric vehicles in California. And so, you wouldn't be able to keep the lights on in your house, much less drive your car. Climate Depot publisher Mark Morano, keep the hits coming, my friend. Thank you. We always appreciate your insight on Stinchfield.
Well, thank you, Grant. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. And make sure you check out his website, Climate Depot. Great stuff. Great stuff. All right. Protecting yourself and your family starts with good health. We will get into that next as Stinchfield continues. breaking news for you folks. President Trump will be leaving the G7 meeting a day early because of everything going on in the Middle East. He wants to get back to the Situation Room in Washington. He'll have dinner with the heads of state tonight and then leave directly for Washington after that instead of leaving tomorrow. Nothing to do with what's going on in Canada, only to do with what's going on in the Middle East. All right, how about this, folks? I've told you all about it. My friends over at Energized Health, their protocol helped me lose 15 pounds in 2 weeks. I have now a clearer mind. Everything's going in the right direction. It's about intracellular hydration, getting hydrated at a cellular level. Watch.
I feel amazing. I talked to you on my 555. I had the asthma. My lungs were dehydrated. I don't even think about using my inhaler anymore. It is absolutely wonderful.
Let's go.
My metabolic age, okay? I'm back in my 40s. And menopause. Like, what happened to menopause, right? My hot flashes are like, is that a hot flash? I don't know. First, I gotta tell you something first before you go. Can you see that?
Oh, let's go.
Love it. Gonna keep doing it. I can't stop talking about Energized Health.
Folks, let me tell you something. She's not alone. You can go to the website, energizedhealth.com. There's literally hundreds of testimonials there. I want to bring in now the founder of Energized Health, John Jubilee, the guy who helped me so much. John, welcome to the show.
Man, great to see you.
All right, so she mentioned help with diabetes. People talk about their mind becoming more clear, joint pain going away. Is there anything it doesn't help, John?
I haven't found it yet. Grant. Yeah, and there's tens of thousands of people that are having these experiences. And, we have a fun saying at Energized Health that a testimony is indisputable. And Grant, we have so many clients that, their doctor says, well, you'll never reverse that. And it reverses. Well, you'll never reverse this. And it reverses. Well, this has never been reversed and it reverses. So it really is just so joyful for us. For 28 years, Grant, we've got to help tens of thousands of people reverse whatever they had going on. And listen, you just saw a woman with, she actually had asthma. And we tell people asthma is just dehydration of the lungs. She got rid of her inhaler. And anybody ever seen a woman going through menopause that happy? That was a happy woman. Yeah. And she's in full-blown menopause, but she lost all the negative symptoms of her menopause, Grant.
John, I've never attributed this to Energized Health, but it just may be part of it. We went through the last winter. I have an inhaler. Oftentimes it gets dry here in Texas. I start to need an inhaler. Well, this was the first winter after I did the Energized Health protocol. I didn't use my inhaler once this winter. Maybe that's because I'm hydrated at a cellular level.
Well, it 100% is. It's one of the things that we tell anyone that has asthma or needs an inhaler, you just have cellular dehydration in your bronchial tubes, in your lungs. When you get hydrated, you're not going to need that anymore. And here's a woman with a great example of it. But Grant, notice the energy level. So I would encourage anybody, look, even if you just want to up your energy, you need to just come join us on a 555 challenge, guys. It's a cup of coffee. It's $5 to come and sit with Chelsea and I for 5 days. It's less than an hour a day, by the way. But we're just basically the time it would take you to drink a cup of coffee. We're going to spend that time together, and we're just going to pour into you the science and some simple steps of how you actually can get healthy at the cellular level, and you can have your best health.
Yeah. I was so happy to see tonight that you were running a My 555 challenge again. So many people have told me so many great things about it. So here it is. $5, 5 days, 5 pounds, guaranteed, John. Correct? I give you the last word. That's 5 pounds, isn't it?
No, this is the 5 pounds. So guys, you're going to lose that in just 5 days. And look, there's zero to lose here, guys. This is just about getting your health and your life back. So take control, get back your energy, get rid of your pain, get your health. It's my555challenge.com. Come and join us. Promise you'll change your life.
Yeah. All right, let me tell people how to get there. John Jubilee, as always, thank you, and thanks to Energized Health for the support of this program and this network. Here's the website, folks. I need you to go to it. My555challenge.com. You can learn how to lose 5 pounds in 5 days for only $5, all guaranteed. The challenge starts next week, so you want to go sign up now and get yourself ready for it. It's not hard, but you'll learn so much, and I promise you, you're going to be grateful that you did this. All right, make America Mexico again? That's what all these leftists want. Wait till you see what this singer did during a Dodgers game.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Welcome back, everybody. How about the national anthem for the Los Angeles Dodgers Saturday being sung in Spanish? Now, I'll give the Dodgers a little break here. They told this young lady, do not sing it in Spanish, sing it in English. They're on camera saying it, and she did it anyway.
Okay, we are going to do the song in English today, so I'm not sure if that wasn't if that wasn't relayed.
Folks, it's our national anthem. Our national language is English. You sing the national anthem in English. Thank you, Dodgers, for trying to stop her. I think they actually did the right thing. Let her finish. It would have even been a bigger story if they hauled her off, right? Unbelievable. Stinchfield's Army rolls. We'll see you tomorrow, folks.
sounds funny in the evening. You're watching live from Studio 6B on Real America's Voice.
All right, it is live from Studio 6B on Real America's Voice, 8 o'clock on the East Coast, Monday, June 16th. Glad you're in. Hope you had a great weekend, everybody. Hope you had a great Father's Day, all the dads out there. We left Friday at the warehouse, and I don't think I even said Happy Father's Day to all the dads coming up on Sunday, so I'll say it now, a day late. I hope all the dads had a great Father's Day. Rick Delgado's here. He's got the news, and I will not forget to say he has What Even Is That coming up tonight that I just learned.
Yes.
Mr. Delgado, how are you?
I am well.
How was your weekend?
My weekend was good, considering the terrible weather we continue. 8 straight Saturdays of rain, at least here in the Northeast.
I had the heat on today.
It stinks.
I mean, it's just crazy.
It sucks. That's right, it sucks.
Watching TV
I mean, yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
But other than
wearing
that,
sweaters and sweatpants and jeans and jackets.
Other than that, had a good weekend. Had a good weekend. Had a good Monday.
Okay, good. What's your what kind of inspiration did you find for your What Even Is That?
Oh, well, you know what? There's so much going on, David. I went with the breaking news from basically over the weekend.
Well, which one of 10 stories would that be?
Exactly. So that's your hint.
Okay. That's my hint. All right, very good.
That's your hint. Breaking news from all over the week.
Mr. Nolan is here. Mr. Nolan, how was your Father's Day?
It was great. I really enjoyed my Sunday morning, quiet, coffee, and I got to watch all the jackholes getting run over and hit with rubber bullets. And I'm not going to be honest. To me, it was like, remember when you were a little kid, couldn't wait for the Sunday morning cartoons?
Yeah.
That's what it felt like to me. I got to watch all the dingbats getting plugged and knocked over and covered in smoke.
I tweeted like no Kings ended up being more like no shows. Like was this a big deal?
I said on one of my tweets, it looked like the casting call to Cocoon. All it was like 80-year-old grandmas out there.
Yeah.
It was like Karen Central.
Yeah, it didn't look like it didn't look like much at all. So
LA did good though. LA had a lot of paid protesters.
Did it?
Yeah, O'Keefe did a good job though, getting people to talk about how much they were getting paid and whatnot. So
certainly wasn't,
there was nothing organic about it.
No. Yeah, nothing organic about it, and certainly wasn't the day that some people were warning about it, seemed to me, but I don't know. I guess I didn't look in all the toilet cities to see what was going on. But Slick's here. He's going to do sports. Slickster, how are you?
Doing good, Big D.
How was your weekend?
I was in Connecticut this weekend.
Really? What were you doing there?
I was in Newtown, Connecticut. You familiar with Newtown, Connecticut?
Yeah.
Yeah, about 30 minutes north of the ferry. Yeah. We had a christening for my wife's grandnephew, I should say. Yes.
Oh, very nice.
So it was very nice. Yeah, up there in the old blue state there.
Yeah, well.
Get any pizza while you're there?
I did not. No, we were just, doing the family thing. I wasn't going to start particulating with the menu.
Go down to New Haven? Pizza capital of the world?
I know. That's what we were talking about that. Yeah. So,
Sally's, Modern.
Yeah. I got little Vinny's over here. That's all I need.
New York's still better.
New York's
New York's still better.
It's the bomb.
I mean, it depends how you like it, I guess.
Yeah, good.
The problem with New York is they're all they're all the same. I mean, realistically, they're all the same.
Like I said, Long Island pizza's become a race to the bottom. I mean,
yeah.
When a tiny little place is paying $9,000 a month for rent, what kind of sauce they're going to put on it? It's ragu.
Skimming the cheese has a whole new meaning now.
Live from Studio 6B. Glad you're in on a Monday. Lots to get to. Want to say hello to everyone in the chat. And again, I hope all the dads had a great Father's Day. Hope you're able to find some downtime. Boy, if you watched the U.S. Open, you had great TV. Just an absolute great Sunday of golf. I didn't see a ton of it. I saw most of the ending of it, because I was watching my daughter dance in her showcase performance for the end of the year in the Bronx, actually, I was in, at a really pretty cool theater there. And she did a great job, and her crew did a great job. But I got home in time enough to see a little bit of the end of the U.S. Open.
Old JJ with the 64-foot putt.
Boy,
all time.
When I checked in on the scores from the performance, JJ was like 6 behind.
Ooh, that was a comeback for the ages.
And then I got home and turned it on, and he's in the lead. And I'm thinking to myself, what is going on in this round?
One of the best back nine in the history of the game.
Just incredible. An incredible putt to stuff it in there. Of course, you got to see the line because what's-his-name put his ball right there, too.
Incredible.
But, the U.S. Open was good.
NBA Finals, Game 5 tonight.
Series haven't watched any of that.
Yeah, good stuff, too.
Watched the UFC a little bit on Saturday night in Atlanta, Georgia. That was pretty good.
How did you do that?
Yep.
How do you stay up that late?
Yeah, I stay up late. I don't know. I probably shouldn't because I'm always tired, but I stay up late.
Can't stay up for the UFC anymore. No, like 10 o'clock at night.
You're a working man. You're up early, baby.
Right.
Come on. 6 o'clock, Paul's making coffee. Working man.
It's so funny, man. 4:30 comes around so soon every day. I think I'd be used to it by now.
You kidding me? You forget it.
And I'll tell you what I watched most of on Saturday, which I thought was phenomenal, was President Trump's celebration of the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army.
Yeah. It was beautiful.
And I heard going in that it was going to be, this is a waste of money. This is all about Trump.
It's going to rain on his parade.
Trump's going to make it all about himself. This is an effort in self-aggrandizing. I mean, I just heard it all.
It's going to be dark. It's going to be this.
Yeah, it's going to be dark.
Lightning.
It's going to be, exactly. And man, it couldn't have been more patriotic. Well, first of all, it was almost nothing about him.
No.
It couldn't have been more patriotic. I have no idea how many people are there. I don't care. It was great to watch on television. Rav did a great job covering it.
Harry was there.
Harry on the highway was there. He had the Masters on the TV. But I thought it was great. I thought it was fantastic. All of the different, just going through all the years and the different uniforms and the different equipment that they just ran you kind of through the history of the whole deal. And then they had a couple performances, and the president's speech I thought was absolutely fantastic. I mean, short, sweet, to the point, hit it on the money.
Yep.
J.D. Vance was fine, too. Him and the First Lady, obviously so elegant all the time. He get presented the flag. I thought that was great. Lee Greenwood was great. I just thought it was, I don't know, there's just a bunch of haters out there, man. When I saw some of the review, people just hating on, just a bunch of haters on everything, seemingly.
Meanwhile, it was really an interesting look, like you said at the top there, at the history of the Army. Like, you don't realize all the changes and where different groups and battalions came into play and all that stuff, and you see the different uniforms throughout the year. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, I thought it was fantastic.
That was great. I like the historic look at that. But to me, I just thought it was, that's the way the left frames it, the way the mainstream media frames it, that there was no one there. It looked like a girls' softball game. And there was so many haters, like you said. And instead of celebrating what it was, all they want to do is like knock Trump. I saw one tweet that I thought was hysterical in response to, what's her name? Pocahontas over there.
Warren.
Yeah. And someone wrote, she was complaining about the $45 million. Someone wrote back that they gave $45 million to watch ducks mate in Bora Bora, and you're worried about this? They wrote, relax, pale feather.
That wasn't all it was quacked up to be. That's for sure.
Exactly.
I thought that was funny.
I saw the Federalist, Beth Brelia, I believe it's pronounced. She had a head. Well, I don't know. You tell me how it's pronounced. Brelje. Brelia. I think it's Brelia. She said, "It's too bad the protesters can't stop fighting Trump long enough to appreciate the army that preserves their damn freedom to protest."
Yep.
Right.
Amen.
So I mean, I thought it was great. I thought watching it was enjoyable. The performance was great. President Trump was great. Everything was great. Oh, by the way, I want to thank Rory Corbel.
Yeah, man.
One of our great viewers who sent in 5 bags of beaver nuggets. Everybody gets one.
So just I want to thank you.
Everybody's got their own bags.
Tomorrow morning when I have black toe, I just want to thank you when gout kicks in.
And he sent also for me, and I'm not sharing, or maybe I'll share, jalapeno honey beef jerky.
Oof. Oh,
whoa! Beef jerky.
By the way, this
Paul can't reach it.
This Buc-ee's their hot
Pretty
salsa is fantastic.
Yeah.
What is it? Peach salsa, the hot peach salsa. It's dynamite.
So I just love it.
I never heard of this.
We just continue to get gifts, and I mean, we got this last week. I remember I showed you this.
Yeah,
this
that's beautiful.
I mean, can't thank the audience enough for being so kind.
Yeah, thank you.
Just sending baby Damon cups.
I love the baby Damon.
Oh my God,
that's my favorite baby so far.
Did I ever show this? I don't think I've ever showed this.
Things.
Yeah, that's when I called what's his name a douche, which was appropriate, by the way. I stand by every word.
TV?
Yeah,
sure.
Oh, in that case, I'll say it.
Yeah, whatever. That's because that's what he is. So
every segment.
So I don't know. So much has happened, I feel like, since Friday in the world. I had to ask Delgado and Paul if this horrific Minnesota killing of these state representatives happened did we talk about this Friday at the warehouse? They're like, no, dummy, it happened.
No, it happened after.
Happened after. I can't even keep all the things straight that have happened, but this story is just...
There's so much misinformation, too.
Can you explain to me
it's like
why?
two different stories coming at us, right? You get one right-wing version, you get a left-wing version. Both teams are saying your guy did it.
That's what I can't understand. It's like the left defended the guy who killed that healthcare, like propped him up to be some kind of, like figure to like a
Robin Hood.
Yeah, bow at his knees. I mean,
yeah.
Who cares what this guy is? This guy's a killer. I mean, this is one of the worst stories I've ever heard.
Yeah, it's insane. And yeah, the way that the media tried to frame it right away, because I think they knew. They're like, oh, it's one of us. Let's blame Trump. It's just that mind thing. They have to find a way to blame Trump no matter what the facts are. Facts be damned, doesn't matter. Narrative always wins in their head is blame Trump. It's Trump's fault. It's Trump's fault.
Yeah. I mean, I saw people more interested in whether he worked for Walz and what he was, more than actually talking about the lives that have been completely here destroyed and ruined, and the facts about the story itself. People, all they wanted to comment on was just whether he was this or that. And it's even gotten a little weirder since then. Now it's guy was wearing a silicone mask.
Oh yeah. Well, I saw that one of the first images I saw was the guy in the silicone mask. I'm like, oh, look at that. And then you find out,
who's answering the door when that guy's there?
Well, that's the thing.
At 1 o'clock in the morning.
He was using a flashlight.
Yeah.
Standing at the first person's door that he shot them, I think 20 some odd times between the man and his wife that both lived. I have their name somewhere. But I guess with the mask on, with his police flashlight, holding it up to the door saying, police, open the door. You're going to be like, oh, geez, the police are here.
Yeah.
Right? You're not really going to look for detail. You're going to look and be like, oh, geez, the guy's right there.
Boy, I learned a long time ago. Yeah. Someone taught me, a cop ever knocks on your door and you're not, call the precinct and say, hey, you got somebody out here?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I never forgot that.
I heard
when you get pulled over, you don't think or you think something's weird, an unmarked car.
Yep.
Just call them and say, do you have a guy here?
Yep.
They also say don't answer if somebody's saying police and they show up alone. Don't answer the door. Police always, when they do these house calls, there's always supposed to be two.
But at 1:30 in the morning, I'm sure these people were probably just waking up out of a sleep and they didn't know.
Yeah.
They're elected official. She's an elected official.
How about the video before? Really upset about the vote she cast. There's a lot to speculate on here. This is tinfoil hat neighborhood.
I saw this SOB scum killed the dog too, which that's enough. Put him in the chair and pull the switch. Somebody quick.
Really
13 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Just getting started. More to do. We're back right after this. 17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Glad you're in. As always, we always appreciate you giving us a few hours, Monday through Friday, 8 to 10. Real America's Voice. Want to say hi to everybody in the chat, Facebook, all our friends, Barbara, Dawn, Carol, a bunch of people on Facebook watching. We always appreciate that. Hit the like, subscribe. We'll get to everything here. Sports news. Paul Nolan's got news. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. We've got a couple things we want to get to. Again, we were talking about the parade, the 250th anniversary opening parade of the Army that Trump threw, and everybody said it was going to be all about him. I thought it was enjoyable to watch. So I thought it was really good. But there is, I guess, consider this breaking news? So what's the deal here? I saw someone in the chat said it as well. Trump's leaving the G7. Is this early?
Breaking news, because these are the biggest sports, or I should say news stories, Damon, in the world.
Yeah.
And this one breaking, President Trump left the G7 conference early to return to the White House tonight. Before doing so, Trump truthed out, everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. This does not sound like an idle warning. This is, coming I just heard that. Coming on the eve of course, what they've been going through over the past few days. Of course, the Iran-Israel, I guess you'd call it a conflict. Is it a war? I think they're at war. Donald Trump's, he truthed out. He said, Iran should have signed the deal I told him to sign. What a shame and a waste of human life. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. So it sounds like something big is imminent, could be happening any moment. Kind of like what happened last Wednesday when he was asked, why is everybody being asked to leave, the all-American families and service people being asked to leave the area? And he didn't say just Israel. He said the Middle East. So again, something is up, and we'll see what happens. It definitely has to do with what's going on in the Middle East. So.
Raheem Kassam, as I'm just trying to take in everything that's going on immediately here as it happens, says everyone I know in the U.S. government, which is a lot of people, is rushing back to the office right now, as is President Trump, obviously. Whatever they have planned is very big and very real. That's according to him. Yeah, so I don't know. What do you, is this like guarantee that something's happening?
It seemed, Trump doesn't rush back to D.C., to the White House for no reason. And if Raheem Kassam is saying the same thing, all the people he knows are rushing back as well. There could be something on the verge of happening. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe the old finishing touches on what Israel has started here. Is that what I guess everyone's going to assume?
Could be, or it could be that you never know. There could be an unconventional means of retaliation, chemical or biological, from Iran. We don't know.
Well,
so speculation.
That would certainly change the game. I can't imagine. I guess you could imagine anything, but
right now they are reporting IDF killer drones hunting targets over Tehran. So that's a new little wrinkle in this whole thing. And the more and more you see about the people that they're able to, Israel's able to take out, it's almost like at will. They know where all these people are all the time. Mm-hmm. Does it seem like maybe they're getting help from the inside? That maybe people within Iran.
Mossad is so good. I just think there's no one better than Mossad at this.
No,
MI6 and the CIA. They're everywhere. They're everywhere.
I understand, but stuff like this for these types of people, they probably have to have some human intelligence, kind of tracking them. I mean, they built a drone factory in Iran under their nose. Again, that stuff just doesn't come in. It's got to be ushered in. Even though I heard it was brought in trucks, planes, suitcases, like the parts. They kind of did it. Kind of shady like, and brought all different parts from different ways, and then brought them all here and put them all together. I don't know. It seems like they're getting help, but
I'm sure they have assets everywhere.
Yeah. So. That's the breaking news, Damon. Back to you.
Okay, and everyone's trying to speculate on what's going on here, and there's a lot of, I don't know what the word is here. I don't know.
There's a gazillion angles of opinions and propaganda. We've never seen anything like this time. You know what I mean? Like, at least during Shock and Awe and Desert Storm, and you got really one narrative. That was it, and everyone just bought it. Now you're getting 7 narratives, and it's just driving wedges in between everyone.
Daniel Horowitz tonight knows the area pretty well. He says, here's the key for Trump, assuming that he is getting involved, is to ensure everyone that he has no interest in any of this the day after, meaning tomorrow. So meaning go in, put the bow on what has been an extremely effective campaign from Israel, and then say goodnight. Now, is that something that you think is possible?
No.
Then people will buy?
No, I think this is designed for escalation. I think Iran's going to bomb away, give Israel a bit of a beating back. And the more murder, the more kill, the more death, the stakes get higher, and all semblance of negotiations are gone.
Yeah, but
and then the war machine gets richer. The bankers get richer. And
the problem with buying that scenario is, what's left to be done? Like the people who are just off their tree about that this is going to blow up into something else. This is a place that's been.
Haven't we seen it blow up into something else a bunch of times? How many trillions?
Right, but we got to talk about what we haven't. But let's talk about the situation on the ground in front of us, not what's happened in the past. The situation in front of us is this place has been. They've been totally decimated from leadership to ability to everything else.
Well, let's hope.
What are they going to do? Well, this thing seems like it's going to be over in about 5 minutes.
Listen, if you think that Iran is neutered, I'm thrilled that you think that. Because all I know is when the Iraq war started, I was a kill them all. Like I said, I want to turn it to glass. I want to steal all the oil, and I want a muscle car. I want 2 muscle cars. I wanted a 68 Charger, and I wanted to have 400 horsepower, and I wanted to have all kinds of carburetors, and I didn't care. But it never ended. And we had we spend $9 trillion in Afghanistan and Iraq? We're still paying that debt. What do we get out of it? Ungats. So if you're saying you think this is going to be the tactical, perfect precision strike, I'm all for it. Kill them, let it get it over with, and move on.
Right. I think that's the thing, right? Strategic, limited support for this targeting to finish this thing off and take this threat away. I don't know how anybody could not be for that.
I'm okay with that, but I just know how the war machine operates. There's no stopping it. You don't think they want to spend $5 trillion? You don't think they want to show off all their new toys, blow up their other stuff, then leave the old bombs behind for?
Well, that's where you have to have some trust. I think that's where you have to have some trust in the president that we currently have, don't you?
All I'm concerned about is Trump. I don't want his legacy wrecked. I love that guy. I legitimately root for him like he's my uncle. And I'm afraid he's around too many bad people. I just think there's outside of a handful of people he put around him, I still think there's so many bad actors who'll screw him. We watched him get screwed the first time around by Pompeo types, by Barr types, by Fauci types, all those slimy creatures that have lived amongst the mire of the swamp. I just think these people are just natural-born dirtbag animals, and I'm afraid that they're going to... I'm just afraid they'll subvert his intention, because I truly believe from the bottom of my heart that Trump is a good-hearted, compassionate, decent, loving guy who truly wants peace. And I think that the best way to derail his presidency is by just keep on stoking the flames of war, because let's be completely honest, right? Didn't half of MAGA and all most of the independents vote for enough of the forever wars? I just think it's a sabotage system.
I think they did. I just don't think people can see. I don't think people see forever war in what this operation could possibly be.
Your lips to God's ears. I hope so.
All right, more about this. President Trump was in front of a microphone and its camera a little bit before. We'll talk about that, and he's put out some truths. We'll take a look at those. And we'll do news and sports all coming up. 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on what may end up being a busy night. Here we'll see President Trump left the G7, back on his way to Washington. A lot of reports, a lot of speculation about why that is, what's going on. I'll just bring you some things as I find them. Unusual Whales on Twitter, good follow. Breaking U.S. officials confirm Middle East base forces remain in a defensive posture and that the U.S. is not participating in strikes against Iran. That's per CNN tonight.
But the Nimitz group was ordered to the area, reportedly to give the president some options in case they needed them.
Yeah. President Trump tonight on Truth, which I have over on X, speaking to Tucker Carlson, who's been obviously out there and was on with Steve Bannon for about an hour this morning on this network. And, well, I don't know. I mean, Tucker's he's obviously, I guess, more aligned with where Paul is. Yep. Doesn't want to see anything basically happen. I don't know that he necessarily wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon, but I couldn't tell you that for sure by listening to him. Seems like he's just all white glove, all hands off. Don't worry about what they do. It seems to me, but maybe that's not what he means either. But President Trump tonight got word that I guess some reporter said something to him, so he put out a truth. Said, somebody please explain to kooky Tucker Carlson that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And then the president. The president.
I mean, he trumps all.
And I guess,
literally.
Yeah. And it's, it's a pretty simple statement, but honestly, when you listen to the over and over of all the and it's like, okay, get it. I get the history. I get what's happened in the past. I get it. So what is the alternative? Is it okay with you for them to have one? I mean, I know it sounds basic and simple.
I don't think it's that linear, man.
I know you don't, but he obviously does.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, but haven't we heard this for 12 straight years? They're 2 weeks away. We've heard it 12 straight years. They're 2 weeks away. Netanyahu's the one who told us there were weapons of mass destruction inside Saddam Hussein. This guy's cried wolf quite a few times. We have to believe every word he says.
Let's go to somebody who I don't think we believe cries wolf, but I don't know. Maybe.
The guy's got a 30% approval rating in his own country. I mean, we can't act like he's the end-all, be-all. We got to trust every word he says before we're going to start getting to blowing everybody up.
Who, Trump?
No, Netanyahu.
Here's General Michael Flynn. I think people are fans of him. I'm not sure.
I love this guy. Let's see what he says.
All right,
let's see what, no matter what.
Let's see what General Flynn says. Here we go. He was on with Bannon right after Tucker, I believe, left this morning.
China. That's what I want your audience to understand. So a couple of things. Israel is fighting their war, and we are, in fact, supporting it. And it's really protecting Western civilization from a psychotic regime that wanted nuclear weapons and was very, very close to having them. Number two, we have to allow Israel to finish the job that when it does, as it is in the midst of finishing this job, and it's going to take a little bit, it will allow the United States to fully shift to focusing on China. The third thing is a positive, this is really important, a positive U.S. relationship with an Iranian regime. So whatever the regime is that rises up out of the ashes, if we have a positive relationship with that regime, that really benefits the United States of America, particularly against China, and it weakens China. Number four, a victory by Israel. Okay, and I'm not talking about American troops and all this other stuff, but a victory by Israel. It really allows us the expansion. It allows us sort of the expansion of the Abraham Accords. Right? This is a signature Trump policy. Steve, you're very familiar with that. Signature Trump policy. So it allows an expansion of that. Number five, the defeat of Iran and stabilizing that region. Stabilizing, because Iran is the most destabilizing country in that region right now. Hamas, Houthis, Hezbollah, et cetera. They control all of Iraq right now, other than Kurdistan. So I want people to understand that. Just look at the statement that was put out by the Iraqi Prime Minister today. It's unbelievable. Number six, establishing, this victory, a victory by Israel, establishes the perception, if not the reality, of U.S. global dominance and certainly Israeli dominance in that region.
So there's General Michael Flynn on. That was just one of the segments that he had with Steve. Again, after Tucker had been there for an hour, basically arguing the complete opposite, that whatever happens there, and we should have no hand in it whatsoever. That was General Michael Flynn.
Did you watch the Tucker? I watched it, the whole thing.
I watched a lot of it. I saw a lot of the clips, and I watched a lot of it, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really think he was a full, hands off the way you describe it. I think he was saying he just thinks it's going to be bad policy. But the way Flynn laid that out, if that all goes that quickly and that cleanly, absolutely, it's a home run.
And from what I understand, it also impacts China, because China gets 90% of their oil from Iran.
Yep.
So this strictly, it really puts them in a bad position.
But let's not forget the Iranian-Russian connection. Obviously,
their new deal that was signed a few months ago, Russia said part of the deal was they're not coming to your aid militarily.
Well, how could they
support you? But we're not coming to your aid militarily. Yeah.
One more clip on Flynn here in a second, but let's do sports right now. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6P is the promo code to use. I saw Lindell jury found him liable today, but didn't find the company liable, MyPillow, but found him personally liable to this guy. I don't know much about what that means. I did see somebody say that he could absolutely win on appeal because they thought the whole thing was, the judge, from the judge down, they thought the whole thing seemed kind of rigged against him. I don't know if that's true. I obviously wasn't in the courtroom, but I did see that response. But I did see that today, that he was found liable, I believe, personally, ordered to pay $2.3 million to this guy from Dominion. But the company itself, MyPillow, was not found liable. That's my understanding of what happened today out there in Colorado. So anyways, LFS6B is the promo code. They sponsor sports. What's going on, Slick?
Well, sports takes a big backseat to everything that's going on, Big D, but it's part of the show, so I'm going to report on it. We have a world championship of all things tonight. Game 5, Oklahoma City hosting the Indiana Pacers. Series tied at 2. Great series going on. Obviously, a pivotal Game 5. OKC favored by 9.5, so the odds makers seem to like the Thunder tonight to take that one and take a 3-2 lead back to Indiana. Game just tipped off about 2 minutes ago. I'll have score updates a little bit later in the show, or at least on my next sports segment. Let's get to golf yesterday. Big one, right? Big D. JJ Spawn captures first major title, wins 125th U.S. Open. Mark Schleyback of ESPN. Oakmont, Pennsylvania we go. JJ Spawn survived a terrible start and challenging elements to pull away from the pack and capture his first major championship with a 2-stroke victory in the 125th U.S. Open at Oakmont Country Club on Sunday. After birdieing the 17th hole to take a 1-stroke lead, Spawn made a 64.5 foot putt on the 18th to secure his unlikely victory and defeat Scotland's Robert McIntyre by 2. After Spawn's long putt fell in the cup, he dropped his putter, raised his arms, and gave the crowd a fist pump. He hugged caddy Mark Cairns and later embraced his wife Melody and 2 young daughters. What a Father's Day that was, right? Spawn said he didn't look at the scoreboard as he walked up to the 18th fairway because he didn't want to know if he had a 2-stroke lead. I knew based on what the crowd was saying that I felt like I 2-putted. I would probably win, Spawn said, but I didn't want to look because I didn't want to play defensive. I want to do anything dumb. I tried trying to protect the 3-putt or something like that. About 8 feet out, I kind of went up to the high side to see if it had a chance of going in, and it was like going right in. I was just in shock, disbelief that it went in, and it was over. Spawn was the only golfer to finish under par at -1 under 279. He posted a 2 over 72 on Sunday and went 3 under on the back 9. Great back 9. Spawn will collect $4.3 million. Not bad for 4 days' work, huh? For the biggest payday of his career. So great stuff there on the golf course. Big D yesterday. I know you said you checked it out earlier, but man, what a win. Now, guys, I know you've been concerned about this all year, but relax. July 4th, we'll be back to normal. Joey Chestnut to compete in Nathan's hot dog eating contest after being forced to miss the 2024 event. Chestnut's partnership with Impossible Foods was a sore spot last year. Ryan Gatos of Fox News. Joey Chestnut announced on Monday he'll return to Nathan's hot dog eating contest next month following his absence from the event back in 2024. Chestnut, who holds the competition's record for most hot dogs eaten with 76 in 2021, wrote on social media that he and the organizers of the contest found common ground of his partnerships. Chestnut's partnership with Impossible Foods caused an issue for Nathan's Famous last year, and it's kept the champion out of the competition. It just wasn't the same. It really wasn't. Come July 4th, he'll be back in Coney Island. I'm thrilled to be returning to the Nathan's Famous 4th of July hot dog eating contest. The event means the world to me. It's a cherished tradition, a celebration of American culture, and a huge part of my life, Chestnut wrote on X. While I have and continue to partner with a variety of companies, including some in the plant-based space, I guess that was the problem. Those relationships were never a conflict with my love for hot dogs. To be clear, Nathan's is the only hot dog company I've ever worked with. I respect that there are differences in our interpretation, but I'm grateful we have been able to find common ground. I'm excited to be back on the Coney Island stage, doing what I live to do and celebrating the 4th of July and hot dogs in my hand. Stay home. Boy, who knew hot dogs would be so political? I mean, you talk about pork barreling, right? It takes it to a whole new level. But anyway, good stuff. So yes, Joey Chestnut will be there in Coney Island for the hot dog eating contest. Big D's going to put the game on so I can keep you up to date with the scores there in that Game 5 NBA Finals. Big D actually forgot there was an NBA Finals. He was so busy with the United Football League all weekend, he couldn't get over this. But anyway, Big D.
How's he talking about the United Football League? What does that mean?
Oh, it was a big championship this weekend. You missed it.
Was it really?
Yeah, D.C., man. They took it to town. They destroyed Michigan. Poor Kevin. He can't recover. Anyway, that's a wrap in sports. Big D, with it's back to you, buddy.
All right. Okay, buddy. What game do you want on?
I like the NBA Finals, Game 5. Thank you very much, NBA.
Because you report on sports. So
yes, that would be nice.
Okay,
Indiana Pacers, Oklahoma City Thunder. There it is, right to your left. Got it.
Not because we're boring him to death.
No, never.
That's fine.
You guys, you're the best.
All right, let's do one story, Delgado, and then we'll do Flynn when we get back, and then we'll do Paul Nolan's news when we get back. What do you got going on?
All right, one quick story here is Iran asked the Gulf states to mediate the ceasefire with Israel, believe it or not, and well, it's not really working. Tehran has asked Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Oman to pressure U.S. President Donald Trump to use his influence. Check this out. To use his influence on Israel to agree to an immediate ceasefire, 2 Iranian and 3 regional sources told Reuters earlier today. That begs the question, now that we look back a couple weeks back there, Paul, to what was going on with President Trump and Qatar. Now Qatar has come into the equation. Was that part of this? Was this a strategic plan, you think, by Trump to say, you know what, let me get these guys over on my side of the table?
I wouldn't be surprised.
And knowing that the 60 days, knowing that Iran was not going to make a deal, kind of probably hedging his bet that they wouldn't come to the table, make a deal, and say, well, I'm going to have these players on my side. Good luck, because at 61 days, you're on your own.
I couldn't disagree with that. I mean, I'm sure Trump is, constantly trying to create allies everywhere he can. So, well, let's just see how it plays out. Honestly, this to me, watching now Tucker Carlson and then Musk fight, I feel like I'm watching like a soap opera, like all my favorite stars are dying.
All right, we'll do some news. What even is that? Coming up top of the hour, live from Studio 6B. Right after this. hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday, brand new week, June 16th. Glad you're in. Hope you had a nice weekend. Hope you had a nice Father's Day. Slicks Harris doing sports. Delgado's going to do some more news. Paul Nolan's got news coming up right now. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. And you, the live from Studio 6B audience. We're glad you're in on a Monday night. Of course, so much going on. We are keeping track, obviously, as well, the president, I guess, it's going to take a couple hours for him to get back to the White House, right? So most likely we're not going to hear anything within the 2 hours of this show. But we'll see a lot of speculation about what's going on. President Trump leaves the G7 to head back to the White House. All kinds of speculation on if and how and to what extent the U.S. is going to get involved in finishing this thing off with Israel and Iran. Our guy, Josh Hammer, friend of the show, says it's interesting that the guy who defined America first is now not actually America first because he's on board with a close ally, neutralizing the nuclear program of a fanatical foe that has literally been trying to assassinate him for years. So, all right, Paul Nolan's got the news. Mr. Nolan, what else besides this is on your radar?
I thought this fell into the well category. Harvard fires star professor who fabricated data for a dishonesty study. Which I
can't even make it up.
Can't make this up.
Actually, he did.
Headline.
Oh, man.
What
This
a
is
stretch.
from Zero Hedge, Tyler Durden, great writer. Celebrated Harvard professor who researched why people are dishonest was fired and stripped of tenure after a probe found she fabricated data on multiple studies. Francesco Gina, a star behavioral scientist at Harvard Business School who worked and focused on why people cheat, was found to have manipulated observations in 4 studies so that her findings would support her hypothesis. This is all according to a 1,300-page report detailing the university's months-long investigation. Of note, Harvard has not revoked a professor's tenure since the 1940s, so this falls right into the, well, look who got caught cheating. So I think this is a fantastic story. Again, another example of Harvard just sucking at everything they do. Another interesting, Putin warns Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei his regime's survival is at stake. Well, thanks. Thanks, Copernicus. Thanks for showing me across the universe. Russian President Vladimir Putin is warning the Supreme Leader that his regime is at stake. Israel on Friday launched air attacks on Iranian nuclear and military sites, which resulted in Iran launching airstrikes. Israel's air attacks obviously come through. After a phone call with Putin, he warned Khamenei that his regime is in danger. Trump posted on Truth Social, President Putin called this morning very nicely to wish me a happy birthday, but more importantly to talk about Iran. He knows the country very well. And so the nice thing is that Putin and Trump are talking. So let's have some diplomacy. So those are the 2 I wanted to get to quickly. If you want to get over to Delgado, that's fine.
All right, very good. Paul Nolan, we'll have some more news in hour 2. Slick will have more sports. Let's do some headlines, the most important headlines or the biggest headlines in the world before we do what even is that at the top of the hour. Rick Delgado's got it. News is brought to you by our friends at EternalLifeCoin.com. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, there are various different directions I can go, but they're all going to lead me to one guy in particular, President Donald J. Trump. And today, Damon celebrates a decade. Yes, a decade. Exactly a decade since President Donald Trump rode down the golden escalator at Trump Tower and launched his historic presidential bid that completely upended American politics. Most of the legacy media did not take his candidacy for the Republican nomination particularly seriously at the time. After decades of flirting with the White House run, the billionaire reality TV show star was finally officially in on June 16th of 2015, giving a freewheeling speech that served notice of the media dominating candidate of the way he would be. And a lot of times, I guess during the speech, a lot of people, even on other networks that are conservative looked at it as there's no way he can win. Here's a take. Here's the media take on President Trump making his announcement. Here's what they said exactly 10 years ago. Probably the worst political take of all time. Cut number 5. Check this out. Cut 5.
I'm just really happy right now. A billionaire vanity candidate taking the escalator to the White House.
Hey, only losers walk.
Unconventional? Will people who love him love it? Yeah, but will it get him anywhere close to becoming the nominee or the president of the United States? I think not.
Can we stipulate for the purposes of this conversation that Donald Trump will never be president of the United States?
How can you even have a straight face right now? There are no words to describe what just happened.
Ed Rendell, do you have any doubt that this is anything more than a carnival show?
It's like I can't tell if this is politics or if this is just PR from a celebrity.
Yeah, so there you have it. The like I said, the worst
Geniuses,
media take
all of them.
from everybody, and I'm talking up and down the media landscape. They all gave Donald Trump 0.0 chance of not only winning a primary but also getting to the presidency itself. So there you have it, a 10-year celebration of the guy we call 45 and 47, President Donald J. Trump. So congratulations to him. I don't know if you saw this as well. Since he was talking about we're talking about what's going down, he's making an immediate move to get back to the White House, calling for people to be ready for him in the Situation Room when he gets there. Here is what the president had to say when talking about the Israel and Iran conflict from a reporter asking about a deal. Here's cut number 7. Check this out and listen to what the president has to say on this. Cut number 7. It's pretty quick.
Well, I hope there's going to be a deal. I think it's time for a deal, and we'll see what happens. But sometimes they have to fight it out, but we're going to see what happens. I think there's a good chance there'll be a deal.
Yeah, there you have it. I mean,
sometimes you have to fight it out.
Sometimes you have to fight it out. Maybe that's a kind of a sign that says he knows Tehran's not going to come up and make any concessions to make a deal worthwhile for anyone. So maybe they just need to be beaten into submission, so to speak, till they finally make a deal. Right? Possibly.
The dog?
Yeah,
well,
maybe spanking the dog.
If you kill all the guys saying no, eventually you're going to get to someone who says yes. Maybe that's
Yeah.
Well, let's hope.
Trump was asked about the Tucker Carlson. I don't know specifically about the interview, but I guess it was a reference to the interview. He called Trump a warmonger. Trump was asked about it today. Here's what he said.
How did you respond to Tucker Carlson criticizing you, saying that you were complicit in the war?
I don't know what Tucker Carlson is saying. Let him go get a television network and say it so that people listen.
And quickly,
You gotta love him. He's priceless.
Do you have a tweet with him from the No Kings?
Yes, I have that for later.
That is just so funny.
Yep.
You should go get a television network
funny.
and say it so somebody will listen. Okay, well, there you go.
Yeah, and finally, I don't know if you guys saw this. Israel striking Iran basically at will, since they own the skies over Iran, as Iranian state TV, kind of gets a live look at what's going on. Cut number 4. Here, check this out. Cut 4.
Wow, 4th of July.
It's the same thing that happens if looks like Harry wired up the studio. Yeah. Time to go to break.
Was he saying Allah Akbar?
I think so. Oh boy! As they run for the toilet. Anyhow. All right.
All right, quick hour 1. What even is that coming up? Top of hour 2 when we get back right after this.
tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to denounce religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Live from Studio 6B on a Monday, June 16th. Glad you're in. Real America's Voice. Slick's going to do some more sports coming up. Delgado's got headline news, most important headlines in the universe, or whatever the hell he calls it. Paul Nolan's going to have news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Harry on the Highway is not in the studio, so the studio should not blow up like that one did.
We won't have to run for the toilets and hide?
I don't think so. Right, but that could be what happens when Harry wires up your studio. Kind of looks the same. That's pretty epic footage, by the way.
It really is.
That is pretty epic footage. Talk about needing to go to break, man. All right, we'll get to a lot in hour two. We'll continue to track, although I don't think we'll see anything in this hour about what exactly is going on. President Trump leaves the G7. A lot of speculation about what's going on, what the involvement of the U.S. is going to be. Is that actually what it is? A lot of people speculating a lot of things online. Probably not a great idea.
Like what?
Joel Pollack, though, from Breitbart, says possible reasons for Trump to rush to the Situation Room. Number one, U.S. is joining the war. This is what people assume. 2, Israel is striking aggressively. They were already. 3, specific intel on a new Iranian threat to maybe the U.S. or Israel. 4, specific version of number 3, Iran has gone nuclear. Is it possible that they already had nuclear capabilities and nobody knew it? I guess is what he means there. He says, I don't know.
Well, keep in mind, he did kind of allude to people should evacuate Tehran tonight.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty ominous.
Yeah, he didn't allude. He flat out said it.
Okay, he said it.
So, all right, well, we'll get back to all of that in sports and news. But right now, time for one of my new favorite segments here on the show. And that, of course, is Rick Delgado with What Even Is That?
All right, Damon. Well, thank you. So
you're welcome so much.
Yeah, well, you know, it's been a good weekend. But just when you thought the week for Democrats couldn't get any worse for them or better for us, well, I have just 3 words for you.
All right.
That's right. Or as my esteemed colleague Paul Nolan would say,
exactly.
Well. Of course, exactly. well. Because this weekend, really, the left really exposed themselves like never before. Like some MAGA magician cast a spell. And alakazam! Liberals, with the help from their friends in the media, just went full Rosie.
All right.
Yeah, she went full Rosie, all right. Yep, and as if you couldn't hate the mainstream media enough, just listen to how they described the week that started out with riots not really disguised as peaceful protests.
and turn what is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn into a massive confrontation and altercation between officers and
it ends
demonstrators.
on an even lower note for the American-hating left, with more riots, again, not disguised as peaceful protests, with rioters even attacking law enforcement.
Well, this person, place, noun, or thing, or whatever the hell it is, attacks a cop and ends up getting swept by the leg. My God, and nearly put in a body bag.
Yes, as you can see, the police were not having it.
Yes, in the face!
That's right, in the face. Oh, it's just a flesh wound there, little guy. Put some dirt on it and walk it off, you friend-zone beta male. But don't worry, because mentally challenged liberal Democrats probably also think that this type of behavior... Yes, there you go. Is not only going to get them votes and supporters, but will also help them bring back, that now coveted white male vote. Oh, look, here's one now. Check them out. There's a white male voter. Just can't wait to vote Democrat, can you? Wait, wrong way, big guy. There you go. Oops, there you go. Welcome back. And the craziness shows no signs of slowing down. Even on Father's Day weekend, where dads all over and and of all kinds should have enjoyed a relaxing day to be celebrated for all they do, the liberal left wants none of that.
Don't kill me.
I'm human.
Yes, all they want is destruction of themselves, the nuclear family.
Talk about getting drugged.
And of course,
don't kill me.
To help
out of the way, stupid.
To help sow chaos.
You guys make a good point, but my producers tell me to distract people with chaos so they don't notice who's actually starting World War III.
Right, Paul? I mean, we saw all of this all weekend around the entire country. Just a smorgasbord of stupid that only the left could conjure up. There you go. And oh, what a charmer she is, right, boys?
Wow.
Yeah. Right around now, everybody out there in TV land is getting a glimpse of the future of that weird lady as she becomes the weird, lonely cat lady that's going to live down the block or on your street in the future. But it's not only from the fringe left of the people in the public as you see them walking by. Oh, no, this lunacy is also right here in our local, state, and sadly, our federal government. Seriously, I don't even know which dude is real. And don't complain. I don't want to see the emails. I don't want anybody complaining that I misgendered or misidentified, whatever this is. Because there it is. I can't misgender this thing if I don't even know what even is that.
It's the Grand Marsha.
That, my friends, is supposedly a sitting member of Congress. Maybe she should consider sitting like this because she's definitely not one of the lovable Three Stooges. My apologies to Mo for this one. But between what we see coming from the wacko loser left on a regular basis and now from this past weekend, including Father's Day, I think it's safe to say, now that we have a real president in charge, this country, its communities big and small, all around the great nation, can take comfort knowing that what we saw the previous 4 years during the Biden administration is a thing of the past and thankfully has been put out to pasture. Now, when you do see him, he might look like this, walking around, yelling, talking to himself, or ranting at some random inanimate objects in a park somewhere. There he is, Joe.
That's great.
Way to go, Joe.
Reduced anxiety help. That's the booth?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Sure, they tried to disrupt a great weekend with their No Kings marches, right? But from the looks of these people, they might actually need more of these types of activities, to get their steps in.
Off the list.
Because from what I see right now, they do love themselves some king, as long as they can supersize it. Speaking of supersized, Damon Gnome.
Yeah. What?
Back to you.
Oh.
Yeah, come on, give me that cigar.
Hold the pickles.
That's good right there. All right, Rick Delgado, what even is that on a Monday night?
Nicely done.
And that was good.
Nicely done.
Nicely done.
DC Drano, Roger O'Hanley, I believe, on Twitter tonight. Now, I disagreed with him almost on every tweet he put out when it came to the debt ceiling and the big, beautiful bill. And people told me, wrote me, how could you disagree? Roger is great. And blah, 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 blah. He says tonight, friendly reminder, Donald Trump is not George Bush. He's the exact opposite of a neocon warmonger class that dragged us into forever wars. And he called them out many times over the years. If Trump says something needs to be done, then it probably needs to be done.
That's comforting.
So that's from DC Drano tonight, about 3 minutes ago on X. So I don't know where people stand on him now, but that's his take on this.
Now, what is he referring to, what needs to get done?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess if he feels like we need to drop a couple bunker buster bombs that Israel doesn't have to finish the job, then he feels like they need to finish the job. I would think that's what he's referring to, but I don't know.
Sounds to me like what he's thinking of. I mean, he's not George Bush, so let's hope he's right. Let's hope, right? Let's hope that this is going to be like you guys said at the beginning of the shows, tactical strikes in, out, like Wisconsin. It's no big deal. It's just like stripes, like they ran into Czechoslovakia and out. And let's hope it's over in no time.
Charlie Kirk says Trump was elected for moments like this. And again, we don't know exactly what the moment's going to be, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye out the rest of this hour. President Trump on his way back to the White House, supposedly right to the Situation Room when he gets back to Washington, D.C. tonight. That's the word. All right, let's do some sports right now, and then we'll do some news when we get back. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell and My Pillow. Slick's got it. What's going on, Slickster?
Big D, NBA Game 5 Finals. Here we go. We had series tied at 2 with OKC and Indiana, and right now the Thunder lead 32-22, again, at the end of the first quarter, so plenty of time there left, but boy, Thunder have come out strong, looking good there, so we'll see. Pivotal Game 5 tonight. Whoever wins that may have the upper hand here, especially going into Indiana in a Game 6. Tomorrow night, Oilers and Panthers, Stanley Cup Game 6. Right now, Florida with a 3-2 lead, and boy, they almost look unbeatable after the other night. I watched that game, and it's going to be tough to knock out Florida. Florida looking for a trip back to the White House would be nice to see the president, and obviously that'd be great stuff. So, and I get a couple other quick stories, if I may, Big D. Well, talk about letting pride get in the way. Disgusting Mets fans furious after pride display during National Anthem. Dylan Gwynn of Breitbart. Yeah, the Mets are having a great season. They go do something stupid on Flag Day, no less. Mets fans are voicing their discontent after their team showed the pride flag during the playing of the National Anthem Friday night. Just before their game against the Tampa Bay Rays, as fans stood for the playing of the National Anthem, spectators expecting to see the stars and stripes on the Jumbotron were instead shown the pride flag. Unbelievable.
Oh boy, it's a Flag Day, on Flag Day.
On Flag Day.
They missed one concert.
Well, it was Friday night, so it was, well, it said Friday, but it actually was Saturday, right, that game? So, yeah, so it didn't take long for fans the next to express their anger, especially since the incident occurred on Flag Day. So, getting into the story a little bit more, the fans absolutely lost their mind, and all MLB teams that hold LGBTQ plus events during Pride Month, except for the Texas Rangers. However, this is a first as far as a team displaying the pride flag during the National Anthem, which really took it one step further in, of all places, Queens, right? But, yeah, unbelievable. I couldn't believe that story. Just out of control.
Did you see what else they did?
No.
They had two guys making out on the kiss cam.
Oh, you got to be kidding me!
Seriously.
I mean, it just knows no boundaries, really. To see that in the game and like you said, on Flag Day. I know the story originally said Friday night, but it was Saturday.
Did you say Flag Day?
Yeah, Flag Day.
Yeah, one consonant off.
Yeah. Unbelievable. So, what are you going to do? And, well, that's pretty much a wrap in sports. Big D, again, getting into the second quarter now of that NBA Finals game, 32-22. Indiana right now trailing OKC. OKC at home looking to take a commanding 3-2 lead.
All right, 13 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. More to do on a Monday. We get back right after this. right, 17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B, Sound Like the Blues. You know, we're days away from what's been dubbed the real reset. We've been talking about it here. The greatest threat to the U.S. dollar's global dominance in over 80 years on July 6th. BRICS nations, Russia, China, India, and Iran, or many more, are expected. Iran may be short in the people they could send there, but we'll see. They're expected to unveil their plans to circumvent the U.S. dollar, thus cratering its value. They've already been laying the groundwork as their central banks have been methodically divesting from the U.S. dollar and U.S. bonds in favor of gold. How can you protect your IRA or 401k from the fallout from this landmark shift? Well, diversify with gold from the Birch Gold Group. Historically, gold has been a safe haven in times of high uncertainty, which, of course, right now certainly qualifies as that. Get a free information kit on tax-sheltered gold IRAs by texting the word America to the number 989898. July 6th marks a monumental shift happening among nations that control 1/3 of the world's GDP. Arm yourself with information to diversify your retirement savings. Text America to the number 989898 and claim your free information kit from our friends over at Birch Gold. Text America to the number 989898. 18 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Couple quick things I want to get to. I see a lot of people saying they just can't believe this is Trump's position. They're surprised, the whole Tucker Carlson angle. Just want to remind everybody, Fayetteville, North Carolina, back, I don't know the date on this, but it wasn't too long before the election. So less than a year ago, here was Trump talking to Anna Paulina Luna on stage.
only takes like a half a question, usually can't answer it, but they asked him, what do you think about Iran? Would you hit Iran? And he goes, as long as they don't hit the nuclear stuff. That's the thing you want to hit, right? I said, I think he's got that one wrong. Isn't that what you're supposed to hit? I mean, it's the biggest risk we have. Nuclear weapons, the power of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. You know, I rebuilt the entire military, jets, everything. I built it, including nuclear, and I hated to build the nuclear, but I got to know firsthand the power of that stuff, and I'll tell you what, we have to be totally prepared. We have to be absolutely prepared. But when they asked him that question, the answer should have been, hit the nuclear first and worry about the rest later. And that's where they should. If they're going to do it, they're going to do it. But we'll find out whatever their plans are. But it only takes like a half.
So there you go.
So this is coming.
I'm not sure what people are surprised about.
Just the News is reporting that the Pentagon said the U.S. vows it's maintaining a defensive posture as Trump assembles his National Security Council. This is from Misty Severi. It just came in 15 minutes ago. Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell on Monday night claimed on social media that the United States is not looking to enter a war with Iran and will retain a defensive posture in the region. Trump, who spent the day in Canada for the G7 summit, will return to the White House Monday, and we know he's going to be part of that Security Council. So, look, maybe everyone's just overreacting. Maybe everyone's overreacting because we're in debt. We're thinking America first, get the nation back on its feet, get the economy going again. I think everyone's just tired of the trillions being spent, so everyone's kind of shell-shocked, I suppose. But if this is going to be Trump, he's always been anti-war for the most part, and he's got this under control. Let's see how it plays out, I guess.
Here's General Flynn with Steve Bannon talking about exactly, because a lot of, actually Paul was just talking with me in the break, that there's a lot of, what'd you say, it's not scientists, but experts, researchers who believe that they really weren't as close as some people say.
Yeah, there's been 12, if I watched the thing where it's 12 years of them saying they're 2 weeks, a month away sort of thing. So right. It's, And
I said last week that I wasn't sure if putting an actual number on it was the thing that everyone, at least I think Israel, was concerned about. I think they were concerned about the fact that as things move slowly, they can certainly try to keep track of what was actually happening. And once it starts to move too fast where they just can't keep track of it, that's when it becomes somewhat of a problem. But here's Michael Flynn on with Steve Bannon today.
So, first of all, I want people to understand is Iran was probably days away from matching the capabilities from ballistic missile capabilities with a nuclear uranium-enriched warhead. Okay, days away. If they were in that period, since we've all been talking about this, Steve, for a long time, we have a psychotic regime, and most of whom their leadership has been taken out. And I posted this morning that I have reports that the Ayatollah may have been wounded in one of those strikes. So that's out there. So we have a psychotic regime that has not only talked about the annihilation of the nation state of Israel, but also talked about how we, as the great Satan, need to be annihilated from the planet. So these are psychotic leaders. I have video now that has been sent to me from inside of Iran that has showed the people of Iran celebrating this attack by the Israelis. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, period. Now, back to your bigger question about, was this a unilateral effort? I think that whoever's using those words needs to really rethink those and be very careful about who's using them. If it's the Israeli regime, if it's the Israelis that are using it, then we have to be suspect, because if we're providing intelligence, and we are then not implied, but specifically involved in supporting the attack itself. So there's a broader regional conflict that is playing out right now. The other part that I did not add in this morning that I think people need to be aware of, because I'm going to be carrying this later today or tomorrow, is what's China's role? Because the Chinese are the biggest beneficiary right now of what is happening globally, specifically in the region of the Middle East, because of their One Belt initiative. and they have massive amounts of resources that flow into Africa, flow into Europe, and flow back through the Persian Gulf and back through Iran. So China's a big beneficiary, and for President Trump recently to have cut a deal with Xi, where I guess he's going to continue to allow Chinese students that are into our universities who are ripping us off every single day of intellectual property and going back. We spend $10 billion on a weapon system. They spend $100.
Yeah. So I mean, the point was really the first part of it, where I mean, again, and I don't know how you quantify any of this. People say months. He literally says days. So
yeah, I mean, we don't know. I guess the end. Listen, what do we know? We're a bunch of guys just sitting around eating Bucky's, but like, let's be real about it. I mean, if there is actual intelligence that says that they're that close, well, when they're done with Israel, they're coming for who? Us. Every Christian on the planet is next. So, how do you argue with that? But like, the thing is, I just don't trust the intelligence agencies anymore. But we are, we just have to trust Trump, and that's what we voted for. It's really all there is to it.
Yeah. All right, 24 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Boy, the speculation is just wild online tonight. This is going to be a nightmare for the next 48 hours, I'm seeing. Israel deserves no more money. I mean, we don't even know what's exactly happening right now.
Let me ask you a question. Let's just say it does come down to U.S. money. How many trillions would you say we budget to it? 3 trillion, 5 trillion. What's the trillions?
I don't think they need our money. Don't they have enough?
I know, but we've been giving them $50 billion a year for how many years? Just because.
No, if anything, it'd be in the form of military aid.
Yeah, like how much? Like, what's the number? I mean, America's
a few $100 billion, maybe.
We're broke.
Bonchi, Trump's rapid response accounts are spamming videos of him saying Iran can have a nuclear weapon over the last years. The one I just played is one of them. Something is up. Daniel Greenfield, President Trump is not fracturing his base. He's fracturing the influencer base. But those people aren't for him. They're making money off MAGA and then making money off turning on MAGA. They make it both ways. There's a lot of feelings out there tonight about what's going on. We'll continue to track it all. 26 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. More news with Doug Otter right after this. right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Monday night. Slick's going to do some more sports. Delgado's going to do more news. Paul Nolan's got a couple more headlines as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down, as always, on a Monday night. Glad you're in. Please welcome back to the show the Director of Epigenics at the Wellness Company. That's Dr. Ben Tapper. Dr. Tapper, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Very good. Always nice to have you on. Thanks for a few moments. Is there a deadly parasite that's coming to the country, and haven't we been trying to keep these things out of the country? What can you tell us about this?
Well, I mean, there's always, I have to be careful with this because I feel like there's always a fear-mongering campaign being pushed. Parasites are kind of the hot topic right now, and I'm thankful that we're talking about this because, parasites are a bigger issue than what we're led to believe. And so, yes, I do think that parasites have always been around, but really I think they're just getting the attention that they deserve.
So specifically to this, looking in my notes, this New World Screw Worm, can you tell us about this? Is this something that we're supposed to be worried about or should be worried about, or what should we know?
Well, first of all, this parasite has been around. They say it's been eradicated, but I believe that this parasite is nothing's new under the sun. I mean, the Bible tells us that, and I don't think there's anything to fear here. But again, I think parasites are a big issue, and you have to ask yourself why that is. And it's because the whole nature in parasites, they attack vulnerabilities, they exploit vulnerabilities, and right now the American people are sick. We have more chronic disease than ever before, and parasites come to the issue here, not because we're well, but because we are sick, and they prey on the vulnerable when our immune systems are weak. And again, we have more chronic disease than ever before. And you have to ask yourself why are these parasites coming to these people, and why are they preying on the sick? And it's because we have poor lifestyle, and 80% of Americans are suffering with chronic disease than ever before. And it's a lot like how the flies attack the trash, and it's no different.
Has the, I don't know. I mean, I think most people, if you ask them, and you ever talk about this with your doctor, the medical establishment seems to have completely avoid or not even talk about this, kind of taking their eye off the ball. Would you have an opinion on why that is?
Well, absolutely. It's because you have to address the cause. And that's the lifestyle. There are methods of getting rid of these parasites, absolutely, and I do recommend that. But again, you have to address the bigger issue here, because why do we have parasites? It's usually not the cause of disease, but it's usually an underlying systemic issue that's at hand here, and that's addressing lifestyle choices. And there's no money in addressing lifestyle, and that's why we're not talking about it in the allopathic medical world here. And so that's my opinion, because, and again, they're not taught to address the cause. They're to address symptomatology. And it's there to, a lot of these medications and these drugs in the allopathic world, they address the symptoms and not the cause of disease.
So you said there, I heard you say that there is ways and you would recommend. What would you recommend?
Well, the Wellness Company has a phenomenal heavy hitter. The ivermectin and the menben is a combo, which is a very, very powerful combo to eradicate parasites. And look at during COVID, ivermectin was a therapeutic that was helping a lot of people during COVID at the time, and it's an anti-parasitic medication. It's a heavy hitter. Same with hydroxychloroquine. So I would recommend that. If you do take that, I also recommend maybe taking like a charcoal binder, some other things that kind of help, because when parasites die, they will literally poop out metals or other toxins, and so taking those binders can help. But it is a very, very powerful anti-parasitic medication that will absolutely get rid of parasites in the body. And once you do take that, I recommend getting, focus on good lifestyle choices. We must eat well, we must move well, and think well, and we can be well.
We're speaking with Dr. Ben Tapper from the Wellness Company. You can go to twc.health/voice, twc.health/voice. Finally, let me ask you, Secretary Kennedy recently fired 17 members of a powerful vaccine advisory committee. Give me your thoughts on that. Good move, I'm assuming you think?
Absolutely, it's a good move. We have to, if I was in charge, I would just eradicate the ACIP. The Advisory Committee for Immunization Practices has a history of nothing but, favoring private interest. They've been censoring and gaslighting, poor parents of vaccine injury. They have, I can show you study after study where they have been shown to be neglecting the truth and true science. So I am super happy with that move, firing these 17 people from the ACIP. Now it all depends on who we are replacing them with. So my vote is to just eradicate the ACIP. I don't think we need another governing board here with immunization practices. I think it needs to be eradicated. But again, I think maybe this is Bobby's strategic way of getting in and infiltrating the system and maybe exposing a lot of the corruption, because he's doing a good job at that. So I pray that this continues on, and I pray that we have more good news from Bobby's team.
TWC.health/voice. You can visit the wellness company if you're interested in any of their great kits, products. Check them out. TWC.health/voice. Promo code VOICE to save an additional 10% at checkout. Dr. Ben Tapper, Director of Epigenics over at the wellness company. Always appreciate a few moments. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
All right, there you go. 35 past the hour. Dr. Ben Tapper, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some news, headline news, and that's Rick Delgado's got it. What's going on, Delgado?
Stories in the world, Damon. Get the pronunciation right on the title. Appreciate that.
What did I say?
I don't know, but it wasn't what I just said. The man suspected of shooting and killing a Minnesota lawmaker and her husband, as well as shooting and wounding a second lawmaker and his wife, and he also killed their dog. Stalked his victims like prey, according to U.S. Attorney for the District of Minnesota, Joseph Thompson said, and shot them in cold blood. His crimes are the stuff of nightmares, Thompson said at a news conference as he outlined the chilling details. Of course, you may have already heard of this by now, but Vance Bolter, 57, is accused of killing Democrat Minnesota State Rep Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark, and wounding Democratic State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette in political assassinations, Thompson said. Bolter allegedly showed up at the doors in the middle of the night impersonating a police officer and wearing a realistic-looking mask, officials said. Notably, 2 other lawmakers were spared the night of the shootings because I guess he went to another house, a third house, but those lawmakers were already out of the town. They went on vacation. Here's the FBI doing a press conference on the Minnesota murder of Representative Hortman. This is cut number 3. Check this out, cut number 3.
Belter approached Representative Hortman's home, again dressed as a police officer, wearing the tactical vest and body armor, and wearing that hyper-realistic mask. He was armed and carrying a flashlight. Before he entered the home, 2 Brooklyn Park police officers arrived at the scene. They too had been dispatched to check on Representative Hortman after learning of the shooting of Senator Hoffman. When they arrived at the scene, they saw Belter's black SUV parked in the driveway with the emergency lights flashing, and they saw Belter standing in front of the house several feet from the door. When Belter saw the officers get out of the car, he drew his weapon and began firing. He rushed into the house through the front door, firing into it. He repeatedly fired into the house, and when he entered, he murdered Representative Hortman and her husband, Mark. The Brooklyn Park police officers fired at Belter as he rushed into the home, but he escaped into the home and out the back.
Yeah, so there you have it. He was arrested overnight over the weekend near a farm in Green Island, Minnesota, facing federal charges that also include stalking and firearm charges. State charges including first-degree murder. Bolter allegedly had firearms and a list of 45 other elected officials in his notebooks in his car that they found. He also had flyers for the No Kings protest. He allegedly surveilled the homes of his victims, took notes, Thompson said, in a search of the home in Minneapolis where he had lived. The authorities seized a list of other public officials and noted that under Melissa Hortman's name, reading married, Mark, 2 children, 11 terms. So he was stalking these people. He knew what they were up to. And again, I don't know if you saw the video. I didn't pull it for this, but Representative Hortman, Melissa Hortman, she had recently voted against extending what do you call it?
Yeah, money for illegals.
Money for illegals against the other Democrats. And she was upset by placing her vote, but she felt that it was the right thing to do. Some people think it has to do something with that.
Does that story just seem strange that 2 cops pull up to the car. He's still outside, hasn't even gone in yet, and
yeah, it does.
All of that transpires the way you just read it.
The way he describes it, I can see that happening. Yeah,
escaped through the back door. Nobody covered the back.
Well, again, you've got 2 officers pulling up to the house. They only went to do a check on this particular representative. I guess her name popped up. Did they think he was
a real cop when they got there, though?
Maybe they thought he was a real cop. They said his car had its flashers on. It was in the driveway, and he was standing at the door.
How could 2 of them not get to him in quick enough to kill him, though?
Well, you're pulling up. There's a guy at the door. As you get out, the guy opens fire on you.
Yeah.
Of course, you're going to duck, right?
Yeah.
And then you still got to draw your weapon. And that time, he's pushing his way into the house, and he shoots the 2 people inside.
Oh no, that's. Oof. I mean, obviously.
What's a really strange part of this whole thing? I don't know if you guys saw this, but his wife, Vance Butler's wife, the man, of course, that they were looking for, they also put out a bolo on his wife. They were surveilling her. And she was actually detained, along with 3 relatives, by law enforcement more than 100 miles from her house late morning after the shooting. Law enforcement partners in the metro area working with the case became aware she was traveling through my county, according to the Sheriff Burton. Talking about Bolter's wife, Jenny Bolter. Burton said the stop occurred between 10:30 and 11 outside of the convenience store. Deputies in the office responded with law enforcement. She was pulled over. They checked her car. She had $10,000 in cash, passports for her and her family members, guns and ammo also in the car. So I don't know what this is about. I don't know what this is about Jenny Bolter, but it sounds like, well,
definitely not a camping trip.
Yeah, definitely not a camping trip. Maybe she was aware of what he was up to. It was like, they're on to him. I better get out of here and take everybody with me.
You know, I mean, I'm just asking because I don't know. I guess you can. Obviously, you can. You don't think the cops pulling up knew that car wasn't a cop car? It was that good?
I don't know. It's at night.
I don't know.
He had a security guy. From what I understand, he had I guess he had the tactical uniform on. He had a car that matched, I guess, a police type vehicle,
yeah, like an undercover black Ford Explorer type of car. That's what it was.
Well, I tell you, I'd be lying if I told you that didn't seem all strange to me. It does. The whole thing, how that went down, the way you described it, seems awfully weird. But that's just me.
I don't know.
What else, Delgado? Anything right now?
Right now, in terms of this case here, of course, he's being held, I believe it's on $15 million bail, much less than President Trump was held for some misdemeanors in the state of New York.
Was he charged with first degree? I thought I saw someone say it was only second degree.
Yeah, he was charged with second-degree murder, that it wasn't premeditated.
Yeah.
Somehow they made a determination, and again, this is, you're talking about a blue state, that somehow that stalking, going to somebody's house, making sure they're there, and knowing all these details about
having a manifesto list.
Yeah, before you put bullets into it.
No premeditation there at all.
It doesn't constitute being premeditated.
Something seems...
This whole thing is...
MK Ultra.
All right, we'll wrap it up when we get back live from Studio 6B. That's just so terrible. 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B. I'm trying to get the Yuka app to scan the Bucky nuts here and see what the deal is. I'm sure it's not good, but we're going to see anyway. So while I'm doing this, let's do our final sports and get around to the guys for news. We'll start with Slick. Slick Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. My Pillow. Slick, what's going on?
All right, Big D, let's get to the scores right now. NBA Finals at the half. Oklahoma City in full control, up by 14 there, leading 59-45. This series is tied at 2 games. Very pivotal game 5, as I said, all night. Winner of this game could be the linchpin there. OKC looking good. So unless Indiana has some major three-pointers and goes on a big run here, it looks like OKC may walk away with that game. And NHL Stanley Cup Finals will have Game 6 tomorrow night. We'll be reporting on that at 8 p.m. from Florida. Florida looking to wrap it up and win the Stanley Cup in the United States, in Florida, and they'll be repeat champions there. So pretty cool. Baseball scores, we'll get to the Diamond quick. Angels and Yankees, no score. Bottom of the 10th, no score. How about that for a pitcher's duel, huh? I guess Aaron Judge has continued to hit well. Rays 7-1 over the Orioles. Top of the 9th. Top of the 1st, Red Sox lead the Mariners 1-0. Earlier today, Phillies down the Marlins 5-2. Rockies over the Nationals 6-4. Astros taking on the A's at 10:05, and Padres out in L.A. to meet the Dodgers at 10:10 p.m. One quick story. How about this no-hitter here? Arkansas baseball star pitches historic no-hitter in College World Series. Wood had bid for a perfect game in the 8th inning until hitting a batter in the foot. Jackson Thompson of Fox News. University of Arkansas baseball star Gage Wood pitched just the 3rd no-hitter in College World Series history and first in 65 years on Monday, striking out a record 19 against Murray State to protect the team's 3-0 victory. Wood joined Jim Erla of Texas in 1950 and Jim Wixon of Oklahoma State in 1960 as the only pitchers to throw College World Series no-hitters. The junior only had 2 3-ball counts as 83 of his 119 pitches were strikes. So unbelievable there for Arkansas. We'll continue to follow the College World Series as it moves along, Big D, and also give you a report on the NBA Finals tomorrow night, as well as tracking the NHL Finals.
Yeah.
And that's wrapping sports. Back to you.
All right, Slick, very good. Before I get to Paul Nolan's news here, let me just give a report on the Yuka app. We have now officially Yuka the Buckies.
Yuka, forget about this.
Beaver Nuggets. And as I told you, my wife introduced me to the Yuka app, and we ran around, and things that are bad are usually like in the 30s, 20s.
Yeah, from bad.
Out of 100. Oh. If you're in the 20s or 30s, it's a red no. You buy this.
This is a 150.
That's better for you.
75 to 100 is considered excellent.
Yeah. The Beaver Nuggets from Bucky's comes in at 0.
Whoa!
0.
Maybe they didn't rate it. Maybe they just didn't rate it yet.
0.
0.
Contains additives to avoid. High risk.
Oh yeah, this is poison.
Oh,
Sugar, 14 grams. Sodium, 190 milligrams. Calories, 130 calories. That's per serving. Not per bag.
By the way, there's some crybaby.
Per handful.
Yelling at Delgado. That
Concrete blocks scored a 5.
It contains a bioengineered food ingredient.
Yeah, you see, you're calling it the wrong name. Some crybaby saying they're beaver nuts, not nuggets. It says nuggets on here.
It says nuggets.
Oh, it says nuggets on their packaging.
Right.
But okay, good. Got it.
Crybaby.
Nolan, what else is on your
I call them beaver nuts.
What else is on your news radar?
The only thing I really wanted to mention was that Tim Waltz deleted every single tweet he had about this alleged killer. And, this is the guy who also said recently, we need to be more aggressive with the right. We have to, this is the guy who incites hate. So that's really it. We kind of covered everything I had. But he had some choice positive tweets about this guy Bolter, and now he's deleted them all.
Yeah, not a surprise. All right, very good. Rick Delgado, let's do your last headlines that you have here tonight. What do you got?
All right. I don't know if you saw this.
Stop chopping on the Buckies.
Yes.
The Yuka app says there is 0 out of 100.
0.0.
Now,
the buck stops here.
It looks like you could afford to eat some, but still.
I needed 1 or 2, but that's about it.
1 or 2?
Anyhow, I don't know if you saw this.
Arm and Hammer over here.
Handfuls.
Bags.
I don't know if you saw this, but this is cut number 6. Pay attention to this as it plays. There doesn't have to be any audio on it. Aaron, I don't know if I told you that or not, but if you read the ticker, start it over so I can let everybody know to read the ticker now. Check this out. CNN put this up on their news report. A mile-wide underwater volcano
is ready
to erupt.
To blow its top off the West Coast.
Yes. Scientists predict one of the Pacific
Ocean's lesser known
volcanoes will blow its vent in the coming months, causing 10,000 earthquakes.
Okay.
Is that a lot?
In one day.
Bad?
Yes.
Wow.
Is that bad? Is this
that could be considered bad. Okay. And it's amazing that nobody is actually talking about it as things are heating up. The volcano is known as Axial Seamount. It's located about 1 mile underwater on a geological hotspot where searing gushes of molten rock rise from Earth's mantle into the crust.
It's a geological hotspot.
You're a geological whatever. Anyhow.
Yeah. Oh boy.
This could be something that we should probably be paying attention to. I don't know.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
But, just something to keep in the back of your head, especially if you're out there on the West Coast. This could be something that affects you. Again, they're predicting this could go off any time now in the next couple months.
Okay, we should get Harry on the highway right out there.
Yes.
Up to 10,000 earthquakes. Lastly.
Would Harry cover this, you think? I think he would.
Absolutely.
If he gets an ad time, he'll do it.
Harry and the Rear Admiral on the water.
You haven't watched Harry's walkthrough of the control room from Saturday's parade. You should watch it on whatever socials you can find that on. It's pretty good. Pretty good. All right, go ahead, Delgado.
Anyhow, of course, we know the
blast. What else you got?
The No Kings protests that happened over the weekend. This is picture number 1 as President Trump thanks the protesters for the No Kings protests, of course. He sent this out. A huge thank you to all of the No Kings protesters yesterday. I was very concerned. A king was trying to take my place, but thanks to your tireless efforts, I'm still your president. Great job, all.
Yeah.
He's the best. It's just so clever.
If that is real, I'm not sure if that is real, believe it or not. Some are saying it might not be real.
He wasn't trolling perfectly?
But he may be retruthing it anyway, just because it's so awesome.
Oh, okay.
And lastly, from the No Kings protest, here's a woman confronting one of these protesters walking to a protest. Cut number 2. Check this out as she completely lets him have it. Cut 2.
Look, this one's got to catch up to the rest of them. Got his sign ready already. Look. Another privileged-ass white man. Look, another privileged-ass white man who wants illegals, especially illegal criminals in the country. Oh, look at the ponytail. What, no man bun? We didn't have time to put your hair up, sweetie. Loser!
It's so great when black people make fun of white men.
You're not
It's
winning
like
that.
Their heads are boom.
You didn't have a chance to put your hair up, sweetie. That is my
no man bun.
that is the line that
That's
kills
why I
it.
don't want anyone to I wanted your clips to come rolling through.
That kills it for me. So there you have it, Damon. Just a little, geological news, followed up by some protesting news.
Yeah.
Okay.
Put a
Both
nice
look
bow
like
on
they're
it
ready
for
to
you.
blow.
Nice bow on that bun.
All right, as always, we salute our military, active and active, police, firefighters, first responders, EMTs, everybody on the front lines protecting us. Thanks, guys, on the show. Aaron, Frank, great job as always. Most of all, thank you to Live from Studio 6B audience. We'll see where we are 24 hours from now. We'll be back 8 p.m. tomorrow night, live from Studio 6B, right here, Real America's Voice. We'll see you then.
Good evening and welcome to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for tuning in today. We have a fantastic treat, as we've been saying for weeks upon end. The Young Women's Leadership Summit, Turning Point's flagship women's program, happened over the weekend. program, Summit, happened over the weekend, and we've got fantastic speeches from both Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk. Watch and enjoy.
Thank you, everybody. How great is Erica, by the way? That's not easy to do, I'll tell you what. And it's amazing. She's an incredible mom and working on Bible in 365 and Proclaim Streetwear, and then she gives an amazing address like that. And so many friends here. You know, this is our 10th annual Young Women's Leadership Summit. We've been doing this for 10 years. Real women only, because there's only such thing as real women. I want to say a special thank you to our friend here, Karen Duddleston from the Duddleston Foundation. They've been so generously supporting us for years, so thank you. Without you, none of this would be possible. And so we're just going to chat for a second here, and then we wanted to open it up for questions from you, which is the most fun, but no political questions. I'll be back here tomorrow. We can do that if you want to talk about all that fun stuff. Literally just want questions for both of us about relationships and raising kids and getting married and all that stuff that you might have questions about. Mm-hmm. That's what we want to focus this Q&A on. So, Erica, great job again.
Thanks.
I love you.
I love you too, baby.
And so a lot of these young ladies have competing pressures right now.
Okay.
Some might even have parents that are like, hey, you got to get a job, you got to build your career, you got to build money. Marriage can come later. Mm-hmm. Marriage can come later. However, some ladies might be getting different advice from this conference or from even inside. They say, boy, I might want to get married sooner rather than later. How do they balance that in a godly and biblical way?
That's hard because usually those voices are coming from your parents. I mean, they were for me. And so it's hard because you're in that in-between of honoring your parents, but also knowing that there's a conviction in your heart to have a family. If you want, you can literally write down what your career, what you want that to look like on a piece of paper, put it in an envelope, go pursue. If you find the right guy, that's 90% of the problem, is finding the right person first, then building your life. And once you do find the right person and your family loves them, your parents are going to be way more understanding and into the fact of you having a family. I think that's 90% of the...
So let me ask you, raise your hand if you had to choose between amazing career or amazing family. You have to choose. Who here would choose amazing career? Raise your
That's fine if you do.
That's
please,
fine.
Like seriously, please raise your hand.
There's a couple hands. Amazing family. All the other hands got it. Okay, so for everyone that rose the hand of amazing family, how many of you every single day it's your purpose for being is finding a husband then? Every hand should then go up. But I thought you said you wanted an amazing family. You have to prioritize and aim at what you want the most. I might be the only speaker that says this these next couple of days.
You just have to make sure that you find the right...
No, I know, but you have to prioritize it.
I know, but you can't be like a heat-seeking missile where you're like, you see a guy in the back room and you're like, hi. Like you can't... there's like some nuance. I get what you're saying. I understand his sentiment.
If you're not married by the age of 30, you only have a 50% chance of getting married. And if you don't have kids by the age of 30, you have a 50% chance of not having kids. You should know that. And I'm not telling you anything that is that provocative. It's just the data, right? Having children are a gift from the Lord. And unfortunately, our culture de-emphasizes it. And again, you get what you aim at. You get what you prioritize. And so, yeah, it's interesting because every hand except a couple, and that's what, I'm not even saying which answer is right or wrong. It's just if that matters more for you, then everything you do on a daily basis should point towards that.
To add on to that, for the women who are getting married after 30, that's okay. I'm trying to bridge the gap here because it is okay. It's not ideal. It's not probably the best statistical odd position for you, but God is good. And
there's nothing wrong with it, right? It's
right.
I find
No, it's good. This is good.
No, if you just want happy talk, then that's fine. How do you tell young ladies to navigate the pressures of hookup culture on a college campus, where they feel pressured that if they don't get into, let's just say, sexual situations with a male counterpart, then they will not be able to find a boyfriend or a husband?
He's not meant to be with you. He needs to honor your purity. Save it for your husband. That's simple. Save it for your husband.
Talk more about how they should go about doing that, because the pressures are so enormous, from free contraceptives to the podcasts they listen to. How many of you feel as if it's very difficult to maintain your purity on a college campus? Raise your hand. Okay, actually, it's less than I thought. So it's easy, good. No, I guess it's fine. How many people what percentage of young ladies by the time they graduate college do you think still are virgins? Less than 25%? So it's not that easy. Okay, that's interesting. No, I'm just trying to process it, because I don't think the church talks enough about purity.
Right.
I think it's incredibly important, and we should tell young men and young ladies to save themselves for marriage. It's a beautiful thing.
Right. No, I agree. Because a lot of people will say, well, how do I know that I'm compatible with that person unless I test drive the car before I buy it? That's not a real thing. Don't listen to that lie. Because when you make that covenant with the Lord on that altar, don't let that fire burn out from the altar. That love is so special and so powerful. You will have natural chemistry within that marriage. It's not like you're marrying a robot. It's like you married your soulmate. You married the person who God made for you. You're going to be compatible. You should know that.
So then the question that a lot of young ladies have, but how do you know? How do you know this person is right? And second question, if these young ladies have a liberal boyfriend, should they dump him?
100%. How many of you have a liberal boyfriend?
You have a liberal boyfriend? Don't boo her.
Pray for her.
I'm just going to tell you, you can't change them. Just going to tell you right now.
You can't change, no.
You're great.
Yeah.
But so how does a young lady know, and is it ever too early to get married? If they're 22 and they feel as if they found the right guy, is that too early?
Well, if you're either way, whether you're younger, whatever age you are, I think going through, I know it has a stigma, but premarital is amazing. You get to learn so much about the person you're with, and I have seen it prevent marriages that should not be happening because they are so young and naive with things, and they're so lustful because they haven't gone down the road of having, they're saving themselves, so they're just like salivating. Go to premarital. You'll learn a lot. When you know he's the one, here's an example. When Charlie sat across from me and he said, I want to date you, you want to be with someone who has every intention to not mess with your heart. You're going to know. I know it sounds cliche, but you will know. He's not going to treat you like an option.
What advice would you give to young ladies where they are much more motivated than their boyfriend? How many of you have this problem? Raise your hand.
Ooh, that's tough.
It's a big. I think it's a big problem.
Yeah.
Now I think that you should both be motivated, but if the woman is much more motivated than the man, would you agree that ends up causing structural issues?
Right, because the man then ends up leaving his pants on the ground and the woman has to put them on. And so then she becomes the breadwinner because then the husband's just chill and is like, I'm fine with, not going any further than the level that I'm at, while the woman is aspiring to be more and more and more. So then you become uneven and unequally yoked in your relationship or marriage, and that's just a recipe for an absolute disaster.
It becomes disordered, and there wasn't a ton of hands, but there were enough where it's a noticeable issue, and I find it from the young male perspective that there's a whole longer speech I could give about the problems with male masculinity. How many of you think that the current dating pool of young men is not great? Raise your hand, okay? So no, this is very important. Every hand went up. This is very important. What if I told you if every hand of young men think that the dating pool of young women is not great? So who's right? Oh, you guys are right. Okay. Okay. I encourage you all to have a little more humility about that. What is one thing young women can do better to make themselves more appealing to men who say that the current dating pool of young women is lackluster? I ask good questions?
Yes.
I do this for a living.
That's why he has such a good podcast and radio show, The Charlie Kirk Show.
Are you guys liking these questions?
You know, this might be so simple, but people pick up on the way you speak. I'm not talking about, if you sound smart or whatever. I'm saying they will pick up if you curse. They will pick up if you're speaking life over someone. Men hate when women are gossiping. Literally, the fire behind your lips is so powerful. And if you can find a way to harness your tongue in a way that's biblical, and you dress appropriately, you don't have everything hanging out, you will attract a different type of guy. Now, if you're going to the club or wherever you're going and you're trying to appease a guy that is, are you going to bring him to your mom? Are you going to bring him to your grandparents? Like, really just be the type of woman, the godly woman that God needs you to be to attract the man that he made for you. That's what you need to be.
Hello, I'm Veronica.
My name is Darvin.
I'm Courtney.
I'm Jackie.
And we switched to Consumer Cellular. My previous provider was terrible.
Surprise, we've changed your rate.
We wouldn't get to talk to a person.
And then all of a sudden it disconnects.
Now with Consumer Cellular, no problems.
Better customer service. They tell me exactly what I'm paying and why I'm paying for it.
It's within $1 of being half of my old bill.
With Verizon, I was paying about $150 a month. With Consumer Cellular, I'm paying about half that.
Okay, this is doable. This is affordable.
I'm getting the exact same coverage for half the price. That's a beautiful thing.
Done deal.
I got to keep my phone. I got to keep my number.
Switching over took about 20 minutes. That's it.
It's month to month, very simple.
It's been amazing.
I was now a Consumer Cellular customer.
And I've been bragging to my friends about it too.
Call 1-800-726-2125.
To switch and save up to half with Consumer Cellular. Plus, new customers can save $25 when they switch today.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping?
young men have serious problems. We're working on fixing that, right? And it's easy to laugh, but you need young men. You do. And understand that young men are in a far sicker position right now than young ladies are. They're committing suicide more. They're checking out of society. They are on more there's a lot of issues. And it's easy to kind of make fun of young men, but a society needs strong men, and we need husbands, and we need fathers. And everyone in this room should be part of that project of making men strong again. Everyone. And so let me first say what young men need to embrace. How many of you would agree that self-control is an attractive quality that's hard to find in men? Every hand goes up. Great. I say this to young men all the time, that a young lady cares more that if you can control your impulses and control your desires, because that is a signal of what? Maturity, not of infancy. Self-control is a signal of maturity. And a young lady, whether she can articulate it or not, when she sees maturity in a man, she knows that when there's chaos, that man will be able to navigate the family, the relationship through that kind of environment. Young ladies need to be willing to submit to a godly man when you meet one. And if you're not willing to do that, then you got to pray about that. Because a lot of young men in the dating pool say, I don't want to be bossed around all the time. I'm just telling you what I hear from men all the time. The hyper-toxic feminism is very, very off-putting to young men. And I know this is contrary to what a lot of people hear on college campuses. You know, you have to assert your dominance. You have to kind of call your shot. That's fine. However, an attitude in the dating pool is that it can be very off-putting to young men that are already put down so much in our society. They're called toxically masculine. They're called, who needs men, the patriarchy. And so then they just largely disengage. Or they do even a worse thing, which is they get involved like, I'm just going to sleep with a bunch of women, but I'm not going to marry them, right? The problem is on both sides, in my personal opinion. And again, I think that Erica hit it perfectly. Last thing I'll say, and then we'll do some questions, is men want what they cannot have. Men will do anything to solve the problem of scarcity. Anything. And if men can get you quite easily, that is not an attractive quality to be able to have a man go on a journey with you. I'm just being very, very honest with you. And there's one thing that men want more than anything else, and it's not Bitcoin. You know what it is. And as women have not been saving themselves for marriage, and men too, in the last 30 or 40 years, we've seen marriage rates collapse. There is a one-to-one correlation on those two things. And so all that to say that everybody in this room, you have more power than I think you could ever imagine. If everybody in this room collectively said that we are only going to save ourselves for our future husbands, men will grow up in a way that you would never imagine. Like you can't believe. Because all of a sudden they'd be like, well, because you understand hookup culture has given men everything they've always wanted. They don't have to work for sex. They don't have to grow up. They don't have to do anything. And then women will just throw themselves at them and they could stay as grown infants for the rest of their life. And unfortunately, it does a lot of damage to young ladies, a lot. It does a lot of psychological damage and a lot of spiritual damage. So if everyone here basically said, nope, we're going to combine our power and be pure and trust in Jesus and in God for our future husband, you would be shocked at how much the dating pool improves. Okay, I want to tell you about one thing and then we'll do a question line. We have who would love to meet Erica Riley Gaines and get a picture with me? I'm sure that would be a lot of fun, right? All right, so we have a special giveaway. If you guys follow the QR codes on our screen, subscribe to the podcast, and then email at freedom@charliekirk.com. We will pick 10 winners, but you have to follow that QR code in the next couple minutes. So follow that QR code, subscribe, and email us proof of subscription, freedom@charliekirk.com. You know what's awesome? Women are much better rule followers than men, so I know that all of you are going to get that right. No, it's true. Men, if you guys, one of the most important things that I can leave you with before we go to questions, if you want to find your future soulmate, you must desire to humbly know male nature. How many people here think you know male nature? Anybody? Only if you are married can you raise your hand. Okay? Male nature is easy to make fun of, but a lot deeper than you realize. Raise your hand. Do you think that men are better at, let me put it this way. Raise your hand if you think that men are better at micro tasks than women. Details. Anybody? Okay, a couple hands. Raise your hand if you think that men are better at macro tasks than women. Raise your hand. Okay, you're right. It's not even close, okay? Macro. If two people are talking on a college campus, and I told you they were talking about sports, they were talking about the stock market or politics, is it more likely to be two men or two women? Two men. If I tell you that two people on a college campus are talking about their relationships, the conversations they had earlier in the day, and what fellow classmates were wearing, is it two men or two women? Micro versus macro. You must understand that a man might forget to shower for 3 days because he's too worried that we're going to go to a nuclear war with Iran. Men are obsessed with the macro, and they often forget the micro. This is why corporations want to hire you so badly. Understand this, because you are incredibly good at micro tasks. That is why young women have been so well paid in the corporate environment, because when it comes to getting details done, women are much better than men. Know male nature, and you'll be in a much better chance to find your future husband. Okay. We'll start right there. Is that okay? Hi, what's your name?
My name is Carissa. Charlie and Erica, thank you for saying yes and being obedient to what God has for you, and it's really shaped my life and everyone else here. I would love to know your thoughts on Sabbath and how practically your family practices this and applies it.
I will let him But as the wife, I will say, I have seen it transform. I love my husband, and he's amazing and an intentional father and husband. But him honoring the Sabbath, I have seen it transform him in a way that is so powerful that when he turns his phone off and it goes in that drawer, and I know that it's, he's all on for the family. There is no distractions, and he finally gets to reset his brain. He finally gets to breathe. And as a wife, there is nothing more precious than my husband's sanity when it comes to the echo chamber and everything that he's dealing with in his world. So I have seen it change him and impact our family in one of the most beautiful ways. But I want him to.
Well, thank you.
Share
and we're very serious Sabbath keepers. This would be an exception because we're here with all of you, but we'll do it on Sunday. We actually take the traditional Jewish Sabbath. If you don't want to do that, I'm not here to debate you on it. It's fine. If you want to do it privately, I'll beat you, but that's a whole separate issue. But it's fine. It actually doesn't matter that much. What does matter is I think that to our own detriment and to our own failure, we as Christians have decided to cast away resting on one of the 7 days. God rested after creation. That comes before the Hebrews. It comes even before the creation of the modern world and civilization as we know it. And so we honor the Sabbath. We're very serious about it. We get to spend more time with our family. We do no news. We do no work. And it says very, very clearly in the scriptures, for 6 days you shall work, and the 7th day you shall rest. If you are feeling overrun by society, you might be feeling depressed or anxious, here's just one way that you might be able to improve. Turn your phone off for 1 day. No contact, no social media, no work. Your mental health will improve dramatically. You can hang out with friends, you can go for a walk, but don't work for 1 day. That is a day for worship. That is a day for the Lord. That is a day to go be with God. That is a day to read your Bible and be out of the busyness and the hurriedness and just the anger and the noise of this world. Go back to God's natural rhythm, and it's made our family much tighter knit. And I could be traveling for 5 or 6 days, but if I at least get one good Sabbath with my family, it charges all back up. So God bless you. Thank you so much. And Shabbat Shalom tonight.
Hi, Charlie and Erica. My name's Savannah. This is Lila Esther, and we have another one on the way in January. So I did find my godly man, and we are making more babies. My question for you is, we want to have a lot of kids, and I'm wondering what your best advice is for young couples with small children on how to prioritize and nurture their marriage amidst the busy day-to-day life of kids.
That's a very good question, because your marriage came first. And your husband is very important, because your kids, you're raising them to fly. You're raising them to leave the nest. They'll always come back. And once they do, I think that's why people get empty nest syndrome, because they look at their husband in an empty living room and they're like, who are you? I have to relearn you. You want to grow with your husband. That is going to be very acrobatic at times. Even if that means locking yourself in a closet with your husband for just an hour to say, can I breathe with you? Can I just 5 minutes? Can I just have a second to look at you? Something that Charlie does that's really sweet that I love is that sometimes, especially when he's traveling, we figure out the dynamic of at least having a date night at least once a month, at least. But there'll be moments where he's literally about to rush out the door and I won't see him for several days. Kids are wreaking havoc in the kitchen, pulling things out all over, and he just grabs me and he's like, 1 minute. And we just literally stare at each other for a minute and say, like, I love you, whatever you need to say, but we have that 1 minute together to reset our hearts. And honestly, that is something that helps recharge the bucket until you get that date night. So just being really intentional about little moments that will build into a greater good for the relationship. But I know
I agree with all that. Just prioritize, obviously, your marriage actually comes before your kids. I know that's a provocative thing to say, but it's true. Your relationship with your kids is important.
Yes.
But it's not covenantal.
Right.
Your marriage is a covenant. Your relationship with your kids is an outgrowth of a covenant. They're under your stewardship, but covenantal relationships are ones that we saw with Abraham and David and Israel and, of course, Jesus. That idea of marriage being a covenant is a big, big deal. In fact, only marriage in the Bible is compared to Christ's relationship with the church. So always prioritize your marriage. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Cameron. I'm 18 years old, and I was homeschooled, and I just graduated high school. And with graduating high school comes the question of, so what are you going to do?
Yeah.
And to be honest, in my career, like, I want to be a mom, and I want to have kids, and I want to homeschool them, and I want to stay at home with them, and that's just not a really acceptable answer, and I'm struggling to really know what I want to do in the meantime while I'm waiting to get married and have kids, because I'm not dating, and I don't see anybody that I really want to date, and so I have a lot of friends who are in the same position too, of being in this weird waiting period where I don't want to go to college and I don't want to commit to a career that I know that I'm going to abandon once I have kids. So I was just wondering if y'all had any advice for that, and if you had any advice with dealing with criticism, because I'm having some from my extended family.
What, I know we talk about don't follow your heart and all that.
Don't follow your heart. It's a bad idea. Do not do that. No, you laugh, but the Bible is very clear. The heart is wicked.
Yeah.
Do not follow your heart.
But your talents, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, I mean, so look, what are you good at?
What are you talented at?
I love people. I love talking to people all the time. And honestly, Turning Point USA, like Alex Clark has really shaped my life. I got really into Culture Apothecary. It has kind of changed my life. And I mean, I would love to get involved in health and wellness, but I feel like there's not a really clear path for a career in that. I feel like most people just kind of happen to fall into it because of life circumstances. And I don't really know where to start for that.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. I mean, like, so I could give you a million ideas, but the first thing is you're already thinking about this correctly, which is your aim. You got your aim right, which is important. And by the way, if your aim is career, I'm not saying that's bad. At least you are clear. Don't confuse yourself of your aim. We are aiming creatures. We need something to point at. I mean, look, there's a million things you could do. You could work at a mobile IV clinic, right, as an administrator. Like, there's a lot of stuff you could do in that kind of MAHA space. I would imagine. Are you from Texas, I'm guessing? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm from here.
Okay, yeah, great. And Dallas actually has a huge infrastructure of, like, new MAHA small businesses. You could work at those kind of around that kind of genre and that outreach. I will say, though, that if you find your future husband and he is godly, and it passes premarital counseling, which Erica's exactly right. Do not appease extended family. You only really have one thing to worry about, which is the fear of the Lord, right? Now, can we riff on premarital counseling for a second? It's very, very important, and it shouldn't get a bad taboo. If you are, anybody currently engaged right now? I'm sure there's some. Okay, awesome. Praise the Lord. It's amazing. Aren't you from Canada or something? Yeah, I remember you. You found a husband? We'll talk in a second. I remember you. That's great. I hope you did not find your partner here at YWS. I hope you, I'm kidding. So, no, I'm kidding. So, at SAS, right? So, premarital counseling. Who's going to control the finances? Who's going to wake up in the middle of the night if the kid has an issue? Are you going to have kids? How many kids? Are you going to raise the kids Protestant or Catholic? Are you going to read the Bible? Here's a good question in premarital counseling that most won't ask, and this will save you a lot of problems. Are you a open or closed house? Who here grew up in an open house where all the kids would come by in the neighborhood? You know what I'm talking about, right? How many of you was raised in a closed house where your parents, okay, that's important though. Has anyone ever told you when you look in a spouse to ask that question, were you raised in an open or closed house? It's incredibly important. Because all of a sudden, if you marry an open house person, this was not an issue for us, thankfully, at all. But I've seen it destroy marriages, and they've recovered, some not. An open house person marries a closed house person, they get married, they're inviting all their friends over all the time. Barbecue, open up, and the closed house person is like, this is crazy. I wasn't raised like this. And none of that gets filtered in the engagement. That's one of like 100 questions. That would be a good book we could write. 100 questions you should ask before you get married, right? That would be a good book.
That'd be fun.
Go ahead.
No. I was just saying the home is sacred.
I could go on, but that's like, you just have to, what premarital counseling should do, which it does a bad job of in most churches, is you must really know the nature of your spouse. Introvert, extrovert. What is their love language? right? Do they need time alone? Do they get filled up when you spend time with them? Or when they come home and they're beat down, do they need time alone? Here's a good one that almost no pastor will ever tell you. What is a vice that your spouse struggles with? And what is an acceptable vice and an unacceptable vice? So for example, an acceptable vice might be that you'll allow alcohol. We don't drink, right? So that for us, I'm not saying you have to do that, but for us, that's what works. So it's not even a question. Some men like cigars. I think they smell like, dead raccoons, but that's fine. Are you willing to smell a cigar? Have you ever smelled a cigar? Will your house be able to withstand cigar smoke inside? You're laughing. This is the stuff that breaks apart marriages. This is the stuff that creates isolation, and it must be flushed out in the engagement period, not in the honeymoon period or 2 years in. And so other vices, which is like, we're not going to watch R-rated movies, or we're not going to swear. You'd be amazed at how many marriages all of a sudden, the husband's just dropping F-bombs. She's like, whoa, 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 like we don't do that around here. You see, who's going to cook, right? What does it mean to take time off? Here's another one. What type of vacations are you guys going to take? This is very important, right? So you're getting married?
Yes.
Amazing.
So speaking of which, I have a wedding planning question. I know that this sounds a bit weird. So essentially, I am facing visa delays. How do I deal with the disappointment and the feeling of sadness of having to plan for a peak winter wedding in the state of Wisconsin?
Wait, so okay, is it a visa question or is it?
It's so basically because of the visa delays, which is beyond anyone's beyond pretty much anyone's control. How do I plan for, okay, I am going to have a wedding in the peak winter when there's snow outside, when it's really, really cold, and I'm feeling disappointed and sad about it.
You shouldn't. The winter is actually really beautiful. There's something really, I know it's cold. You can figure out the outfit. You can wear a really beautiful shawl over yourself. There's way more options for winter attire than the typical, think of it this way, your wedding's gonna be amazing because you're not having to have the florals and the
You'll
things.
save a bunch of money.
You'll save a ton of money.
Wisconsin in the winter, you're going to get a killer deal.
Yes, you'll get a killer deal. But there's something special about the winter season. There really is. And because what comes after winter, spring, metaphorically, you are springing into a new season of life. You are springing into a beautiful marriage. Embrace the snow. Embrace the beauty of it. It might not be ideally what you want. And that's okay because God's challenging you to release that. The wedding day is a wedding day. It's really not for you. It's for your family. It's important on the altar. That is for you. But I'm talking about the party. It's really not for you. It's to entertain everyone else. So just hold true to the fact that what matters the most, regardless of the season, is the man and the woman standing at the altar and that covenant you're making. It could be raining. It could be snowing. It could be 100 and some degrees like our wedding. That didn't stop us. What's so important is that marriage and because when you guys get married, that's your family. Your husband's your family. Everyone else's relatives, that's your husband.
Congratulations, and I want to use you as an example. What's your name again?
Vicky.
And that was last year when you gave the question, 2 years ago?
Yeah, so that was in 2024, so that was last year.
So Vicky came up last year and said, how do I meet a husband? And she made it her priority. And a year later, she's engaged. How awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Next question, yes.
Hi, Erica and Charlie. I'm Melissa, and my question is, I'm 20 and I'm single and I want to get married young. However, almost every woman in my life is telling me that I'm not missing out on anything. Do you have any response to that?
The women that are married?
Yes.
Oh, that's so sad.
So sad.
That's really sad.
What, I mean, as far as like having kids or the relationship or?
Just like getting married young. Because when I tell people, like my parents are really supportive about it, but when I tell other people, like in church or like outside of church, I want to get married young, they look down on me, like why? They tell me to, go to college and get a career. So like, what is like a good response to that? And like, what should I be doing? Because I don't feel like I'm missing out, but I'm not sure like what I should be doing.
What church do you go to? I must have missed it in Matthew, which is go forth and become a CEO of a shoe company. Be fruitful and multiply. First of all, you are hitting a very fundamental and precious point. I've said for a long time, we as Christians have done a crappy job of glorifying and celebrating marriage. In fact, when we first got married, I heard almost more negatives than positives. Like, oh, you're going to have your handcuffs, or, oh, marriage is the most awesome thing ever, everybody. It's amazing. And
I think it's because they didn't have good examples to look towards themselves. So they either settled or they're not happy because either something in their life they didn't settle and get fixed prior to getting married. They're unequally yoked. It's sad, but honestly, I feel like I talked about, that's a form of spiritual warfare. Like the enemies will use anybody to keep you from where God needs you to be. So smile and wave. Just be like, I'm so sorry that happened to you. It's not going to happen to me. And you say, I'll be praying for you. I mean, marriage is beautiful. Don't let that deter you. It's another thing too. Motherhood's the same thing. There are so many Christian moms who will get on social media and they'll say, I'm so tired. I need wine. My child's driving me nuts. No. Motherhood is beautiful. It's exhausting, but it's beautiful. And it's not going to be those sleepless nights. Yeah, one day your kid's probably not going to come home until midnight, so the sleepless nights gets a little bit construed, but you will sleep again. You will have, your time again. But I feel so bad for the women not being able to have people to look towards for marriage and motherhood, because they just are complaining about it mostly, which is sad.
Great question. We have time for about 2 or 3 more if we go quick. Really, I have to do this before I forget. Who here knows nobody in the room? Raise your hand. Anybody?
Oh, that's cool.
All right. For those of you that know, keep your hands up. Keep your hands up.
I like that.
Everybody around the people raising your hands, now you have to introduce yourself, and then we fix that problem. No, seriously, go do that right now and say where you're from.
That's sweet. That's sweet.
And now you have friends. You're welcome.
You're welcome.
That's what the Young Women's Leadership Summit is all about. How great is that?
That's sweet.
Next question.
Hi, Mr. Kirk. My name is Nevaeh. I'm 18 years old, and I was homeschooled my whole life and just graduated last year. Thank you. So right now I'm in that period of my life where I'm trying to establish myself. So I've been working for myself online as a YouTuber and a podcaster from the time I was 15. And I'm actually trying to work for you right now. So that's what I've been focusing on. But I do have a really strong desire as a Christian to eventually get married and have children, and I want to homeschool my kids as well eventually. So I'm wondering what your advice is for balancing those two desires and what to prioritize at what stage of your life, since women can't have it all.
Women, they can have it all, but it's not simultaneously, like different seasons. Your career, again, like I said, is not going anywhere. So what you're establishing now on YouTube and your platform and all that stuff, it's not going anywhere. What I will recommend, though, is when you do have children, do not use your children as pawns for a discount code. Do not use your child for a free stroller, for some influencer thing. Your children are sacred. Protect them. That is your role as a mother. Your platform was given to you by God, so steward it well and steward it properly. But it's not going to go anywhere. What you're building now is not going to get destroyed. I think that's what a lot of people get misconstrued, is thinking like, okay, what I'm building now is going to be worthless once I have a family. No, God will redirect it. He'll turn it into whatever it needs to turn into. Pray on it, because it's not always super clear, but it will come to you. And I think that, yes, every season's going to come and have its own time and turn, but if this is what you're focusing on right now, like that's what you're focusing on. I mean, I don't.
I think you're in a great spot, honestly,
Yeah.
and Erica answered it beautifully. So, again, if you have to always prioritize what matters most, and with that, the Lord will open up the right doors.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, let's see how quick this one is. This might be the last question. Yes.
Okay, hi guys, my name's Lily. So one thing is a piece of advice I'd love. The other is a question, whichever one you guys have time for. So first of all, with gentle parenting and then you have like abusive homes, what is the balance of biblical discipline and love? And also I would love advice for if you have a godly guy in your life, you guys agree on a lot of things spiritually and politically, but you still feel like there's a little bit more maturity that needs to go. How do you wait on the Lord and how do you go about that?
I'll take the second one.
I'll
take the first one too, but I want to hear, it's powerful
really
to hear
quick.
from a
It's just
father.
the most important thing as a parent is that you must instill self-control, not self-esteem for your kid. Whatever it takes, you must have them understand the power of restraint, which is a fruit of the Spirit. Remember, self-control is a fruit of the Spirit. That's much easier said than done, right? I could tell you more about what not to do and what we're not doing than what we're doing, because we're still figuring it out, but we know what not to do.
Yeah.
It is a civilizational tragedy when Eric and I go out with our 2 kids to eat and we go look at another family and everyone has their eyes on a screen.
It's so sad.
It is so beyond, I don't want to sound judgmental. Maybe they had like a long day at work or something. I really find no excuse whatsoever, because these kids put on these headphones and they just escape reality, staring at these screens all day long. And it's really, really bad, everybody. Yeah. And it's totally unnecessary. We have a very hyperactive 2-year-old. You have to just have them color something, have them right.
I bring an arsenal of a backpack.
Yes.
I have Play-Doh. I have paints. I have anything you can imagine.
Totally.
You just load up that bag, and but you're teaching them. You make it fun. Here's your fancy napkin. You get to order. Like, this is really special. If they have to get up and go outside and run around, so be it. But you're teaching them how to interact with adults. You're teaching them how to be patient. If you're putting a screen in front of them, you're teaching them a way to escape.
The data shows this, but we anecdotally can confirm this. Even like 5 minutes of screen time, they get brattier.
Yeah.
They get more unruly. They just kind of get disconnected from where they are. We could see a total behavioral difference with our daughter as soon as there's like a screen introduced.
Even if it's just Spotify. Like, even if she's like, I want to choose my song. Do you want to build a snowman? But like 5 minutes later, she's like, you can't.
Yeah, it's like she's droned in.
Right.
So we have one screen for the whole family, central, and it's same as Matt Walsh, and I kind of got this from him. There's agreed upon stuff that we're allowed to watch as a family, and it's a very, very short list, right? It's like Bob Ross,
Cubs.
Mr. Rogers, and then the Chicago Cubs.
And the Charlie Kirk show.
Yeah, and the Charlie Kirk show. And we don't allow it later in the day unless the Cubs are playing. That's a whole separate issue. They happen to be good this year. And then maybe some college football. But that's like, we're so careful because, and that we can do the whole parenting. But as far as this is a very difficult thing, and it's very hard actually. But it must be said, you are not your kid's friend. But it deserves women, you deserve so much credit for keeping church attendance alive, for serving in the churches, for volunteering in the churches, for keeping the entire faith robust. And now we're seeing a resurgence of young men finally come back. And it's something I don't think that's always articulated of how the American church has really been saved and strengthened by women in America. Final thoughts.
So something that he does to pour into me emotionally or to just check in from that standpoint, is if he comes home, he's tired, how's your day? Great, blah, 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 and I'm still cooking whatever. On his Sabbath, when he has a moment, he writes me a note. He has not missed one. He writes me a note, either leaves it on my pillow, hands it to me. I have saved every single one of them. And those notes are what refill me emotionally if I need that filling. He's very good about that. So when you're in a relationship, how it's important to know your spouse's nature, it's also important to know your own. What do you want him to do to help pour into your emotional side? What is something that makes you tick and your heart tick? Do you want him to write you a note? Do you want him to tell you you're beautiful? Do you want him to take you on a date? Do you want him to bring you flowers? Do you hate flowers? Do you want a cake? Like, you learn what will speak to you so that you can check that box in your head. Even on a day where he says 5 words, but he brought you flowers, and you're like, wow, I feel loved. I get it. Just like, be sure to communicate that, though. He can't read your brain. It's the famous thing of, where do you want to go eat for dinner? I don't care. We'll go to Chipotle. I don't want Chipotle. Like, you need to be able to know your own nature to tell your husband, not train him, but as a team. This is what I want. This is what I expect. I love you so much. Please, this is how you can pour into me. How can I pour into you? Charlie and I check in with each other every single day. How can I serve you better? What can I do for you to make it better when you get home? Is there anything that you need me to have ready for you when you come back from the office or this trip, XYZ? He asks me the same thing if I'm out doing something, or even if I'm out with the kids. What can I do? How can I make your day better? You're a team, and you guys are not at ends with each other. Work together, communicate, and grow together as equally yoked partnership.
It's beautiful. And thank you for that.
That's sweet.
I want to plug one thing, and then I will say one last thing to the whole audience, and thank you. I want all of you to start a Turning Point USA chapter at your high school or college. Who's here at Turning Point USA chapter leader? Raise your hand. We need more of you to go start Turning Point USA chapters. You could do so out there. There's amazing giveaways associated. The final thing, I'll say 2 final things. And then Erica, do you have any final thoughts? Before I get to my 2 final things, I'll go quick while you think about it. The first of which is, we're gonna have a whole Q&A for politics or whatever you want tomorrow, or more relationship stuff if you want. Do not talk down to men. Mm-hmm. Do not engage in this toxic masculinity bashing of men. Not only do we need men, the civilization is, God created man and women. And it's very tempting to get into the whole kind of girl-dominant society. You do not want to live in that world. I'm telling you right now, you do not. You want to live in a world where the best of both sexes are equally balanced. The other thing I'll say, which is just kind of funnier, it's hard to put into words how much men want just like a return to normal things, like cooking a meal, like serving in like those fundamental ways. Like, that stuff as a husband or even a boyfriend goes beyond measure than I can put into words.
And make it fun. Be like, what do you want to eat? And then like have them make a menu, and then it's a good challenge for you. So like, I cooked swordfish the other night. It was okay. Wasn't my best, but like,
great.
But that goes to say, just make things fun. Don't look at it as I have to. I get to serve my husband. I get to submit unto my husband because he's submitting himself to the Lord. There is a balance, and there's something really beautiful about that balance. If you have a situation where you don't have someone in your life that you can look towards as a healthy marriage, seek that out. Whether that's in your church, whether that's in your community, whether that's something online. Hold on to that so that you can have some form of an understanding of, okay, this is what I have to look forward to. I'm so excited. And God will make sure that the right man will come in your path. He won't walk past you. He won't miss you. God is always on time, and so is your future husband. So just wait on the Lord, and you'll get everything that you've prayed for and more. Stuff that you prayed for that you thought you needed, you'll get way beyond that, because God knows truly the desires of your heart.
If you see anybody that looks lonely, go introduce yourself.
Totally.
Make sure you counsel them and make a friend out of them. We want people to leave friends for a lifetime here, and we are just getting started. The next couple of days are going to be life-changing. God bless you all. Thank you so much.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
Time and again, America's enemies have learned that if you threaten the American people, our soldiers are coming for you. Your defeat will be certain, your demise will be final, and your downfall will be total and complete. Because our soldiers never give up, never surrender, and never, ever quit. They fight, 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 and they win, win, win.
Israel needs our help to ensure that the Iranian nuclear program is destroyed once and for all. The United States of America needs to be prepared to do it because this is about protecting our most cherished ally.
A U.S. official is telling us just in the last few minutes since your interview concluded that President Trump did, in fact, in the last couple of days, nix a plan that the Israelis were putting together to assassinate the supreme leader of Iran. So we can put a bow on that as President Trump prepares to come and join us here in Canada. And he is telegraphing the way that he will frame this fight between Israel and Iran once he meets with the other G7 leaders.
President Trump made a good faith effort these last 3 months to get the Iranians to change their ways. They clearly continued to develop their enrichment capability, their ballistic missile program, all the elements that held Israel and the United States at risk. And when they wouldn't negotiate, they've now faced the wrath of Israel. And as President Trump has said, if they come after Americans, he'll face the wrath of the United States of America.
This is not some sort of a perspective where we're worried or concerned. We're vigilant. We're prepared in a strong defensive posture, while the president continues to say to Iran, hey, you have an option for peace. It includes, various aspects of what's been discussed. Iran knows. They know they can come back.
When we talk about this sort of tension in the country, and sometimes, you and I have both been at Trump rallies, those can be very tense, a kind of, I would say, like kind of a dark, malevolent energy sometimes in them. Not always, but it doesn't seem like that's the energy on the mall today, which I think is a good sign, right?
That you're really correct about that, Chris, and it's something we were watching for.
I've said as clearly as I can say, if diplomacy fails, Mr. President Trump, you've been great. Help Israel finish the job, give them bombs, fly with them if necessary. I cannot stress to you how, if you want to get Russia right, you want to make China be better, you want to convince international terrorism we mean business, you got to finish the job with Iran.
The American people can be assured that President Trump is dialed in. This is not an auto pen moment. We had that where the world saw our gaze distracted or not paying attention at all. President Trump is dialed in. I get to see it every single day. He knows every single dynamic of what's going on here. And I'll tell you what he's doing, Rachel. He's putting America first.
This evening, as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States Army, the oldest branch of the greatest fighting force ever known to man, I want to say to all the soldiers all across our nation's capital and all across the world, happy birthday, soldiers. We're proud of you. And I want to say you represent an unbroken line of greatness, of excellence. And one of the things the President of the United States has told his entire administration, from the Vice President on down, is that we must remember that the young men and women who put on the uniform and serve this nation are our most precious resource. We must honor them. We must respect them. We must fight for them. And that's exactly what the Trump administration aims to do every single day.
At Turning Point USA, what we are doing every single day is we are dedicating ourselves and our staff and our students and our activists for a full revival of America.
Get ready to launch into the future of freedom at the largest student event in the nation. SAS is back. Join thousands of fellow students ready to pioneer a bold new era for America at our Student Action Summit. And we're bringing in the biggest voices in the movement. Featuring Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Dr. Ben Carson, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, Brandon Tatum, James O'Keefe, Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, and more. From July 11th through 13th in Tampa, Florida. Register now at SAS2025.com.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody. Radio stations across the country. We are here at the Bitcoin.com studio here in beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. We had an incredible Young Women's Leadership Summit this weekend. We are going to be recapping that throughout the show. 2,500 conservative young women from across the country, the largest ever in the history of Turning Point USA. We've been doing this for 10 years. 10 years. That's funny. 10 years. I remember where I was. Where were you? Where were you 10 years ago today? It's funny, we were actually hosting our Young Women's Leadership Summit while this was all going on. And by the way, we are going to go to all of the news. We're going to go to Trump on immigration. We're going to go on Israel, Iran. We are going to go to G7. We're going to go to geopolitics. There is so much news to cover. But before we do, we need to take a step back and realize how far we have come and how what happened 10 years ago today is dictating and is determinative to all the news that we are watching. Where were you 10 years ago today? I remember where I was. I was trying to raise money for Turning Point USA. I was driving around an old beat-up Volkswagen in the Chicago suburbs. And all of a sudden, I remember I was listening to the radio, AM 560, The Answer, might I add, which we are broadcasting live on now today, 10 years later. What an amazing full circle moment. I was listening on AM 560, The Answer, which now we are live on right now. And I remember hearing businessman Donald Trump and what he was saying. Everyone took it live. Donald Trump is running for the presidency. Donald Trump is running to take back America. And we all remember Donald Trump coming down the golden escalator. And to be honest, I wasn't sure what to think. Was this a joke? Was this a parody? Was this a marketing ploy? Was this an actual political campaign? You see, we knew enough about Donald Trump. But what Donald Trump decided to do when he went down the elevator, then down the escalator, is he basically put his entire life on full-time colonoscopy. When he went down the escalator, America changed profoundly. It was a decade ago. A decade ago, when Donald Trump entered the world stage and he announced he was running for president of the United States. Play cut 230.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am officially running for President of the United States, and we are going to make our country great again. I'll bring back our jobs from China, from Mexico, from Japan, from so many places. I'll bring back our jobs, and I'll bring back our money.
First of all, can I just remark, he has aged very well over 10 years. He's been shot. He's run for the presidency 3 times and hard campaigns 3 times. He's done thousands of interviews. He's been all around the planet. He's done state visits in Asia and the Middle East, back and forth and back and forth. I mean, this guy looks great. He just celebrated his 79th birthday on Saturday. And you look at that announcement video, he is one of the few people in politics that quite honestly doesn't age into a decrepit old ball after being around for 4 years. And there's something real special there about President Donald Trump. The journey that he started on that day 10 years ago today was the birth of many things and also the death of many things. It was the death of the Republican consultant class driving our politics. It was the death of political norms as we know it. He replaced the kind of idea of scripted platitudes with raw, unapologetic populism. It was also the birth of the new right. Now, at times, we took some detours. There were some speed bumps. There was some ups and there were some downs. But make no mistake, what President Trump said back 10 years ago, you would not know that if what President Trump was announcing for the presidency or if he was just giving another campaign rally today. Listen to this. It's indistinguishable. The consistency politically is remarkable. Usually when people enter politics, they get new beliefs or they'll change and all this. President Donald Trump has been remarkably consistent. Just moments ago, President Donald Trump was with Carney, the new Prime Minister of Canada, the G7 summit. And he says, you know, I'm a tariff guy. I've long been a tariff guy. It's time that we're no longer the dumping ground. Oh, really? I wonder when he first said this. Play cut 227.
Our country is in serious trouble. We don't have victories anymore. We used to have victories, but we don't have them. When was the last time anybody saw us beating, let's say, China in a trade deal? When do we beat Mexico at the border? They're laughing at us, at our stupidity. And now they're beating us economically. They are not our friend, believe me. But they're killing us economically. The U.S. has become a dumping ground for everybody else's problems.
And now, 10 years later, the border is completely and totally secure. And he's not alone. He has remade the entire Republican Party. He revived a dead and dying GOP that was spending its time and resources with postmortems from losing repeatedly and whose best ideas were to embrace amnesty and Democrat-light policies. We were one president away. If Hillary Clinton would have won, we would have become the U.S. equivalent of the Tories. We would have stand for big immigration, mass immigration, pro-choice, abortion. Remember, the consultant class and the ruling class, they wanted Jeb Bush to be president. It was supposed to be Jeb Bush versus Hillary Clinton. Wow, what a dramatic choice that is. They'll agree on everything, but they'll disagree on school choice and tax cuts. What a decision for America. Donald Trump rejected that paradigm and he created a completely new one. The era of mass migration is over. The era of mass invasion is over. President Trump was the first Republican candidate to criticize the entrenched bureaucracy, Department of Justice, Internal Revenue Service, otherwise known as the deep state. And look at all the different chapters we've been through, from 10 years ago going down that golden escalator, to the shock victory versus Hillary Clinton, to Russiagate, to James Comey, to him being spied on, to the 2020 election, to COVID, to exile. Donald Trump plots his comeback, to the indictments facing 700 years in federal prison, to picking J.D. Vance as vice president, to getting shot in the ear, nearly dying, almost getting shot again, defeating Kamala Harris after they switched the candidate in a popular vote victory and an electoral vote landslide. To now it leads all the way back to today. And you look, it is without a doubt, for all of you that have always had President Trump's back these last 10 years, for all of you that have never wavered, for all of you that have stood firm, for all of you that have continued to donate and pray and knock on doors and get friends out, you are part of, without a doubt, the most breathtaking political journey in American history. Nothing comes close. Nothing. From a businessman that people watched on TV, from You're Fired on The Apprentice, to Trump Wine, to Trump University, to all the different labeling, whether they're controversial or mainline or mainstream, it doesn't matter. From Trump Airlines to him trying to start his own football program, the football league, to the art of the deal, to him going on Oprah. We thought we knew Donald Trump, and he remade the American body politic, and dare I say he's being used as a vessel to save Western civilization. From being loved by liberals to hated by liberals. But 10 years later, we can say he did not just run, he rewrote the rules. And you played a major role. You kept this movement alive. You have been the bulwark. You have been the steadfast vanguard. And a decade later, we are in charge of this country. It's an unbelievable, it's hard to even put into words what we have lived through. And dare I say, it's just getting started. Allan Jackson Ministries. Allan Jackson is amazing. We're honored to be partnering with the Allan Jackson Ministries. And today I want to point you to their podcast. It's called Culture and Christianity, the Allan Jackson podcast. What makes it unique is Pastor Allan's biblical perspective. He takes the truth from the Bible and applies it to what we're facing today: gender confusion, abortion, immigration, Doge, and more. Go to the Culture and Christianity podcast. His guests have incredible expertise and powerful testimonies. It's informative and encouraging. You can find it on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss any episodes. Allan Jackson Ministries is working hard to bring back biblical truth to our culture. You can find out more at Pastor Allan and the ministry at AllanJackson.com. That is AllanJackson.com. Please email me right now, freedom@charliekirk.com. Where were you on that day when Donald Trump went down the escalator? We'll be right back.
Stop watching the news and start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Where were you guys 10 years ago? I want to hear from you. It's been a stunning journey the last 10 years. Yrefi.com, private student loan debt in America totals about $300 billion. Yrefi has been an amazing partner of us, and it's only getting started. They were a huge supporter of our Young Women's Leadership Summit, game changer, largest ever. Go to Yrefi.com. That is YREFY.com. You don't have to ignore that mountain of student loan statements on your kitchen table anymore. Yrefi offers a 3-minute rate check without any credit impact. Go to Yrefi.com. Let's face it, if you have distressed or defaulted private student loans, nobody is coming to bail you out. And bankruptcy is not an option. But you can take charge of your situation by contacting Yrefi. Go to Yrefi.com. That is YREFY.com. That is Yrefi.com. Many Clients are not able to even make the first monthly payment on their private student loans when they contact Yrefi. Go to yrefi.com. Again, they don't care what your credit score is. You got to check it out right now at yrefi.com. Yrefi is not a debt settlement company, and they work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. Go to yrefi.com. That is YREFY.com. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com. Be right back. Okay, everybody, welcome back. So 10 years ago, Donald Trump went down the golden escalator. By the way, we're getting the most beautiful emails. We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. The emails we're getting from people, so funny, everyone remembers where they were. People remember where they were when Donald Trump got shot, when Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton, and also where they were when he announced for president. Think about how remarkable that is. How rare is it that you remember where you were when announces for the presidency? Like, where were you when John McCain announced for the presidency? Don't think a lot of people in this audience would know. Maybe a couple. Like, where were you when Ted Cruz announced for the presidency? I don't know. Nothing against them. It's just it's so different. It's so distinct. It's so remarkable. And President Trump remade the American calculus and the Republican approach on foreign policy. And that is a good segue to, of course, what is happening right now in the news between Israel and Iran. This was the shot heard around the world. You see, Donald Trump, you're allowed to kind of talk about Mexico and the cartels. People said, oh, he's a racist. But no. What got people so upset, what made Donald Trump the recipient of fury, of anger, was when Donald Trump dared to openly criticize the war in Iraq. When Donald Trump dared to say that the Iraq war was a major mistake. Donald Trump took out a sword and stabbed neoconservative in the face and said, this is no longer going to be the ethos of this Republican Party. Play cut 229.
We spent $2 trillion in Iraq. $2 trillion. We lost thousands of lives, thousands in Iraq. We have wounded soldiers who I love. They're great. All over the place. Thousands and thousands of wounded soldiers. And we have nothing. We can't even go there. We have nothing.
Now, Donald Trump was right. But we must also simultaneously understand Donald Trump is not an isolationist. Donald Trump's America first, but not America only. His idea of foreign involvement is short, precise, violent, aggressive, targeted action, not clumsy quagmires of bringing in tanks and nation building, and we're going to win over the Islamists in Kabul, and we're going to win over the people of Iraq. That is a major mistake. Donald Trump, his perspective when it comes to foreign policy is not about winning and turning over the hearts and minds of the people of Iraq and making them into Westerners. It's about we're going to use force if necessary. We're going to knock you out, and then we're going to get out. And you have to be philosophically consistent. As I was rewatching Donald Trump's announcement address 10 years ago today, this is not one that you are going to see very often on TV. Donald Trump for a decade has been very worried about Iran getting a nuclear weapon. So he simultaneously is worried about a permanent Middle East quagmire, but a lesser reported and lesser remembered part of his historic announcement was ranting about Iran. Play cut 228.
They took the oil that when we left Iraq, I said we should have taken. So now ISIS has the oil. And what they don't have, Iran has. And in and I will tell you this, and I said it very strongly, years ago, I said, and I love the military, and I want to have the strongest military that we've ever had, and we need it more now than ever, but I said, don't hit Iraq because you're going to totally destabilize the Middle East. Iran is going to take over the Middle East. Iran and somebody else will get the oil. And it turned out that Iran is now taking over Iraq.
He was very worried about Iranian expansion throughout the Middle East, and he was right about all of that. You see, where we are today, by the way, just to be clear, Donald Trump got rid of ISIS. He unshackled the military. ISIS has destroyed something he does not get credit for. He was solving the problems of neoconservatives' past. He was remedying the problems of George W. Bush. And that's a very important philosophical baseline for what we're now seeing between Israel and Iran. And we're going to go into all of it. We're going to go through the best possible outcomes and the worst possible outcomes and maybe some of the outcomes right in the middle. Between regime change, is that a good thing? Should we celebrate that? Should we cheer for that? Between full-out victory for Israel, what does that even mean? What is the goal here? We're going to examine that all throughout the next couple of hours. But the baseline for all of that, we must never forget, is the way we are even viewing these issues, the way that we are asking questions, the way that we are processing this information is fundamentally different because a billionaire decided to go down an escalator and change politics for good. Senator Rick Scott joins us next.
In the Real America's Voice newsroom, we are days away from what has been dubbed the Rio Reset, the greatest threat to the U.S. dollar's global dominance in over 80 years. On July 6th, BRICS nations, Russia, China, India, Iran, and many more, are expected to unveil their plans to circumvent the U.S. dollar, thus cratering its value. They've already been laying the groundwork as their central banks have been methodically divesting from the U.S. dollar and U.S. bonds in favor of gold. How can you protect your IRA or 401k from the fallout from this landmark shift? Diversify with gold from Birch Gold Group. Historically, gold has been a safe haven in times of high uncertainty, which is right now. Get a free info kit on tax-sheltered gold IRAs by texting the word America to 989898. July 6th marks a monumental shift happening among nations that control 1/3 of the world's GDP. So arm yourself with information to diversify your retirement savings. Text America to the number 989898 and claim your free info kit from Birch Gold. Headlines. A manhunt is over in Minnesota for 57-year-old Vance Bolter. Bolter is accused of fatally shooting Democratic lawmaker Melissa Hortman and her husband and injuring a second lawmaker, John Hoffman, and his wife in separate politically motivated shootings. Authorities say he was found after a 2-day manhunt. Bolter allegedly posed as a police officer and drove a Ford SUV with police lights to the lawmaker's residence. Multiple guns, such as at least 3 AK-47s and a 9mm handgun, were also reportedly found at one of the crime scenes. Meanwhile, today marks day 4 of airstrikes between Israel and Iran. The latest this morning, Iran fired a new wave of missile attacks, killing at least 8 people. Meanwhile, Israel is claiming that they now have aerial superiority over Tehran and can fly over the Iranian capital without facing any major threats. There were reports of explosions throughout the weekend in Tehran as the Israeli military warns Iran to evacuate arms factories. This all comes as they talk with the U.S. about Iran's nuclear program were called off following Israel's attack on nuclear facilities in the Iranian capital. And those are your headlines. We now return to Charlie Kirk program.
This movement will not be silenced. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back here at the Bitcoin.com studio. Buy, sell Bitcoin at Bitcoin.com. In a second, we have Senator Rick Scott. I need to tell you about one of our partners here. In fact, President Trump, he shouted me out, as some of you guys heard. Let's play cut 28, all about our next partner here, play cut 28.
I won the young people by 37%, and Charlie Kirk will tell you TikTok helped. But Charlie Kirk helped also. He just happens to be here. Look at him. He loves that we mentioned that name, right, Charlie? He's done great, and I appreciate all the help. But with young people, we won by 37%, Charlie, and you helped. But TikTok was amazing. And he was the first one. He said, get on TikTok. So I have a little bit of a warm spot.
I remember I called him while he was in his court proceedings, about to get convicted by a Moscow show trial in the New York trial. And I was like, I think you should get on TikTok. You could really be popular there. And boom, it worked. America's small businesses rely on TikTok to succeed, helping them attract customers and drive more growth. From small batch sellers to fast-growing brands, 74% of businesses on TikTok say it helped them scale. Like AZ Taco King, who grew up from mom-and-pop taco cart to 2 thriving restaurants in just a year, or Coco Asante, who upgraded to a larger facility. With TikTok, small businesses are thriving, finding their customers, and expanding. Learn more about TikTok's contribution to the U.S. economy at TikTokeconomicimpact.com. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Portions of our program are brought to you in part by TikTok. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Joining us now is Senator Rick Scott. Senator, welcome to the program. Senator, first, your thoughts on the breaking news, Israel, Iran. Israel is back into bomb shelters right now as Iran is pledging a massive and overwhelming response. Senator, your thoughts.
Boy, Charlie, I talked to you last week, and I don't think any of us anticipated what would happen just this last week. First off, hopefully the positive out of this is going to be that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. I mean, that it's good for America. It's good for Israel. They want to use a nuclear weapon to destroy Israel and destroy America. So hopefully that's what will happen out of this. My heart goes out to everybody's any loss of life. You don't want to have loss of life anywhere. But Israel's got to. I mean, basically, this is an existential threat to the survival of Israel. So they don't really have much of a choice. So I hope everybody's safe. I know there's a lot of Americans in Israel right now. I've talked to quite a few of my friends over there. So everybody stay safe.
Without a doubt. So, Senator, the question that a lot of our audience has still here more domestically is, and this all in kind of intersects with the big beautiful bill, which is because we're getting our own golden dome in the big beautiful bill. Because think about it, if our enemies decided to send a ballistic missile to America today, what would happen? I mean, you're a military guy, so let's just say right now, if the Chinese Communist Party, God forbid, sent a ballistic missile to America right now today, who would intercept it? Do we have the technology to do that right now?
We have the technology to intercept it, but we've got to improve our technology. I mean, as you know, Communist China, which don't buy any products, any services from Communist China, they want to destroy our way of life. We've got to build it up. We've got to put a lot more effort into it. It's going to take money. It's going to take a lot of resources. It's going to take a lot of thought. We're a much larger country. We've got to cover a lot more land that Israel has to. I've gotten tours of the Golden Dome in Israel. It's remarkable what they're able to do. We can do that here. It's going to take a lot more money to do it here.
Right now, as we are live on air, this is why it all connects together. Ballistic missile launch detected from Iran as we're here live on air. So it's just kind of very chilling to think that, God forbid this happens, but it might, that someone who's alive right now might not be alive in about 6 minutes.
No, it's scary. And, I've been to Israel quite a bit. And so, you have, like, when I was in Kfar Aza, which got demolished because of what happened with Hamas, a bunch of people killed there, but people had 15 seconds to get into these bomb shelters.
Correct.
It's a little bit more time if you're in Tel Aviv. So the nice thing is Israel's prepared. Israel's got a great military. They've got a great leader. Israel is going to succeed at destroying Iran's ability to have a nuclear weapon. So that's exactly what they ought to be doing for their own safety.
And Israel has the prerogative and the agency to do that. So let me ask you, Senator, kind of shifting gears back to the big beautiful bill, because I think the Golden Dome is a big wake-up call. Your push right now is to, quote, deliver on a better big beautiful bill for Trump. The big beautiful bill was getting a lot of attention about 2 weeks ago. Now it's been on the back burner. What is the update here? What are you fighting on and for? Please give us an update.
We've got to get this bill passed. There's a lot of things we have to do to keep the economy going. We've got to make the Trump tax cuts permanent. We've got to make sure we give the Trump administration the money to basically secure the border. And number three, we've got to make sure that our military is plus up. We know that China wants to destroy our way of life. So we have to do that. And by the way, what you said about Donald Trump, about what he talked about when he first came down the escalator, is exactly our way how we ought to think about this. We don't want to get into these forever wars. We want to have such a strong military, nobody wants to play with us. Now, on top of that, we all have to understand we have $37 trillion worth of debt. $37 trillion worth of debt. If we don't have a significant change, we're going to add at least $20 trillion of debt in the next 10 years. Now, what that impact of that is interest rates will not come down, they're going to go up. Inflation will not stay down, it's going to go up. So we've got to find ways to save money. We've had a 53% increase in spending during the Biden administration. Right, the House bill cut some, but it cut less than 2%. So there's things to do. We should completely repeal the Green New Deal. Completely. That's a lot of money. We've got to quit letting blue state governors take federal Medicaid dollars, and give illegals free health care. Right? It's wrong. Medicaid is supposed to be a match program between the state and the federal government. It's become a federal program, and these blue state governors have taken advantage of it. Just as an example how it impacts Florida. New York, which we have 4 million more people live in Florida than New York, they get $20 billion more for their Medicaid program than us. California, which is about 65% more bigger than Florida, if you include all the illegals there, they get $40 billion more than we get in Florida. We pay our taxes. Why? That shouldn't be the case. So these are things we can fix, we should fix, we must fix, and we've got to figure out how to get more savings to get close and hopefully to a balanced budget within a very short period of time to get interest rates down and get inflation under control.
So, Senator, what then is the barrier to getting this done, and what is the process to get senators aligned and agreed with that? And are you saying that the original draft did not remove all of the Biden Green New Deal components?
No, the House bill didn't. But we're working, look, we're working on it in the Senate. We're going to pass a separate bill which will go back to the House. We can completely get rid of the Green New Deal. That's all doable. None of us voted for it. None of us. Not one Republican voted for it. It's a completely Democrat project. We ought to get rid of it completely. Get rid of it completely. Stop. That's number one. Number two, we've got to fix the Medicaid program to cover the people that should be covered. Poor kids, like my little brother, when I was growing up before Medicaid, couldn't get health care when he had a significant disease in his hip. I remember my mom's face when she heard about it, found out about it, and then couldn't get a doc. That's going on today. But there's the Democrat governors, they're spending money on people that don't want to work. They're spending money on illegals in this country. So on top of that, we got to take care of the people that have a chronic illness. Okay, so what's happened, though, is the blue state governors have taken the Medicaid dollars and spent on other things, like health care for illegals, free health care for people that don't want to work. That is wrong.
So, Senator, there were some reports this weekend that Senator Lindsey Graham said that no tax on tips and no tax on overtime might not make the final draft. I find that to be outrageous. What are you doing to make sure that those campaign promises and middle class and working class tax cuts remain?
Charlie, everything I've seen, it's in the bill.
Good.
I can't imagine.
Thank you.
Charlie, I'd be shocked if it wasn't in the bill. Both of those are in the bill. We haven't seen the final text. We'll get hopefully the final text tonight out of the Finance Committee. But everything I've been told, both of those are in the bill.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, because the working class, they need some sort of victory out of this legislative victory. The people, they need this legislative process. So, Senator,
but Charlie,
please,
we got to go back through and look at all this spending. We've got to stop just running $2 trillion deficits. I mean, 37 trillion going to 57 trillion. I mean, we just can't do that. It's not fair to the American public. Trump wants to balance a budget. Let's help him.
And so, in closing here, then, Senator, timeline. You're going to get the final draft tonight. And what about Ron John and Rand Paul's critiques? How are they incorporating into the final draft here?
So there's a variety of us that are working to try to make it better. We're going to get. I think we'll get most of the final text tonight, and I think the goal is pass it not this week, the week after that, out of the Senate. Hopefully the House will pass it before the 4th of July. I'm an optimist. I'm going to work hard to get President Trump's agenda done. And I know part of it is we got to stop this billions and billions and billions of wasteful dollars.
Without a doubt. Well, Senator, thank you for your leadership on this. And we hope that we can get a final solid bill that will deliver a resounding victory for the American people. And finally, Senator, can you guarantee to the audience that you will fight for and that all of the border funding will remain?
Yeah, I'm going to fight for it. But the border funding, we had two big conversations about that last week. So I think all the border funding will be there. There was an issue that we hadn't seen the detail that some people questioned, but I think we're seeing that now. So I don't think there's any question. All the border funding will be in there. I think the real conversation is really about, are we going to make this? Are we going to stop a lot of the wasteful spending? That's what the real fight is now.
I understand that. Senator, keep fighting. Thank you so much.
All right. See you, Charlie. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. You too. What do we have, guys? Z Factor. Do you guys want to get a better night's sleep? Go to zfactor.com. I know we all know that one person who, when their head hits the pillow, they are out. Well, that is me now, thanks to what I'm taking, and Z Factor is incredible. Z Factor from Relief Factor. Z Factor is more than just melatonin. It uses a combination of 4 natural ingredients to calm your mind and to relax your body so you ease into sleep faster. You can sleep interrupted throughout the night. Waking up is better too. You're rested and refreshed with no groggy feeling. George B. writes, quote, I use it every night with great results. Charlotte B. says, quote, my body feels so much better, thank you. So give Z Factor a try right now, and you can save 46% on your first order. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF, or visit relieffactor.com. Just relax your mind, fall asleep quicker, and sleep soundly with Z Factor from Relief Factor. That is 1-800-4RELIEF, 1-800-4RELIEF. That is relieffactor.com. You could sleep uninterrupted throughout the night. That is relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Our podcast right now is the #1 conservative podcast on Apple News and the 5th overall podcast in Apple News. And let's see how we are doing overall. We are top 20. We're 22 overall in all podcasts. So take out your phone, type in Charlie Kirk Show podcast, and subscribe a couple episodes. In fact, all of my debates at Oxford are on the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. So take a look at it right now, Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Right now, Haifa has been struck by an Iranian ballistic missile. We'll be right back.
American made. And darn proud of it. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. We are Student Action Summit coming up in a couple weeks. All ages are welcome. That's right, all ages are welcome. I want to play our new speaker drop, play cut 258.
At Turning Point USA, what we are doing every single day is we are dedicating ourselves and our staff and our students and our activists for a full revival of America.
Get ready to launch into the future of freedom at the largest student event in the nation. SAS is back. Join thousands of fellow students ready to pioneer a bold new era for America at our Student Action Summit. And we're bringing in the biggest voices in the movement. Featuring Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Dr. Ben Carson, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, Brandon Tatum, James O'Keefe, Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, and more. From July 11th through 13th in Tampa, Florida. Register now at SAS2025.com.
SAS2025.com. We'll be right back. everybody. I want you guys to check out patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Patriot Mobile is amazing. You've heard me talk about Patriot Mobile for a while now. You probably know that for years. They've stood in the gap for every American who believes in faith, family, and freedom are worth fighting for. But did you know that they have cutting-edge technology as well? Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. And right now, use promo code Charlie for a free month of service. When you switch to Patriot Mobile and you defend freedom with every call and text you make, that is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Make the switch today. Take out your phone and go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. They have unlimited data plans, mobile hotspots, international roaming, internet on the go devices, and home internet backup. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Okay, a couple things here that I want to cover. So coming up in the next hour, we have Rabbi Pesach Walicki, who's live from Israel right now. I don't know how he's going to do the interview unless he has Wi-Fi in a bomb shelter, because right now Israel is getting bombarded. Major missile volley coming from the interior of Iran as Israel just bombed. Let's get this footage up here. Israel just bombed the media and the news agency headquarters in Iran. The state TV building is burning after Israel bombed it. So let's kind of go through the update here. There is major and significant back and forth between Israel and Iran. Israel, they were the first to strike. And Israel went after nuclear facilities and went after military targets. They even impressively went after some of the generals and they took them out. Iran responded with a major ballistic missile volley. Now, Iran is going to run out of missiles at some point. Iran does not have unlimited ballistic missiles. They have about 3,000 of them. They've probably already used about 700 of them. And so they're going to continue to spend down their payload. And right now, there's been another direct hit in Haifa that we're keeping our eyes on. Now, will Iran come to the table? We'll see. Now, the best possible outcome for Israel would be that Israel gets to hit all their targets. They get in, they get out, they get to declare victory, so on and so forth. So great, fine, terrific. No American involvement. The worst involvement for America is a little bit harder to define. At any point in time, American troops could get caught up in this. The longer that this goes on, the greater the increase for American troops to be caught up in this conflict. What happens if Iran hits one of our bases? What if Iran kills 50 Americans? How then does the U.S. respond? Are we duty-bound to strike back? Probably. Are we duty-bound to send American troops? Boy, I hope not. But then who is to blame if we get then hit by Iran? Yes, of course, obviously it's Iran, but is Israel trying to drag America into this war? They're saying, no, we are not, publicly. Other reports internally say, yes, they are. America is involved in some defensive capacity, which is totally justifiable. There's probably over 700,000 Americans in Israel right now. And we've long done that alongside the Jordanians. So it's not America only that is doing that. Some people are pushing for regime change. I have a very important write-up that I want to share with you about regime change. We do not have time for that right now in this segment. But the important takeaway is this. Be careful when you want to replace a dictator. Take out the mullah. Take out the Ayatollah. Be careful what comes next. It could be even worse for Israel, actually. I know that's hard to believe. It could be even worse for America. In fact, the only reason that the mullahs are in charge of Iran is because of America. We got involved and we got rid of Mossadegh. And since we got rid of him, then we put the Shah back in, who is deeply unpopular, and then the Iranian Revolution happened. Did regime change work with Gaddafi? Nope. Started a bloody Libyan civil war. Regime change in Syria? Time is still to tell. John Bolton is chiming in. John Bolton, who's been wrong about every major foreign policy decision of the last 20 years. John Bolton has been wrong about everything. Iran's Ayatollahs are weaker than ever. Maybe, maybe not. But when the chief neocon, John Bolton, tells me that, I'm going to be awfully suspicious. Is the goal of the Israeli government regime change? They say it's all about nuclear targets. But if it was only about nuclear targets, why are they hitting the media center in downtown Tehran? These are questions we're going to ask Pesach Walicki, as right now we should pray for all that are being impacted by these ballistic missiles. We'll be right back.
I'm Bo Davidson from the Real America's Voice newsroom. UCLA Health says that 40% of adults over 60 are dehydrated based on how much water they drink daily. But John Jubilee says that's only half the story. He believes up to another 50% of older adults are still dehydrated, even while drinking the recommended amount of water daily. Take a look at this video.
I feel amazing. I talked to you on my 555. I had the asthma. My lungs were dehydrated. I don't even think about using my inhaler anymore. It is absolutely wonderful.
Let's go.
My metabolic age, okay? I'm back in my 40s. And menopause. Like, what happened to menopause, right? My hot flashes are like, is that a hot flash? I don't know. first. I got to tell you something first before you go. Can you see that?
Oh, let's go.
Love it. Gonna keep doing it. I can't stop talking about Energized Health.
John, that puts a smile on my face. You've got some hydrated success stories there. I got to know, though, how is real hydration different from just drinking more water every day to stay healthy?
This is the question, Bo, we all need to know. So everybody lean in, because when we drink water, that is called extracellular. That is outside of the cell. It's in the body, but not in the cell. The key to hydrating ourselves is the cellular level. We need to get our hydration inside of our cells. Bo, if it doesn't get in the cell, it is just heading straight down the toilet when we go to the bathroom. It comes in us, it goes out of us. None of it is helping us at the cellular level. We're not becoming hydrated from drinking water.
So what you're saying then, John, is even if you sit there and down gallon after gallon, you got more people drinking more water than ever, but they're still feeling fatigued and bloated and inflamed, or they're managing chronic health conditions and joint pain. Doesn't really matter how much you drink on the outside, it sounds like, if the intracellular problem is still deficient.
That's it. Picture your cell like a hard glass marble. No matter how much water, 1 gallon, 2 gallons, 3 gallons on the hard marble, it's never getting in there. We've been measuring hydration for 28 years, and we have a cellular health protocol, Bo, that helps it to get inside the cell. Now, this is a patent pending science. So I would never tell someone, just go drink a gallon or 2 gallons or 3 gallons of water, because I know that water is headed for the toilet. Intracellular hydration, it takes a few simple steps, and we love sharing those steps with people of how to actually start getting that hydration inside their cell.
Well, John, so explain this to me scientifically, because I know you've studied this at great length. At the cellular level, you've got dehydration, and it's causing weight gain, brain fog, joint pain, even depression and anxiety, which, gosh, how many people do we know suffer from that? What's happening at the cellular level in a dehydration sense that's causing that to happen?
Well, what happens there, your brain is the most hydrated. All of our organs need the hydration. And I would encourage everyone, picture your organs. What is the difference if you have a grape or you have a raisin? The only difference between a grape and a raisin is what? It's your hydration inside the cell. And this is where, picture your brain. If your brain is a raisin instead of a grape, that creates a lot of cellular trauma in the brain. You lose half your neurotransmitters, you lose half your brain synapses, and you can't regulate. It's the same way with your metabolism, with your thyroid, with your digestive system, all the things that help your body to be optimal and optimized at a cellular level need that healthy hydration.
Yeah, raisin and grape, those are great analogies. Everyone can visualize those. Well, John, tell me about the 555 Challenge, because I know that this is a program that helps initiate people to get into your program and also get those cells hydrated.
Yeah, Bo, this is our funnest thing that we get to do. So guys, this is an investment of a cup of coffee. You're just going to invest $5. Just go on this website. It's my555challenge.com. We'll put it up on the screen in a minute here. But come and join Chelsea and I for 5 days, and we're going to help you know the 5 things to never do to never fail again. Come on. That's worth $5, right? To know the 5 things to never fail again. And
easily worth that. Well, thank you so much, John, from 555 Challenge and EnergizedHealth.com. We thank you so much, John, for your time.
our equivalent of Nancy Pelosi for you. He's kind of the head of the opposition, and he's the wokest, most anti-Bibi political figure. Published an op-ed in the Jerusalem Post today, basically saying the entire Israeli people are united. And that was a very powerful statement to make the point, like here's the guy on the left end of the spectrum, the guy who leads the charge to try to take down Bibi, saying on this thing, I mean, and he's been calling for ending the war and, you know, that whole anti-Bibi protest movement. But he published that op-ed today to make the point, and I hope your audience hears it loud and clear. The Israeli people are wall to wall behind this. The casualties in Tel Aviv, which is that's our left-wing woke pocket in Israel. There's been interviews all over the media of people whose houses have been destroyed saying this is worth it if it ends the Iranian threat once and for all.
So Rabbi, thank you for that. And we're praying for the peace of Jerusalem and so many friends throughout Israel that I have and that we have. So a couple just logistical questions, and if you can't comment on it, it's fine. But so what exactly is the military operation that Israel is undertaking in the interior of Iran right now? Where are the targets? How are they doing it? Are they using UAVs? Are they using drones? Have they been able to continue to take out the Iranian air defense system? Are they using traditional F-15 or F-35? I don't know if they have F-35s. Technology, please kind of give us some insight into the military strategy that Israel's embarking upon.
Well, there are no F-35s in the fight. Just get that one out of the way. So the military strategy starting from the beginning of this was, first of all, there was Mossad operatives on the ground who assembled drones on the ground that were used for a lot of the initial strikes. Those operations, as I understand it, are continuing. In fact, I understand that there's actually a Mossad headquarters in Tehran, if you could believe it. And so not all of the strikes on Iran are coming from Israel, geographically speaking, as in terms of airplanes flying over from Israel to do air sorties. They are doing that as well. I don't know all the details, but I know that as ballistic missiles are fired at Israel, each one of those ballistic missiles that's fired then reveals a location from which ballistic missiles are fired. So the bank of targets is growing as the operation continues, meaning there's an initial bank of targets that comes from the intelligence information that's been collected over the decades by Israel about all of the various military installations. And I should add, and this is important for your audience, there's a lot of kind of reductionist black and white thinking about this. This isn't only about taking out the nuclear sites. Israel has been terrorized and Israelis have been murdered by the Iranian regime for decades and decades. And this is about taking out Iran's ballistic missile capability, taking out their military capability, because this is a regime that is, by its own daily statements in parliament and at the beginning of every school day in every classroom, devoted to the genocide of the Jewish people and the destruction of Israel. So this is really about destroying Iran's capability to harm Israel. So I don't know all the details of all the different places that they're striking, what I do know is that from my sources in the Israeli government and the Israeli military, we are way ahead of schedule, meaning the operation has moved along much more quickly with much greater success than was even anticipated. If someone had told you before this, and there was a lot of fear-mongering going on before this of all the terrible things that would happen, and of course it's not over yet, but if someone had told you before this started that within a day, Israel would achieve complete air superiority and be able to essentially behave as it wishes in the skies above Iran and take care of business without any fear at all, you would have been told that you were crazy and that the Israelis don't have that capability. But it turns out we do. And there's a lot of other capabilities that Israel has that the naysayers are still saying that Israel does not have. So as far as I can tell, as far as I understand it, the operation is moving along more quickly than even expected, and there are still many more targets. I'm hearing that it's expected to be weeks-long operation, but how long it's going to go is really going to be determined. At what point is the threat neutralized? You know, if your kid is sick and you're by their bedside and someone says, "How long are you going to hang out by this bedside?" You don't say, "Well, I have a timeline on it." You say, "Until they're better." And our children are under attack every day. Our families are under attack every day. We've been under attack for a long, long time. We haven't had the opportunity to do this because we had hundreds of thousands of Hezbollah rockets aimed at us. We had a Hamas army that was a significant army
And we had Iran basically controlling Syria. There were a lot of other threats that made it impossible to take down the primary threat, which stands behind all of those other threats. But back in October, Israel took out the majority of Iran's air defenses, which were Russian-built air defenses that Israel took out. Iran recently started rebuilding them, and that's what really led to the urgency. Again, another piece of misinformation is this whole debate about how close Iran was to the bomb. And that's not the relevant point. The relevant point is how, if someone is vowing to kill me and has announced over and over again that their singular goal is to kill me, but they haven't just announced it, they've also taken action throughout the years trying to kill me and hiring people to kill me and coming after me to kill me. My decision about when to take them out is not only based on how imminent is the danger. It's based on when do I have the opportunity to do it. And with Iran's air defenses degraded last October, Israel realized that the time is now to finally, once and for all, deal with this Iranian threat.
So really quick, about 90 seconds remaining here. There's a big push. I got lots of text messages this weekend saying there's a big push for U.S. involvement specifically for bunker buster bombs. Do you think that's necessary or needed? We certainly here in America are very skeptical and cautious towards that.
Yeah, there's a lot of, I see this talk a lot also, Charlie, on social media and elsewhere about Israel calling for U.S. involvement, Israel wanting U.S. involvement. All I can say is both from an interview given by Israel's foreign minister on CNN yesterday, but also from today, the National Security Council head, Tzachi Hanegbi, who's really been, if you ever see a picture of the Security Council, the Security Cabinet in Israel meeting, he's always the guy sitting to the right of Prime Minister Netanyahu. He said today on in mass media, and it was quoted on X, that the war was planned by Israel. We do not need the U.S. for the goals that are defined by the war. We can handle it ourselves, including Fordo. We are not the Israeli, as far as I can tell, and I'm very well sourced, Charlie, the Israeli establishment, the Israeli government, the Israeli leadership is not asking for U.S. involvement. I know there's a lot of misinformation about this, but they are not asking for U.S. involvement.
If that's the case, then all foreign aid can be cut to Israel?
Look, the foreign aid situation, how much time do we have? Because
well, no, but I'm just saying because we'll talk in the next segment, I guess, because that's the question,
it's an important topic.
Because if you can't have it both ways, right?
But let's talk about that.
Great. Okay, please. Donewithdebt.com. Let's do that in the next segment. Donewithdebt.com. Let's look at it right here. I wasn't supposed to get this bad. A lot of people are in debt right now. Done with Debt are legendary negotiators. Go head to head with your credit card and loan companies. They have one goal: to drastically reduce or eliminate your debt altogether. And unlike those others, Done with Debt moves lightning fast. Most clients see more money in their pocket month one, but a word to the wise: hurry, because some of their brilliant debt erasing strategies are time sensitive. Go to donewithdebt.com. That is donewithdebt.com. Do not make another bill payment until you talk to a Done with Debt strategist. It's free. And unlike with others, Done with Debt moves lightning fast. Most clients see more money in their pocket month one. If you are in debt, check it out right now. It's donewithdebt.com. They are legendary negotiators. Most clients see more money in their pocket. So check it out right now. That is donewithdebt.com. That is donewithdebt.com. So check it out right now, donewithdebt.com. I have lots of friends right now, including the great Josh Hammer in Israel, that we are keeping in our prayers. It is a serious situation that is unfolding here. And Israel has made the case that their existence was at stake. And they decided to act, and they have the agency and the ability to broker that. We're going to talk about foreign aid and American involvement, because I could tell you that there is a fair amount of chatter about bunker busters or B-52s. We'll discuss that after the break.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Check out Yrefi.com. They're great supporters of Turning Point USA. Go to Yrefi.com. Private student loan debt in America totals about $300 billion. About $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. So check it out right now. Many clients aren't even able to make the minimum monthly payment on their private student loans when they first contact Yrefi. Bad credit is accepted. Go to Yrefi.com. That is Yrefi.com. Go to Yrefi.com. Let's go 888-YREFI34. Log on to YREFI.com. That is YREFY.com. Bad credit is accepted. Do you have a co-borrower? Yrefi can get them released from the loan. You can give mom or dad a break. You can even skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times without penalty. Go to YREFI.com. They've been wonderful supporters of this program. So check it out right now at YREFI.com. Many clients are right now able to make a minimum monthly payment on their private student loans when they first contact Yrefi. So Yrefi can save you thousands of dollars. So go to Yrefi.com. That is Yrefi.com. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Join it's Bitcoin.com studio. Rabbi Pasak Walicki is with us. Rabbi, I want to give you a chance to respond to that, because there is some confusion from our audience. What does U.S. involvement mean? And then can we have agreement that we should not have bunker buster B-52 type material supplied to Israel?
Listen, the Israelis, I'm going to say it again, the Israelis have not asked the United States for their assistance. Publicly, statements have been made by the top echelons of the Israeli government saying that they're not requesting U.S. assistance. They've informed the U.S. of what they're doing. What the Americans decide to do, what they decide is in American interest, they will decide to do. Israel's not going to refuse an offer of assistance if it comes from the Americans. And then if American citizens are upset about that, that's between Americans and their government. Israel's not requesting this assistance. But the question you left us with before the break, if we could talk about that, can we go there or talk about the U.S. aid? Because you asked the question about cutting off aid to Israel. Look, I am one of a number of voices, and I get flack from this here in Israel from people who disagree, of course. But I'm with Prime Minister Netanyahu, who said just about a month ago, somehow it didn't make it out to the English language media, that he believes that it's time to end U.S. military aid and foreign aid to Israel. And I've been calling for that. There's a number of Knesset members who have started calling for that, and I'm in favor of ending the aid to Israel. And to me, the political cost of the aid is not worth it, but also it ties Israel's hands. And we are right now nearing the end of a 10-year memorandum of understanding that was signed at the tail end of the Obama administration in September 2016, a military aid package to Israel. And that package, when you say like ending the aid, that package included a requirement that Israel shut down certain critical parts of its own weapons industry so that they could not make them themselves and would only be able to acquire them by buying them from the United States. So Israel did that. So those who say, just go ahead and shut down, just go ahead and end the aid, it's kind of not fair. It's almost like it's kind of a bait and switch. Wait a second. We have to shut down our military industry making certain weapons.
That's a good point.
You're just going to, so we can't cold turkey cut off the aid, because Israel needs to have an opportunity to rebuild that part of its weapons industry that the Obama deal forced Israel to shut down. So I am in favor of getting rid of the aid. Let me also add in, Charlie, we have to put the aid into proper perspective. And this is something that's really missing from the whole conversation. If you look at a map of where the United States has military bases around the world, and this is available online, you'll see that there are American military bases in numerous Middle Eastern countries around Israel. Jordan has American bases in it. Saudi Arabia has American bases. There's other countries in the area that have American bases in them. What does it cost to operate those bases?
Billions.
Where there's no U.S. base in Israel. And so the U.S. military aid, I'm not saying that's what its purpose is necessarily, but no one refers to the U.S. bases in Jordan as U.S. aid to Jordan. They're just called defense spending. But America doesn't need to have bases in Israel because Israel is a reliable ally. So when we take a look at the expenditures abroad, the aid to Israel is not that significant. That said, I agree, we should draw it back. At this point, it equals less than 1% of our GDP. It equals 10% of our military budget, which is a nice percentage, but it's not insurmountable. It's about 2% of our total budget. These are the 90% of Israel's military is paid for by Israel. So the time has come. Israel is independent enough. Israel is strong enough. And Prime Minister Netanyahu has said this, that we need to move towards drawing down the aid completely. A final point I'll make, Charlie, is that the amount of money that the United States has poured into Ukraine, and I'm opposed to all of that. I'm with you. But the amount of money that the U.S. has poured into Ukraine since the start of that war is greater than the total amount of money that Israel has received in aid from the United States since the state of Israel was born in 1948.
That's right. That is true. Rabbi, in closing here, just what would you say is a victory in the next couple of weeks? Like, if, in your own words, define what victory would look like in this war.
That's a great question. Look, let's first define the war. The war, this is not a new war. People talk about Israel starting a war against Iran. Hezbollah is Iran. The Houthis are a proxy of Iran. Hamas was funded by Iran. The only reason that Israel didn't do what it's doing now on October 8th, when Hezbollah started firing ballistic missiles at our northern communities, was because we had other enemies facing us that we had to deal with. So this is the same war that was started on October 7th. Let's make no mistake about it. This is just the head of the snake that Israel's dealing with. What victory looks like is that there is no longer a threat from Iran, that there's no longer a threat of ballistic missiles, there's no longer a nuclear program, and how the Iranian people, whether the existing government moderates, whether there is a regime change from within, that is up to the Iranian people. The Israelis are not going to impose anything, and we're not going to put troops on the ground there to do it.
Rabbi Posobiec Analysis, thank you so much. We'll be right back, everybody.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice News headlines. Leaders of some of the world's biggest economic powers are meeting today in the Canadian Rockies for the G7 summit. The leaders from the United States, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, and the United Kingdom comprise the so-called Group of Seven, which will be overshadowed by the escalation between Israel and Iran, as well as Donald Trump's tariffs and continued conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Topics this week will likely include, of course, Israel and Iran, trade and tariffs, climate change, and the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Leaders who are not part of the G7, but who have been invited to the summit by Prime Minister Carney include the heads of state of India, Ukraine, Brazil, South Africa, South Korea, Australia, Mexico, and the UAE. President Trump said that the United States is not involved in the current Israel-Iran military strikes, but he says that it is possible that the U.S. would get involved. On Sunday, Trump took to Truth Social to say, quote, Iran and Israel should make a deal, and we'll make a deal just like I got India and Pakistan to make. We will have peace soon between Israel and Iran. Many calls and meetings now taking place, end quote. Now, this post comes as Israel and Iran trade counterattacks after Israel successfully decimated some of Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities. Meanwhile, Gavin Newsom said in a recent interview he is now a changed man. In an interview with The Atlantic, Newsom said that the last 7 days have changed how he thinks. From the anti-ICE protest to California Senator Alex Padilla getting removed from a Kristi Noem press conference to even President Trump saying Newsom should be arrested. And Newsom said in some ways he felt, quote, liberated after having his arrest called for. Newsom did also tell The Atlantic that the protest against deportations need to be peaceful, and the people who wanted to sow chaos are no different than MAGA and Trump supporters. Newsom has also come under fire from the left for doing interviews with hosts like Rav's Charlie Kirk. He stated to Kirk that he was against trans athletes competing in women's sports, but has been silent when trans athlete A.B. Hernandez won a recent California state track competition. And those are your headlines from the Real America's Voice Headlines News. Let's head back now to Charlie Kirk.
Listening to the sound of freedom. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page, and check out bitcoin.com. That is bitcoin.com studio. I want to tell you guys about one of our partners here, but first I want to play a little bit of a flashback of a video that we are going to play on TikTok and on this program here, and it's also tied to our next guest, which is the incredible journey that we have been on. That is the journey from the Escalator to here today. Let's go and replay in our memory cut 230.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am officially running for President of the United States, and we are going to make our country great again. I'll bring back our jobs from China, from Mexico, from Japan, from so many places. I'll bring back our jobs, and I'll bring back our money.
And how much our lives have changed. America's small businesses rely on TikTok to succeed, helping them attract more customers and drive more growth. Like Arizona Taco King, who grew from a mom-and-pop taco cart to 2 thriving restaurants in just a year. Or Coco Asante, who upgraded to a larger facility and brought in more staff, letting their handcrafted chocolates reach more customers. Or Dano's Seasoning, who went from their handcrafted chocolates, who went from a one-man show to a team of 45. With TikTok, small businesses are thriving. Go to TikTokeconomicimpact.com. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Portions of our program are brought to you in part by TikTok. Joining us now is Eric Trump, great friend and head of the Trump Organization. Eric, great to see you, my friend. I know you have a major announcement about Trump Mobile, but first I want you to recollect, it's been a decade, my friend. What a 10 years it has been.
Hey, Charlie, listen, you sit in the same seat as I do in many regards, and sometimes you need to pitch yourself, right? 10 years ago, to this day, he went down that escalator. I've stood on the stage with him every single day since then. There's probably been no bigger defender of his, more loyal surrogate than I was during that period of time. I think I was on TV about 5 times every day during that period of time, and learned a lot about life, learned a lot about myself, certainly learned a lot about
this country and the politics of this country. But man, what a journey that was. I mean, they tried to impeach him. They tried to kill him. They raided his homes. They weaponized every DA and AG against our family. They made up the Russia hoax. They made up the dirty dossiers. They went after his Supreme Court justices. They went after virtually every single one of the Friends, campaign managers, anybody who, entered his orbit. Hey, you took a lot of hits throughout that whole process because you were one of them. I can't tell you. I became the most subpoenaed person probably in American history based on the fact that they couldn't get to my father through the executive branch, so they just absolutely came after us, our companies, our wealth, our employees. They wanted to throw him in jail. They wanted to throw away the keys. And despite that, we won 2 elections and arguably a third. I think we won 3 elections, but, you can definitively say we won, 2 based on the fact that he sat behind the Oval, he sat behind the Resolute desk twice. But, what a journey it's been, Charlie. And all of that happened in a 10-year period of time and obviously so much more. So I pinch myself every day, honored to be part of the fight. I love the man to death, and hard to believe it's exactly 10 years after that day. What did your father say when he gathered all of you together before the announcement? I'm guessing there was a meeting up in his office at Trump Tower with all of you. What was that conversation like? A conversation I'll never forget. I get a phone call. Honey, bring all the kids up to my office, and I bring Don, Ivanka. I called my wife, called Melania, and he goes, kids, I'm going to do this. And then he said, let's do this. That was his exact words. Kids, I'm going to do this. Let's do this. I mean, Charlie, everything we had ever done, we had done as family. You know that, right? Whether it's real estate stuff or, The Apprentice, we had always fought together. We had always won together. We always did as a family unit. And all of a sudden, we were entering a space we didn't know what the hell we were doing. I didn't know what a delegate was. I didn't know what a caucus was in Iowa. Listen, I was a master at concrete and building. I didn't know a damn thing about, the American political system, at least, kind of the intricacies of running for, president. And I remember going to Iowa and, I'm standing on tables in the middle of, pizza ranches and other places, giving stump speech. And it was so awkward when you first got into it. It's like my mom would kill me for having my shoes on a table. And yet I'm sitting here doing a stump speech to a bunch of people at lunchtime who probably didn't even want to hear a stump speech, but that's just what you did in the state of Iowa. And there were times where it was uncomfortable. There were times where it was fun. I think we grew so much as humans. But man, has he changed the country in so many great ways. He taught Republicans how to fight again. He taught people that you could be unapologetic, that you could focus on your core beliefs, and they could actually bring you to kind of the promised land, get you a victory. He was the greatest rhino hunter in the history of politics, in that he knocked out every, I won't use a word on TV, just try and be a little bit respectful, but every Mitt Romney, every Sass, all these guys who were, the worst of the worst. He created a Republican Party that wanted to fight for core principles that they actually agreed upon. They weren't just kind of rollover stiffs that were unrelatable to the entire country. And man, am I proud of the guy. And he did that all through adversity and, nearly being killed twice. And he's a remarkable human being. You take 10,000 billionaires in his same spot, not a single person could have lasted that fight. Not a single person would have weathered that storm. And he keeps on fighting every single day when what everybody else would have done would have been just revert to comfort, revert to Mar-a-Lago, revert to the beautiful plains, revert to, playing golf and hang out with the grandkids every single day. He has blood flowing down his face, and he stands up fight by fight, and he doesn't stop. And he's a remarkable person. I'm not sure if they'll ever create another one of him. And so Eric, I know I want to get to your announcement here. I know you got a dash in a second here. I just have one, quick follow-up question and point first. We're also proud of you and Don and the entire family. Thank you. You have stood by your father at every single turn, every difficulty. We see so often, unfortunately, kids that turn their back on their parents, and you guys leaned in. And I just want to say it is a testament to your character after all you've been through. It hasn't been easy. And also a testament to your father for raising 3 incredible sons and how tight-knit your family is has really been something to witness. So Eric, tell us, please. Charlie, just to say that, believe me, part of the big political ecosystem was to break us. That's what they do. Correct. And the number one rule of politics is do not get your family, keep your family the hell out of politics. That's the number one rule. They try and break you, and they couldn't break me. As many days as I sat in those courtrooms with my father and as many uncomfortable depositions and subpoenas as I got, they couldn't break me, and they didn't break Don, and they didn't break anybody else in the family. And he did a great job raising us. There's no question about it. So what is your announcement here today? Eric, tell us about it. You guys have a million different projects going on. What do you want to share with our audience today?
Yeah, with Trump Mobile, which we're incredibly excited about. And Charlie, you know this better than anybody. This all started kind of, Trump Organization's foray into kind of the digital world started when X banned my father. They turned down the dials on you, and they turned down the dials on Don. They turned down the dials on me, and they deplatformed all of us. And guess what? We had to create Truth Social. Then all of a sudden, months later, we had the weaponization of the big banks. And guess what? They started writing me letters in the middle of the night saying, we're closing your accounts, Eric. We're closing the accounts at Trump Tower and 40 Wall Street and all your buildings all around the world. We're closing the accounts, and we don't give a damn because you wear that red hat that says Make America Great Again. And so we started World Liberty Financial, which is kind of our way to fight back against the big banks and kind of remove the power from the big banks, no different than Truth did with freedom of speech. And today we're launching Trump Mobile, and this is phones that will be made in the United States. These are phones that have customer service in the United States, all based out of St. Louis. These are phones made by Americans for Americans, with international calling, over 100 countries around the world, totally free, unlimited text, $47 a month. We are going to go in, no different than we did in the crypto world, no different than obviously we did, in the social media world. We are going to go in and we're going to disrupt, the mobile world. We're going to do it better. We're going to do it faster. We're going to do it cheaper. We're going to have better products. We're going to have better security. We're going to have better visibility. And I've never been more proud. It's going to be an awesome venture. And, our foray into the digital space has been incredible. And this is really going to shake up kind of the digital asset world, the cell carrier world. And Don and I cannot be more excited about it.
How can people learn more, and what is the call to action there, Eric?
Yeah, we'll go sign up. TrumpMobile.com. In about 5 minutes, you can go in, sign up, get an eSIM card, and be on Trump Mobile. And then obviously the Made in America phones are coming out, later on this year. They're going to be again produced here in America. And if you speak to a representative, you're going to be speaking to somebody based out of St. Louis, Missouri. Again, you're going to be speaking to America. This isn't going to Bangladesh. This isn't somebody who's going to, take your customer info and sell it to somebody else, as we saw last week in that massive hack. Again, this is made for Americans, by a very patriotic family who cares tremendously. And again, we're really excited about Trump Mobile. I think we're really going to shake up the space.
Eric, I know you got a dash. I want to just play one final clip here, and I'm going to ask you, how are you going to tell your kids about this journey? First, 277.
Now to the race for the White House, and after decades of very publicly flirting with the idea, billionaire Donald Trump says he really is running for president this time around. His announcement was vintage Trump, talking up his vast wealth and combining his first campaign speech with his first campaign controversy when he said this.
When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're sending people that have lots of problems, and they're bringing those problems with us. They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists, and some, I assume, are good people. But I speak to border guards, and they tell us what we're getting.
40 seconds, Eric. How are you going to tell the story to your kids?
Oh, Charlie, I'm going to say that everything my father said was right. He was right. Trump was right about everything. They were sending rapists. They were sending murderers. They were sending drugs. And I just want you to look at L.A. right now as they burn cop cars, and so many people are holding Mexican flags and walking around those, and by the way, many other nationalities, and walking around those cars as they're on fire. And so, that's exactly right. My father was willing to say what everybody was thinking, but everybody was too afraid to say. And from that moment, from that speech, his polls spiked. And then he would come out and be slightly controversial again, but exactly what people were thinking, and his polls would spike again. And honestly, it's that kind of un-PC, unscripted toughness that you see right there, which is what won my father the presidency in 2016, and certainly what won him the presidency again in 2024. And you just needed a person who had the courage and the backbone to say it, and that's Donald Trump.
Eric, thank you so much. God bless you, my friend. Good to see you. Thank you.
God bless you as well, my friend.
Thank you. ReliefFactor.com. Living with everyday pain is like having a voice that says, no, you can't do that. No, you can't go play your favorite sport. So if pain is affecting you, see how Relief Factor can get you back to living life on your terms where you say yes a lot more. Whether it's back, neck, joint, or muscle pain, Relief Factor can help you as it has for so many others. So give Relief Factor's 3-week quick start a try. It's only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Just go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is the number 1-800-4RELIEF. So visit ReliefFactor.com. See how with less pain, you can say yes to more of everything you want. That is ReliefFactor.com. Whether it's back, neck, joint, or muscle pain, let's check it out right now at ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. Whether it's all types of pain, Relief Factor can get you out of it. Developed by doctors, the unique formula of natural ingredients doesn't just mask your pain. It helps reduce or even permanently eliminate it for good. So go to ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Get rid of the Ayatollah. Get rid of the mullahs. We should just go strike his residence and take him out, right? Not so fast. Regime change can be very messy, extremely complicated. In situations like this, the operative word that I have for all foreign policy entanglements is humility. We don't run the world. We can't configure people to our liking or make them bend to our will nearly as much as we'd like. So sometimes we have to be humble and realize there is a God and we are not him. And I'll explain the catastrophe of prior Iranian regime change after the break. Bannon will be there. I mean, the lineup is incredible. Let me just read some of these names here. It's going to go off. I mean, you'll never see an assembly of speakers like this. Tucker, Hegseth, Bannon, Don Jr., Megyn Kelly, Kristi Noem, Greg Gutfeld, Laura Ingraham, Tom Homan, Byron Donalds, Josh Hawley, Ben Carson. I mean, it's going to be incredible. SAS2025.com, SAS2025.com. MyPatriotSupply.com, MyPatriotSupply.com. It's incredible. I encourage you guys to check it out. There's something happening with our farmland here in America that isn't getting enough attention. The Chinese have been buying up hundreds of thousands of acres of U.S. farmland. They've also taken control over critical supply chains, things like fertilizer, animal feed, and farming equipment. Why? It's clear they're tightening their grip on global food production. If things go south, we need to be ready. We need to be vigilant. That's why I trust My Patriot Supply. They're America's largest emergency preparedness company. And right now, when you get their 4-week emergency food supply, you get 4 free 72-hour food kits and extra 12 days of food absolutely free. That's 4 weeks of delicious meals that last up to 25 years, delivering 2,000 plus calories a day. We can't control what China does, but we can control how prepared we are. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com today to claim your 12 days of free food. Shop MyPatriotSupply.com. That is MyPatriotSupply.com. Portions of our program are brought to you in part by My Patriot Supply. Take out the mullahs, knock them out. You got John Bolton, who's getting a little excited. Let me translate for you right now. He writes in the Wall Street Journal, and you guys know I'm pro-Israel. I don't think I need to prove that any further. I have the scars to prove that I'm pro-Israel from all the campus events. Iran's ayatollahs are weaker than ever. Let me tell you what John Bolton is really saying here. He's basically saying that we should go for the throat and we need to execute regime change. That is what John Bolton is saying in neocon speak, in so many words. But did you know that we only have a problem in Iran at the scale and the magnitude that we currently have because we involved ourselves in regime change? America has a long history of regime change with Iran. Historically, Iran was then called Persia way back in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s. It was ruled by a Shah, an absolute monarch. During World War II, the British and the Soviets invaded Iran because they were worried that it would ally with Hitler. They deposed the ruling Shah, throwing the country into turmoil. The Shah's son took power, but then he was overthrown too. Iran came under the rule of a prime minister who had a lot of popular support. But to be honest, he was kind of a communist. He wanted to nationalize the oil. His name was Mossadegh. He was not a great guy. He basically tried to make himself a dictator. He tilted towards the Soviet Union, and he was hostile to American economic interests. So our leaders got in their heads that they should overthrow him. So they said, this guy is bad. How could anything get worse than Mossadegh? But he was largely secular. He was not Islamic. So we, in our American mind, said, this guy is terrible. He's a communist. Take him out. What could be worse than Mossadegh? So we did. And by the way, our government lied about it for years. The CIA and MI6 assisted the Iranian military in overthrowing Mossadegh. They lied about it, and finally declassified files showed that, no, we were involved and we got rid of the democratically elected, somewhat communistic Mossadegh, interfering with the self-determination of the Iranian people. Because we said, what could be worse than this guy? Well, we reinstalled the Shah. And look, the Shah was an autocrat. He was also super sick and very weak. He was not able to really run the country. But hey, he was anti-communist and pro-America. But he was not popular in his country. And since he was America's guy, that made America much more unpopular in Iran. And then in the 1970s, Iran had another revolution because of us. And this is when Islam surfaced. A group of radical Islamic students launched demonstrations against the regime, and eventually they overthrew the Shah. They recalled an exiled Islamic cleric, the infamous Ayatollah Khomeini, back from exile, and they made him the theocratic ruler. Because America had involved itself so aggressively in Iranian affairs before these people really hated America. And so, thanks to our intervention in that country in the 50s, we made them an enemy for decades to come. This radical regime took dozens of Americans as hostages in our embassy. They sponsored terrorism around the world, and they called us the Great Satan. The moral here is that we should not invade Iran, and we should not support regime change. Sometimes you get something way worse. Like Iraq, you get ISIS. Libya, you get civil war. This has unforeseen and often disastrous consequences. And that's why we should avoid reckless regime change wars when we can. Very often, you get even worse than what you used to get. And right now, if you have regime change in Iran, what do you think you'll get next? You have a regime change in Iran, you'll get a civil war, almost certainly. Oh, who cares if they have a civil war? Oh, okay. Where are all those people going to go? To Europe. They're going to flee. You'll create a refugee crisis. If the Iranian people want to have self-determination and they want to have a new form of government, so be it. We as the West should not be involved. We should not call shots because Iran is only a problem today because we got involved thinking we knew better. See you guys tomorrow.
And pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and
and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is King. Our souls are filled with gratitude for every generation of warriors who have worn the uniform all the way back to the very beginning.
It's latest now in the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran. The countries exchanged deadly attacks throughout the weekend.
I want to show you the scene here in downtown Tel Aviv. That's where the Iranian missile landed. Just look at the devastation over there in the office block. But if we swing round 180 degrees, you can see these were residential apartment blocks, also devastated.
U.S. President Donald Trump's administration is considering significantly expanding its travel restrictions by potentially banning citizens of 36 additional countries from entering the U.S.
In Minnesota, the man wanted for assassinating a state lawmaker and her spouse and wounding another has been captured.
President Trump is heading north. The G7 summit kicks off in Canada on Sunday, and tariff talks are expected to dominate the discussions. The president will be meeting his counterparts from some of the world's 7 biggest economies, including Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, who says the future of the tariff war will be decided at the summit.
It was on this day 1 decade ago that Donald Trump forever changed American politics. It was 10 years ago today when Donald Trump descended that golden escalator in New York and forever changed the American political landscape.
I am officially running for President of the United States.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. Today is June 16th, 2025, Anno Domini. Ladies and gentlemen, today is 10 years of MAGA. 10 years since Donald Trump came down that escalator and changed everything. Think about it. At our darkest point, when we thought America was potentially lost, the Republican Party had been relegated to a regional party after the years of Bush, after the years of McCain, the years of Romney, Paul Ryan, John Boehner. Republican Party was finished. It was done. Conservatism was all but destroyed. And our country was in the hands of the far left. BLM had just gotten started. Obama's second term was in full swing. ISIS was breaking out across the Middle East. But then a man appeared. And he came down a golden escalator. And he said, it's time to stop focusing on all of the problems of the world and start putting our own people first. He said the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan were a mistake. He said that while we've spent trillions of dollars in the Middle East, we've allowed our homeland to become weak, to become threatened, and invaded by migrants and illegals who should never have been here in the first place, and that he would commit to a drastic new policy of avoiding those foreign entanglements and focusing on deporting the migrants that are here. And everything that has happened over that course of 10 years, from then till now, everything that his life has gone through, the life that he left, the life that he has now, everything that's happened to his family, that's happened to his children, it's all been because of one thing. This mission, this agenda, America first. And take out of it, even if you're not a Trump supporter, you have to admit that what he did 10 years ago today fundamentally and irrevocably changed the course of human history. It did. Whether you like it or not, history is the sum total of the actions of great men. And the era of great men has now returned. Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily, huge show, a lot to go through. We'll be right back.
America.
Get ready to launch into the future of freedom at the largest student event in the nation. SAS is back. Join thousands of fellow students ready to pioneer a bold new era for America at our Student Action Summit. And we're bringing in the biggest voices in the movement, featuring Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Dr. Ben Carson, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, Brandon Tatum, James O'Keefe, Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, and more. From July 11th through 13th in Tampa, Florida. Register now at SAS2025.com.
Nothing will stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means. Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, folks, welcome back. Human Events Daily. Jack Posobiec here, Real America's Voice. Also want to bring in the Salem Radio Network, Hour 3, Charlie Kirk audience. Huge amount of news today. Also, we're celebrating 10 years of MAGA, but also we're focused on everything that's coming to a head in our world. And, folks, I got to tell you something right now. If you're a homeowner, you need to listen to this. In today's AI and cyber world, scammers are stealing home titles and your equity is the target. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on one document, use a fake notary stamp, pay a small fee with your county, and just like that, your home title has been transferred out of your name. Then they take out loans using your equity or even sell your property, and you won't even know it's happened until you get a collection or foreclosure notice. So, when's the last time you checked on your home title? If your answer is never, you need to do something about it right now. That's why I've partnered with Home Title Lock, so you can find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code POSO at HometitleLock.com, and you'll get a free title history report and a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title, urgent alerts to any changes, and if fraud does happen, they'll spend up to $1 million to fix it. Don't be a victim. Protect your equity today. Go to HometitleLock.com and use promo code POSO. That's HometitleLock.com, promo code POSO. All right, folks, so when we're looking at this 10 years of MAGA, America First, President Trump, when he came down that escalator 10 years ago, what did he say? He said, stop the endless wars. Stop focusing on what's going on in the Middle East. Stop being so worried about this, because we know, right? These warmongers in Washington, D.C., the military-industrial complex, the war machine, they see a map up on a screen, and yeah, we're going to show maps, and we've got plenty of maps, but they see the maps with arrows on them, and they hear the cash register ringing in the background. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. Because who gets to sell the bombs? Who gets to sell the bullets? Who gets to sell the fuel for the aircraft, the air sorties, the air-to-air refueling tankers? Who gets to sell all that? Well, of course. They do, right? The defense contractors do. That's what they want. So now, we saw this as of last night, 2 aircraft carriers are being sent to the Middle East. One's already there, one's on its way. The Carl Vinson, which is already there, along with its carrier strike group. And second, the USS Nimitz, operating out of Westpac. Interestingly enough, the USS Nimitz was the aircraft carrier that participated in Operation Eagle Claw. 1979, this was the failed operation under Jimmy Carter of the Iranian Revolution, after the Iranian Revolution, to try to save our diplomats from the U.S. Embassy. That was the USS Nimitz. Now the USS Nimitz, which we're told, by the way, is on its sunset cruise. So this is the final deployment of the USS Nimitz. It's an older carrier being sent back to CENTCOM. And guess what, boys and girls? It was... Where was it? In the Asia Pacific, in the Westpac. So when it was in the Western Pacific, it has now dropped coverage of the Western Pacific and is moving into CENTCOM, moving back to the Persian Gulf, or at least that area, that AOR. But what is in the Western Pacific right now, you ask? Oh, 2 Chinese aircraft carriers for the first time, the Shandong and the Liaoning. So just think about this. I want to be very clear on this.
The U.S. currently has one aircraft carrier. All right, I'm going Navy officer here for a minute, so just bear with me. The U.S. currently has one aircraft carrier forward deployed at Yokosuka Naval Base just south of Tokyo. The Chinese have two aircraft carriers on active deployment in the Pacific. What does this mean? For the first time ever in history, all of history, the CCP has more active aircraft carriers in the Western Pacific than the United States. This has never happened before. And the only other time that an Asian power has had more aircraft carriers than the United States in the Western Pacific, I think most of you would know the answer to this one, World War II, Imperial Japan. And look, should the United States be the policeman of the world? Should the United States have all these bases everywhere? I think that's a serious question, and I think that's a question that we should be willing to ask. Do these things benefit the United States? It's a serious debate. And if we're talking about America first, that's obviously something that we should all talk about. However, we don't live in isolation. Things don't happen in a vacuum. So as the U.S. is currently getting bogged into a third Middle Eastern war, and we're not going to mince words around here. That's what this is. This is a war. It's a war between Israel and Iran. Okay? But the U.S. is already involved. We've been involved because we're shooting down missiles over Israel. Destroyers have been activated. Ballistic missile defense. The Aegis system. THAAD, high altitude air defense, already active. American missiles, American troops, American sailors. 5,000 sailors on each of those aircraft carriers. That brings it to 10,000. Directly within range of everything that Iran's got. And then the CCP gets a free hand. The CCP is on the rise. And guess what? You know who would love us to be bogged down in the middle of all that? China. Of course they would. Of course the CCP wants us bogged down in the Middle East, wasting money, wasting treasure, possibly even wasting blood yet again. Yet again. Like we have been for the last 30 years. And what President Trump, back when he was Donald Trump, Mr. Trump, candidate Trump, came down that escalator to warn us about 10 years ago today. You don't get anything from this. You empower our adversaries by doing this. And by the way, and General Flynn made this point earlier today, but if Iran goes so far as to blockade the Persian Gulf, so the mouth of the Persian Gulf, which is the Strait of Hormuz, so if they blockade, which they can very easily, they're already blocking, there's some reports that GPS jamming is already affecting the flow of oil through the Strait of Hormuz, which is the mouth of the Persian Gulf. 20% of the world's oil travels through there on a daily basis. Who does that help? That helps China because they're building the Belt and Road Initiative. They want global shipping to be shut down. Why? Because that drives you right into the hands of the CCP. All those pipelines and all that railroad and everything they were building up through Pakistan and up through Xinjiang and up through past the Uyghurs. And that's why they had to suppress the Uyghurs. Why? Because they're building roads. They're building pipelines. It's all pipelines. How many times do I have to say that around here? Cherchez le pétrole. Look for the oil. So you got oil wars, you got drone wars, and you got all the rest of it. These are not our wars. This is not our fight. No more Americans need to die for this. That's what President Trump ran on 10 years ago today. And that's what we're focused on right here on Human Events Daily. Be right back.
Today, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice News headlines. A manhunt is over in Minnesota for 57-year-old Vance Bolter. Bolter is accused of fatally shooting Democratic lawmaker Melissa Hortman and her husband and injuring a second lawmaker, John Hoffman, and his wife in separate politically motivated shootings. Authorities say he was found after a 2-day manhunt. Bolter allegedly posed as a police officer and drove a Ford SUV with police lights to the lawmaker's residence. Multiple guns, such as at least 3 AK-47s and a 9mm handgun, were also reportedly found at one of the crime scenes. Meanwhile, today marks day 4 of airstrikes between Israel and Iran. The latest this morning, Iran fired a new wave of missile attacks, killing at least 8 people. Meanwhile, Israel is claiming that they now have aerial superiority over Tehran and can fly over the Iranian capital without facing any major threats. There were reports of explosions throughout the weekend in Tehran as the Israeli military warns Iran to evacuate arms factories. This all comes as talks with the U.S. about Iran's nuclear program were called off following Israel's attack on nuclear facilities in the Iranian capital. And also, leaders of some of the world's biggest economic powers are meeting right now in the Canadian Rockies for the G7 summit this week. The leaders from the United States, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, and the United Kingdom comprise the Group of 7, which will be overshadowed by the escalation between Israel and Iran, as well as Donald Trump's tariffs and continued conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Topics will likely include Israel and Iran, trade and tariffs, climate change, and the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Leaders who are not part of the G7 but have been invited to the summit by Prime Minister Carney include the heads of state of India, Ukraine, Brazil, South Africa, South Korea, Australia, Mexico, and the UAE. Meanwhile, President Trump said that the United States is not involved in the current Israel-Iran military strikes. Those are your headlines. Let's head back now to Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Human Events Daily, today's edition. Folks, I got to tell you, think about it. Every dollar you spend is either supporting your values or working against them. And in today's economy, where you spend your money matters. It really does. And that's how we take back our country. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. Switch today without sacrificing quality or service. You'll get exceptional nationwide coverage because unlike most budget wireless providers, Patriot Mobile has access to all 3 major U.S. networks. You can even add 2 numbers on 2 networks on one phone, something the big guys can't even do. Stay connected with flexible, unlimited data plans. This is going to fit your lifestyle. These plans, they offer high-speed data, mobile hotspots, international roaming, device protection. They even have internet backup. The best part, here's the best part. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you support faith, family, freedom. If you believe in our First Amendment and our Second Amendment, the rights there, the sanctity of life, the support for our veterans, this is where you belong, right here. Switching is simple. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Patriot Mobile's 100% U.S.-based team will get you activated in minutes. So right now, go to patriotmobile.com/POSO or call 972-PATRIOT to get a free month of service with promo code POSO. Make the switch. Defend freedom with every call and text. That's patriotmobile.com/POSO or call 972-PATRIOT. So, folks, I've been looking at the news all weekend. We were at the incredible, by the way, military parade, the U.S. Army parade for their birthday on Saturday. Huge thanks to the administration for getting us right up front with my boys, with my wife, my father, and photos that, and the videos that went absolutely viral. Incredible weekend. And we were able to bring the cover, so the dress cover of my grandfather's U.S. Army uniform and the hat that he wore in World War II. So in a sense, you had four generations of Posos in one photo. So we have my grandfather's hat, my father, me, and then my boys. So 4 generations, one picture. What do I mean by it? Why does that matter? Who cares, right? Is that big of a deal? Well, here's why it matters. Because for so long, people want you to believe that America is some sort of international hub and economic zone. The U.S. military, what does it exist for? Well, it exists to uphold international values and the rules-based order. That's what the neocons and the neoliberals would have you believe. Well, here's what I say it means, all right? I say it means that the American people are a specific and unique set of people in the world. We've been here for hundreds of years as Americans. My family has been here for over 100 years. Other families have been here much, much longer. And every family that's been involved in one of these things has an heirloom like that from World War II, maybe World War I, maybe the Civil War, maybe even the Revolutionary War. God bless them. I grew up right outside Valley Forge. I got married in Valley Forge. I got engaged in Valley Forge. My parents met and got married in Valley Forge. That means something to me. And that means something to the people who sacrificed everything in those years to build this country and found it. And it wasn't done for the idea that we would go around and be this global empire focused on the world peace of nations and far-off conflicts. No. For ourselves and our posterity. That's what the U.S. Constitution says. For ourselves and for our posterity. That means for us, for our people, that we should focus on our people first, that we should put our people first. The world's a messed up place. It always will be. And it always has been. The goal isn't to sit there, and this go back to J.D. Vance talked about this. I talk about this on X all the time. The order of loves, the Ordo Amoris. So I was on this debate, Piers Morgan, it's going to come out later. And they said, well, so you don't want to bomb Iran. Does that mean you're totally fine with them getting a nuclear weapon? That's what some journalist was trying to say to me. And I said, wait a minute. You're trying to Kafka trap me right now. I never said that I want something. What I said is the United States should focus on our own number one interests first. Our people, our way of life, what we want, things that are direct threats to us. And if we're going to get involved in another war, if we're going to get involved in the sandbox, the sand trap, all right? I don't want to get involved in another sand trap. I don't want to have to send my sons over to another sand trap where they can die for something that doesn't directly affect us and our family and our neighborhood. That's what I put first. Okay, buddy, think about that. So if you're going to think about that, maybe you can, if you're able to hold this all together, because these people don't know how to think. But I'll tell you how to think. I think it's called America First. Be right back.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice News headlines. President Trump said that the United States is not involved in the current Israel-Iran military strikes, but he says it is possible that the U.S. would get involved. On Sunday, Trump took to Truth Social to say, quote, Iran and Israel should make a deal and will make a deal, just like I got India and Pakistan to make. We will have peace soon between Israel and Iran. Many calls and meetings now taking place, end quote. This post comes as Israel and Iran trade counterattacks after Israel successfully decimated some of Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities. Meanwhile, Gavin Newsom said in a recent interview he is now a changed man. In an interview with The Atlantic, Newsom said that the last 7 days have changed how he thinks. From the anti-ICE protest to California Senator Alex Padilla getting removed from a Kristi Noem press conference to even President Trump saying Newsom should be arrested. And Newsom said in some ways he felt, quote, liberated after having his arrest called for. Newsom did also tell The Atlantic that the protest against deportations need to be peaceful and the people who wanted to sow chaos are no different than MAGA and Trump supporters. Newsom has also come under fire from the left for doing interviews with hosts like Rav's Charlie Kirk. He stated to Kirk that he was against trans athletes competing in women's sports, but has been silent when trans athlete A.B. Hernandez won a recent California state track competition. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump on Sunday said ICE must expand efforts to detain and deport illegal immigrants in America's largest cities, including Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York. Trump added on Truth Social that, quote, our nation's ICE officers have shown incredible strength, determination, and courage as they facilitate a very important mission, the largest mass deportation operation of illegal aliens in history. Every day, the brave men and women of ICE are subjected to violence, harassment, and even threats from radical Democrat politicians, but nothing will stop us from executing our mission and fulfilling our mandate to the American people. ICE officers are herewith ordered by notice of this truth to do all in their power to achieve the very important goal of delivering the single largest mass deportation program in history. Meanwhile, on Sunday evening, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu stated that after Donald Trump basically tore up the fake agreement with Iran, he became enemy number one. Those are your headlines. Now back to human events.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, folks, we're back. Jack Posobiec. We got two Posos for the price of one over here, folks, on Real America's Voice and the Salem Radio Network, because I have joining me in studio our field correspondent, Kevin Posobiec, who also joins us now. What's up, Kev?
That's international field correspondent.
Oh, we promoting ourselves now, international field correspondent?
That's right. Hey, listen, I've been around through Eastern and Western Europe. It was a great trip. But, yeah, I'd have to agree with you. We're focusing on America First today and, doing some diplomatic things over there. But
and President Trump is overseas right now as well. He's not overseas in a sense. He's in Canada, right? So he's not technically overseas because there's not a sea between us. But he's in a foreign country.
There should be a wall.
There should be a wall, yes. But let's talk about that for a second, because I think this makes sense, because people get on me all the time. They say, "Wait a minute, Poso, you're going to Hungary, you're going to Poland, you were covering the protests in Ireland. They kicked off. So if you keep saying MAGA, if you keep saying America First, then why does it matter when you go to these other countries?" And my response has always been, because this is a fight against globalism. Okay, and the problem is that all of these countries are fighting globalism as well, and so it's an irony in a sense, where in order to fight globalism, you need an international alliance of anti-globalists. So in Ireland, they're anti-globalism. In Poland, they're anti-globalism. In Hungary, they're anti-globalism. And so by working together, we can help to fight the same people, because, look, here's what it comes down to. I want Hungary to put Hungary first. I want Ireland to put the Irish people first. I want Poland to put the Polish people first. And I want America to put the American people first. And that's what it's all about. And so people talk about Israel, say Israel, they're going to be Israel first. They say, okay, they're Israel first, but that's their fight. Okay, that's their fight. That's not our fight. That fight's there. Our fight is here. Our fight is the illegal aliens. Our fight is the migrant crisis, the invasion. Our fight is the cartels that are right on our border. We did a whole episode on that last week. That's what our fight is. So, Kev, walk me through some of this stuff, this idea that, 10 years ago, it's Trump came down the escalator and he specifically said, and I went back and watched the video and I posted on Twitter this morning, that we need to stop getting involved in these Middle East wars, and we need to focus on getting rid of the illegals. And here we are exactly 10 years to the day, and we're having the same argument, aren't we?
We sure are. And credit to Ireland as well. They're not only protesting illegals, but legal immigrants, too. They're just saying, listen, we're past capacity. We can't take it anymore. They have a population of 4 million. Poland's about 37 million. And, their problem is a little more highlighted than ours, in a sense. I don't know. It could be ratioed the same way. We have 350 million in
That's
America?
right. And Ireland has typically has a policy of neutrality. So they were neutral in World War II. They weren't involved in World War I. But here we are in the United States. And originally, if you remember all last week, Israel was saying, oh, we don't need America to get involved. We don't need this. Don't worry about it. We got this. We got ourselves. And yet this whole weekend, though, suddenly it's that, oh, America has to get involved. America has to get involved. This is our final chance to strike down the Iranian regime. This is going to be good for everybody. It's going to be great. Didn't they always say that? Didn't we hear that about Iraq? Didn't we hear that about Afghanistan? Oh, it's going to go so well. It's going to go so well. We just need a little bit of help, and it's going to go great. So, Kevin, isn't this where those kind of fault lines get a little messy, where people try to claim that the America first thing to do is to go wage war on some country in the Middle East?
It's ludicrous to see. And I appreciate what Tucker was saying on War Room today about this. And over the weekend, we had the Army's 250th. And if we're going to go back to 1776, well, what did George Washington himself say? He said he wanted America to remain an isolationist country and to stay out of everything.
Foreign entanglements.
Foreign entanglements. That's right. So, hey, we had a George Washington on horseback going down, what was it, Constitution Ave there?
Constitution Ave, yeah.
So are we going that way or what? I'm ready. So I still believe.
Let's just. Can I piggyback on that for real quick?
Sure.
Because Washington, people want to say, oh, well, that was different time. Well, hold on a second. America, Washington wasn't an idiot. Washington understood exactly what's going on. First of all, he fought and won a war against the biggest global empire of the time, the globalist system of the time,
there it is,
if you will, the British Empire. They were the global empire. But America, founded as a republic, a nation state, was founded at a time when we were surrounded by empires, right? So think of it. On the U.S. continent, in 1776, you had the British Empire, so they were still up north in Canada. You had the Spanish Empire; they were down in south in Florida. They were in control, by the way, of Mexico and California. Sorry, Gavin Newsom. Actually, it was the Spanish who founded Los Angeles, not the Mexicans. So just want to be real clear about that. That's why it's called. Kevin, remind me again, what language is the words Los Angeles from?
Los Angeles, that sounds Latin to me.
So that's a European language. Just want to be clear. That's a European. And what about like Las Vegas and San Diego and San Juan and San Francisco and literally all the other ones? Also European. Just checking on that. Santa Fe, the rest, you just go down the list. You literally go down the list.
Yeah.
By the way, I think, just on that note, Kev, wouldn't it be cool if we actually translated all the names of those cities into English so people understood that they're all based on Catholic saints?
That's right. And the Christian missionaries, Juan Diego, for instance.
Saint Diego.
He's got a statue in the Capitol now.
No more San Diego. Saint Diego. San Francisco. Saint Francis. Los Angeles, City of the Angels, right? Everybody kind of knows that one, but I believe it's Our Lady of the City of Angels. So it's actually,
right? Okay.
Yeah, it's the full name. So it's actually based on Mother Mary. San Jose, St. Joseph. We have a city dedicated to St. Joseph in the United States. Yeah, that one's in English for whatever reason. We don't do Sante Agostino, but that one's St. Augustine. So they're actually, and by the way, about wait, Louisville. right? We've got Louisville, St. Louis, and Louisiana, all based on, again, St. Louis from France. So we have all of these names in the United States that are based off of Catholic saints, and yet we don't do it. Sorry, I know it's a little bit of a tangent, but it's like, I just feel like we'd have a little bit more respect for that if we actually use the English name. So let's keep going down the list.
Or for instance, like even when we came, it was New York or New Hampshire. So there's some of the names were from the old world, but it was new.
Yeah,
establishing the difference.
All of them.
Yep.
All of them. Philadelphia, right? Alexandria. So these were all based on ancient names from the ancient world, but it was meant to be an extension of that world, the Christian world, Christendom, into the New World. But going through just based on the empire levels. So we hit what? We hit the British Empire. The French Empire, of course, had Louisiana Purchase. Just mentioned that. The Spanish Empire. Here's one that everybody forgets. You ready for this? Who owned Alaska?
That was Russia, wasn't it?
The Russian Empire. So the Russian Empire was here on this continent as well. So do you mean to tell me for a second that George Washington was just stupid when he was talking about this? That he didn't understand how complicated the world could be? The Ottoman Empire was still in full swing. So the U.S., one of the first wars that the United States fought was against the Ottomans because of the Barbary pirates, and they were pressing our American sailors and merchants in the Mediterranean into their service under the Ottoman Empire and the Berbers in North Africa. So, yeah, George Washington knew exactly what he was talking about. Our ancestors actually were very smart, as it turns out. And they said, you know what? The United States as a country doesn't need to worry about all of this. And you know why? Because we have these two amazing, now at the time we didn't have two, we had one, but we had this ocean that separated us from the rest of the world. And that's why they call it the old world and the old world entanglements. He said the United States doesn't need to get involved in all of this. We can chart our own course through history. Pretty cool, right?
That's amazing. I mean, yeah. So also with Iran, Israel, I mean, we had the opportunity to go.
Oh, and wait. Persia. The Persians were there. George Washington knew about the Persians, right? Yeah. Like, come on. You're going to tell me something he didn't know about? Of course he knew about the Persians. In Israel, of course he knew about Israel. He was Christian.
Yeah, he was Christian. And, yeah, you were going on about Valley Forge there. But, yeah, I mean, we got to visit Jerusalem and whatnot. I mean, we'd love to.
We climbed Masada right here on this very program, three years ago now.
And I may or may not have some things, souvenirs with me.
We don't need to get all that. We don't need all that.
But yeah, these holy sites need to be protected. I think. And
Kevin got a tattoo in Jerusalem. Just saying it.
It's a pilgrimage. It's a pilgrimage site.
Check out his Instagram
for Christians, and it's been foretold that the end times would happen in this area. So
Megiddo.
Yeah, Megiddo, Armageddon.
Armageddon.
I mean, yeah, we'll see what happens. But.
Right, and so this what you're talking about though is this idea of, do we care about the Holy Land? Do we care about Israel? Do we care about the holy sites? Of course we do. Mm-hmm. Of course we do. Very much so. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we think that every single move in terms of war and peace is something that we have to outsource to people that either aren't part of the United States government, aren't part of our chain of command, aren't people that we directly have involvement with, at least in terms of elected representativeness. We don't have any of that. We don't have any of that. And so,
that's right. And Iran, too. Iran has beautiful architecture and other cool stuff, to be fair.
Well, the Persian, Persia is one of the most ancient cultures on the planet.
We have Jerusalem.
Right. And so what I would say, and this is what I say to everyone, and I always want to hear this from Pope Francis, and he said, we pray for all countries, we pray for all borders. Yeah, pray for all borders to become Christian, right? Right, we pray for the Middle East to become Christian and accept Christ. We pray for everyone in the Middle East to become Christian and accept Christ. That's our role as Christians. But that doesn't mean I want the U.S. government you know what I mean, going over and
being such a holy site. I would like to see what Pope Leo XIV has to say to intervene here to help promulgate these peace negotiations as well.
Well, I would love to see him say that as well. We're going to take a quick break here. You got Jack Posobiec, Kevin Posobiec. We're discussing it all, folks. We're discussing it all. We'll be right back. Human Events Daily continues.
every single day is we are dedicating ourselves and our staff and our students and our activists for a full revival of America.
Get ready to launch into the future of freedom at the largest student event in the nation. SAS is back. Join thousands of fellow students ready to pioneer a bold new era for America at our Student Action Summit. And we're bringing in the biggest voices in the movement, featuring Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Dr. Ben Carson, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, Brandon Tatum, James O'Keefe, Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, and more. From July 11th through 13th in Tampa, Florida. Register now at SAS2025.com.
All right, folks, we're back. Jack Posobiec here, Kevin Posobiec on as well. Human Events Daily. We're talking about a lot of these issues that are facing all of us. War and Peace, America First, MAGA, the 10th anniversary. Wait, Kev, let me, because I talked about it, but you didn't talk about this. 10 years ago today, Donald Trump comes down the escalator. What did you think? Did you think he was serious? Did you buy it? Were you on board yet?
I actually have a little anecdote about this. Yeah, so I was living just outside of Philadelphia, and I remember that day.
Okay.
So let me paint the picture for you. I was in this second floor of this apartment, and it was a bunch of hipsters, and I was still working in the furniture making business, and I was getting this piece of mahogany coming that I was going to carve and all this, and so I was in a slightly different scene. But on that day,
bunch of libs. You can just say it, Kev. You're around a bunch of libs. You can just say it. All right.
Some girl we were hanging with, she rushes over with her phone and she says, "Look at this! Donald Trump says he's going to run for president." And he messed up and he said he's going to try and kick out all the illegals because they're all migrants and rapists and criminals.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think? And I said, "Oh well, what party's he running for?" Because I didn't really know. I hadn't really paid too much attention to Donald Trump at the time. But lo and behold, I kept watching. I was like, hey, this guy, this is exciting, But I just, I do remember vividly like that day 10 years ago when he came down.
What'd you say to her? What'd you say?
I said, hey, it sounds great.
Yes. Based.
Well,
base department.
I mean, my stance on illegal immigration. That's probably the number one priority.
Tell the folks, Kevin, tell your stance. Get it out there.
Well, it's also holds a special place because of what we've seen like growing up, and especially like the car accident that we were involved in. Our father and me.
Kev, no one has any idea what you're talking about. Tell them what you're talking about.
Okay, so we used to have a family horse farm.
3 minutes.
Growing up back in the day.
It wasn't ours. It was our aunt and uncle's.
And yeah, so one day we're coming down the road to go visit our cousins, hang out on the farm.
It's like 2002.
Yeah, everybody, all the trad wives and stuff want today. It's like we had. And so me and my dad are driving down. We get T-boned at the bottom of this hill thing. Like it's right where the entrance is. We get T-boned.
So you were in a T-bone accident. You and Dad. You were in the passenger seat. Dad was in the driver's seat.
Illegal immigrant driver. Almost paralyzed my dad. He
still can't hear out of one ear.
Immediately said he had back pain. He didn't want to unbuckle his seatbelt because he didn't know if anything was wrong. So
Dad.
Yeah. Dad. And I jump out of the car and I look over and this, I don't know, he was Mexican, Guatemalan or what. He starts waving his hand. He's like, oh my gosh, is everyone okay? Like, please don't call the cops. Please don't call the cops. I don't have any papers. Mm-hmm. So I just.
It is right outside Philadelphia.
Yep.
This is anywhere near the southern border.
So I run over, get Mom. I call the cops, this and that. And
you called me at work. I was still at work at Corporate Leaves. I thought you were messing with me.
I thought I was messing with her.
I thought you were screwing around. I thought you were like, I was like, very funny, Kev, and like whatever. Like I'll see you guys later or something. And no, you're dead serious. And I remember going to the hospital, going to the ER, seeing Dad on the,
That's what needs to be talked about
on
more.
The race.
These people getting in car accidents, not having insurance. These people coming to hospitals, overwhelming the hospitals, the healthcare. They're illegals. They shouldn't be here. It's against the law. But how do they get preferential treatment? How do they get, arrested and then released right away in these sanctuary cities? I'm done with it. I've been done with it for over a decade, and I wrote about it. I remember writing essays about this in 8th grade. So that will continue to be my most paramount issue.
They could have killed our dad.
Could have killed our dad.
Could have killed you too. Yep. And that's it. The people, and let me tell you something. You want to talk about rate of crime? I'll tell you something. We could prevent the rate of 100% of illegal alien crime by getting them all out. Every single one. And that's why we back President Trump. You saw that thing you put up on Truth last night. So he posted it.
Mass deportation.
And every big city. Look, folks, the world's a messed up place. But you know what else is messed up? The United States. Let's put America first. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have our permission to lay ashore.
say what we are doing every single day is we are dedicating ourselves and our staff and our students and our activists for a full revival of America.
Get ready to launch into the future of freedom at the largest student event in the nation. SAS is back. Join thousands of fellow students ready to pioneer a bold new era for America at our Student Action Summit. And we're bringing in the biggest voices in the movement, featuring Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Dr. Ben Carson, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, Brandon Tatum, James O'Keefe, Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, and more. From July 11th through 13th in Tampa, Florida. Register now at SAS2025.com.
All right, folks, we're back.